You've never heard of Spellcraft Aspects of Valor on the Super Nintendo, because it does not exist. It was never produced, never sold in stores, canceled before release. It was advertised in GamePro and Nintendo Power, reportedly shown at CES 1993, but other than that, there's next to no information about this game online. Only a few blurbs about how it was completed, or at least mostly completed, but canceled for whatever reason just before production. The only videos which exist on YouTube don't show gameplay past the first 10 minutes. There is a PC version, but that's a completely different game, and from what I can tell, they only share a plotline. Combat, maps, how spells work, none of these are in common, and these two releases don't appear to share much. So I load up the game, and first impressions are, no wonder this game never came out. It looks rough. And I have no idea how a marketing company in the 90s could have spun these graphics into something that would sell. This, even in its best form, would not have done well. And Spellcraft could end up being the greatest game ever made, but nobody would ever know because it looks like this. It doesn't look like a real video game. It looks more like a Russian bootleg. You just kind of get that vibe from it. Then you get into a fight, and what is going on? What the hell is this game? Your Princess Leia shrugging and then hitting bears with Q-tips? An instruction manual would help, but unfortunately there isn't one. You can dodge left and right, but A, B, X, and Y all just make your character shrug. Eventually you'll find out that up attacks with your staff, and you'll be able to beat some enemies. Our face buttons all shrug right now because we don't have any spells. Scattered throughout the world are these orbs sitting on pedestals. These are recipes. Here on the spell crafting screen, you can see that we have 4 base ingredients: jewels, stones, powders, and candles, I guess, as well as all these items up here. You combine one of these items with any number of ingredients to unlock your magic. Thankfully, you only need to do this once for each spell, because after it's unlocked, you may cast each ability as many times as you want. You earn ingredients by defeating enemies, and that's basically it. That's pretty much all you need to know about how to play this game. When you're on the spell screen, you're able to see whichever the last recipe you picked up, or whatever the last message the game gave you was, which is helpful, but the game still expects you to take notes, because it only displays the most previous message. So if it's something stupid like, "He was no match for you. Be prepared though, the next world is harder," then that's what will be shown down there. If you're unable to craft a recipe right away, you better write it down, or in my case, take a picture with your phone, because the game will never tell you again. You can't pick up the same recipe twice, and if you get another message, then it's gone forever. You spend most of your time in this game wandering around. Everything looks the same, there are very few landmarks, and no navigational system whatsoever. Even the crappiest, most vague map system would have went a long way, because words cannot describe how lost I was just walking around these landscapes. I could kind of form a mental map of some of these locations, but everything just looks so similar, and these areas get they're so expansive, and there's no like funnels. You can just walk everywhere in any direction, and it's not like there's any maps of this online because the game never came out. Nobody's played this, so I'm flying completely blind. When you get down to it, Spellcraft is just an Easter egg hunt. One where you don't even know how many eggs there are to find. Your movement speed is also excruciatingly slow, and no, there's no run button or anything either. The first realm, this grassy plain, is functional, and I can see why people might assume that this game is complete, or at least close to complete based on it. But after you get to the next one, Spellcraft's seams begin to burst. Firstly, because if you leave one realm, there's no way to go back, meaning if you missed a spell or an item that is required later on, then you're completely fucked. That's a basic fundamental flaw, and something that I assume would have been implemented if the game were actually finished. I locked my game when I went from the water stage to the fire one, because you need a spell to put out the fire, which you brew using a recipe from the water stage, only I never found the recipe, and I beat the boss and went to the fire stage. And at this point, I also realized that my footage looked like this, so I decided to start the entire game over. This is the second and third realm out of 5 total, by the way. So about halfway through, I realized that footage didn't work, plus I locked the game, so whatever. Just start over. And if you are going to try and play this game, save states are mandatory. And I mean that. After the first realm, anyway. You can get past the first realm without save states. Not because Spellcraft is difficult, which, don't get me wrong, it is in all of the worst ways. This is a bullshit game, and I honestly think it's one of the most unforgiving titles I have ever played, because the simplest of fuck-ups, like accidentally dipping your toe into this lava, can get you killed. And look at how picky this spell is. If you touch the lava, you're dead, but look at how close you need to be. Look at how exact your placement of this spell needs to be in order for it to function. And it's not like you need to cast it once or twice. You will be in entire rooms filled with lava where you're constantly casting this spell. You will need to cast this spell 1,000 times. No hyperbole. Without fucking it up ever. Like, good luck. You won't be able to do it. And if you die, the best case scenario is that you're forced to restart the stage. If you're able to find your way out of hell, when you die, you get sent to this other realm that you need to climb back out of. And if you die there, then it's game over. Back to the title screen. No. Save states aren't mandatory because of how difficult it is. They're mandatory because of how unstable this game is. SNES 9X gives you 10 save slots. Use all of them on a rotating basis. This game crashes constantly in the water and fire realms. Look at this. It's as if reality itself is continuously breaking apart. You'll get stuck in the scenery. Sometimes the game will freeze without warning. Sometimes the level boss will wander away and walk off a ledge, killing themselves, rendering the area unwinnable. There were multiple instances where I got onto a teleporter only to be taken into an area with absolutely no way out, trapping me. The first time this happened, it took me over 2 hours to figure out that there was no way out of this place. I managed to soft lock myself in more ways than I can count, and I was constantly reloading to previous save states. Have one on every world. Just like keep switching up your save states. If you keep using the same one, you're gonna get trapped and you're gonna have to start the whole game over. I guarantee that this will happen. Look at the water stage boss. He just stands there, doesn't even fight back. Here's a part that would suck even if it was finished. There's this bit with a maze and 4 switches, each with 3 different symbols to cycle through. Each switch combination results in a different maze, and only one combination actually leads to an exit. All you can do is guess and check. It's pure trial and error. By the way, if you do want to play this game from the bottom to the top, the solution to the puzzle is X square triangle square. Write that down because it took me over an hour and a half to finally get it right. After just under 18 hours, I was able to finish it. I beat Spellcraft and the Aspects of Valor on Super Nintendo, and that is 18 hours with liberal use of SNES 9X's fast forward feature and save states. If you're gonna try and play this game legit, good luck, man. I don't think it's possible. I may be the first documented person to have ever beaten this game, and that's with cheating. That's, like, nobody wants to endure this. People have had over 20 years since this ROM is leaked to do literally anything with it. Nobody's written any reviews. Nobody's fucking made, like, any guides. Nobody's done anything with this game. You want to see the ending? I want to share it with somebody. Congratulations, Robert! You have beaten me! Let it be known that the Magister of Valoria has been displaced by a young and promising Master of Magic. Let it also be known that you, Robert Garwin, are my great-grandson, and that I am most proud of you. I do not mean to confuse you, and I apologize for my deception. It was prophesized that a hero would come from Terra to usher in a new age of magic and bring Terra into a golden age of majestic harmony. Based on your performance on our tests, the other lords and I have decided that you are that hero. All hail Robert, Master of all elements and Magister of Valoria. You have honored me and the people of Terra. The end. And that's it, back to the title screen. If it's 1994, I'm a video game publisher, and I'm handed this, I don't release it either. Hell, if I'm Nintendo, and this gets sent to me, in its current state, this would not get a license. The Nintendo seal of quality would not find its way onto Spellcraft. I would call this playable, but certainly not finished. Is it 50% finished? 90%? I don't know, and who's to say? That depends on what you mean. Is Spellcraft 90% of the way towards being a good game? Absolutely not. 90% of the way towards being the bare minimum required to sell a game in stores? Okay, maybe I'll give you that. You go in, implement the missing boss fights, make the game not crash all the damn time, and yeah, I guess it would still be terrible, but it would be finished, I suppose. Spellcraft will not be going onto my tier list because after all, it was never released and that's not really fair. But if I were to place it somewhere, it would be 2 or 3 slots below the bottom. I would not recommend anybody try to beat this game. It was incredibly stressful. I almost gave up at multiple points, but I persevered. And this is a classic case of the Nostalgia Critics catchphrase, I played it so you don't have to. This is Breath of Fire, and it means a lot to me. Not this particular copy, no, I purchased this at Cybertron Video Games in Orlando, Florida for the purposes of making this video. But the Royal game means so much more than I can say in words to me. Breath of Fire itself, if you will. I'm 9 years old. My life at that point, you know, as it always is when you're a kid, is just an extension of your parents. Or in this case, my mom, really. I'm 9 years old, she's single. Had me young. Think MTV reality show numbers. She's a typical young person. Had me way too early. Is now in her early 20s, doesn't have a career, doesn't have any real life prospects or much going on. So we live in this single wide trailer, which is typical, I guess. Only not by ourselves. She can't afford a whole trailer. We have roommates. Her friend and her friend's boyfriend. Got 5 of us living in this tiny little trailer. Point is, I'm 9 years old, and I share a bedroom. Not only a bedroom, but I share a bed with my 20-something mom. Which is wild to think about now. But you know, as a kid, you don't question it. You don't have the self-awareness to wake up and go, well, this sucks. No, when you're a kid, that's just what life is. It's the early 2000s, and my only game systems are a Sega Genesis, an NES, and a yellow Game Boy Color. Loafing about outside, just, you know, doing stupid crap, and those video games were pretty much all I did. But one day, I don't really know how or why or what, things start looking up for my mom. She starts dating someone, and not just anyone, someone who has a career. But not only that, he has a house, but not just a house with 2 stories and multiple rooms with no roommates. They date for a little bit and we end up moving in. Later on, they'd get married, and even more later on, they'd get divorced. It's life-changing. Mom kicks me out of bed, invites him in. It's a clear upgrade. I go from sharing a bed with my mom to having my own room, my own TV, my own bed, which was a queen-sized, by the way. And while all this was nice, having a room to play my NES in, by and large, the most impactful thing that came into my life then was an old hand-me-down computer. Aside from maybe once a month in elementary school when we would go to the computer lab, I had never really sunk my teeth into a computer. I'm 10 years old, it's the early 2000s, and I now have this hand-me-down desktop with a Windows 98 sticker, but it ran Windows 2000. It was not connected to the internet, it was just a standalone computer, but my man gave me the setup. I see you like playing that Nintendo. What if I told you that I have over 100 Nintendo games? And there's no way. I don't believe this. So he sets up his old computer in my new bedroom. It has games. PC ones like Roller Coaster Tycoon, Madden, a few other things, and emulators. I don't remember what the NES one was called, and truth be told, I don't remember playing many NES games on this. But ZSNES and this particular Microsoft Sidewinder controller changed my life. No ZSNES, and you're not listening to me speak. It didn't have every Super Nintendo game. Had probably about 50 if I had to wager. A random assortment. I don't know if he picked them himself, if he downloaded a pack of ROMs, or what. It had almost 50 random-ish Super Nintendo games. Using that Microsoft Sidewinder, I experienced classics like Super Mario World, Zelda: A Link to the Past, as well as crap like Bugs Bunny.
What's up, Doc?
Or Balls 3D. My favorite games in this pack were Super Punch-Out,
Yay!
Mega Man X, and Breath of Fire. I don't know why. The Final Fantasy games were on that ROM list, yet I wouldn't get anywhere in those until years later. Breath of Fire, I latched onto. I just glommed with it. It is the first non-Pokemon RPG that I would ever beat. It is the first time I remember specifically turning to the internet when stuck in a game to look for advice. I have vivid memories in the school computer lab looking up some of the cryptic nonsense in this game. And it has its fair share of cryptic nonsense. Although this is a Capcom game, its localization was handled exclusively by Square, and by this wonderful man, Ted Woozey. I love Ted. Did not do a great job with this one. Characters speak in broken fragments. It's not always clear what you're supposed to be doing.
But the worst part is how names and items are truncated, with odd abbreviations. Go through your inventory at any given time, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. It's never certain what particular items are supposed to be. This is mostly fine. It's not even unusual on the Super Nintendo. But it sucks when those item names are supposed to be your clues on what to do next. Here's a scenario where our main female lead, Nina, gets amnesia. This is endgame stuff. We're about 85% of the way through at this point, and we have access to pretty much the entire world map. After doing some typical JRPG questing, talking to people, backtracking, you come across this doctor who will make a potion to cure her, but you need to give him some ingredients. We need a pea fish, a root, a sea nut, and a W ant. Some of this is easy enough. You get the pea fish by fishing in the Purple River, and the sea nut by punching a palm tree. To get a root though, well, you have a party member whose special ability is digging, so maybe try digging, perhaps in front of some trees, maybe some special looking trees? No, you get it by digging in front of whatever this is. And this specific one too, not any of the other ones. Now there is a patch of dirt there, so I guess it's not too cryptic, but not too obvious either. But what about a W ant? What could that be? Well, it stands for white antler. How do you get a white antler? On the overworld, you can hunt animals. Sometimes they'll appear as you're walking. If you shoot a deer, you can get an antler, but just a regular antler though. It's not even abbreviated. It's called antler as opposed to ant. To get a white antler, you need to shoot a white deer, which sounds simple enough. Only problem is, it's completely random when and where one will appear, and white deer are spectacularly rare. I was going to mark my footage to count exactly how many times I encountered a white deer,
But in my entire playthrough, it never happened. I saw 0 white deer. That's how rare they are. If I didn't see any white deer, how did I get a W ant, you might ask? Well, there's an alternative. Early on, and I'm talking first couple of hours, there's a chest in a dungeon with a W ant. There's nothing designating it as important. It's a missable chest. A W ant is a consumable item. You can sell it in stores. The game makes no special note whatsoever that you may want to hold on to this. So if you're like me, first time playing through this game, I used the W ant the instant it seemed useful and never looked back. Only to get to this part, get stuck, look up the solution online, then spend countless hours looking for one of these randomly spawning white deer. Here's a moment where I haven't decided if it's clever or needlessly obtuse. There's this town called Romero, like John Romero, and they're having a zombie outbreak. To fix it, you need to go to this cave, and you end up in this room. Walk down the stairs, take some of the water, then the game automatically warps you back to town, which is unusual. To this point, every time you've cleared a dungeon, the game has forced you to retrace your steps to get back outside. Later on, a little more than halfway through the game, you'll gain the ability to breathe underwater. Breath of Fire hides a dragon transformation at the end of that cave down those stairs. The only time what looks like a set piece room has a double purpose. And not just any dragon transformation, it is the only one the game requires for you to challenge the final boss. I always thought that was weird, and I know I didn't discover this by myself. In my opinion, the worst part, and one of the most asshole-ish things I've ever seen a video game do, is this bit with a rich town and a poor town. This guy in the poor town has a key item your party needs to progress, and he'll only trade it for a gold bar. The only way to get a gold bar is to buy it from the store in the rich town, for an obscene amount of money. Up to this point, Breath of Fire has been clever about this. It introduces characters slowly. You only have 3 at this point, and it's been a long time since an armor shop has sold anything of much use to you, so you'll likely have been stockpiling money for a few hours by the time this quest comes up. You can even run one-time chores for people in the rich town to earn some more money. You're not going to have the full 65,000, but if you do all this, you'll have quite a bit. Basically, this stretch of game is sort of like Chapter 3 in Dragon Quest IV. Your objective is to obtain as much money as possible. Here's where the nasty trick comes in. Unless you thought to buy this innocuous item called a pouch from the shop in the rich town, if you try to sleep at the inn in the poor town, it steals all of your money. Poof, it's gone. During a part where you're required to stockpile money, the game places an easy to fall into trap. Once you talk to the man behind the counter, you're locked in. There's no yes or no prompt. You talk to him, he takes your money. And of course, as a kid, I fell for this, and if I were playing this blind, there's no doubt that I would have again. There's sloppiness abound, ideas that just sort of happen once and then fade away, never expounded on. Here's an example. There is exactly one cutaway where the game has this back and forth between the main villains. It's basically just them saying, "Those darn pesky kids, they're getting all our MacGuffins. You stop them." Then he immediately turns around to his 4 henchmen. "You guys, stop them." This villain cam thing only happens one time, and it's just sort of strange to cut away to a scene that doesn't add anything to the story. Speaking of story, there almost isn't one, by the way. It's one of those, the game starts, this asshole burns your village to the ground, and spoilers, end of the game, you get your revenge. It's odd how some places progress as you go through the game while others don't. Take the first 2 towns, for example. Your hometown, as I just mentioned, burns to the ground and stays burnt the entire game. But the second location you visit starts trashed like yours, then gradually gets rebuilt. They even erect a statue in your honor if you come back to visit, which you never need to do, by the way. There's no quest or anything sending you back here. Seeing this town come back to life is purely optional. I've been fairly negative to this point, but Breath of Fire has some chops. It's not just some thrown together schlock with absolutely nothing going for it. The game has character, not so much characters. Even though you get a party of 8 members, they don't exactly have strong personalities, but they're all at least introduced in creative ways. After playing for about an hour and a half maybe, you come across Nina. Remember Nina? She's the one who's going to get amnesia later. So you, as the protagonist, show up at this castle wanting to talk to the king. Only the king is sick. Royalty doesn't want anybody to know this, so they send Princess Nina out to find a cure before anybody finds out. Our point of view then shifts from our protagonist to Nina, and you go on this little side adventure looking for a cure. And it's not just hers, everyone's introduction is thoughtful. You will never simply see a neat looking character and then have them join just because they're the only one in town with a unique sprite. Everyone gets their own little lead up. Just to mention one more, our last character, Mogu, the digging guy, he's bedridden. So you go into his soul, earthbound magicant style, to help him regain his courage. It culminates with easily Breath of Fire's best boss fight, though I will say that's a low bar to surpass because the combat in Breath of Fire does not matter. It's too simple. Here's our first boss against a frog. All you do is hit it, then quit it. Attack a couple times, then heal. And here's our final boss against the Goddess of Destruction. All you do, transform into your best dragon, attack a couple times, then heal. There are buffs, debuffs, a couple status effects, but there is absolutely no reason to engage with any of that. Most of the time, buffing doesn't even seem to have a noticeable impact, and bosses are immune to status effects anyway. You don't even need to do the random battles. Marble 3, another weird abbreviation, though what it actually stands for, I suppose, is between Ted Woosley and God. It is one of the cheapest items available from the first town, and it is a 100% effective repel. Every non-boss fight in the game can be prevented by using one of the cheapest items. You get these dragon transformations, which do fixed amounts of damage, have set amounts of hit points. It doesn't matter what level you are, what equipment you have, every time our protagonist transforms, they're going to be the same. So here's the deal. It'll get you through the entire game without a struggle. Use Marble 3s to never fight any random encounters, then when you get into a boss fight, transform into a dragon, hit the enemy, and heal. Rinse and repeat until you win. Keep doing it until the game is over. You don't need to worry about your other party members in battle. None of them do nearly as much damage as your dragons, and they aren't really super useful outside of healing you when needed anyway. Our plot MacGuffins try to do something similar to the 7th Saga, in that they have effects outside of their collectability. For example, the Earth Key does a fixed 30 damage to all enemies. Incredibly useful when you first get it, but fixed 30 damage is absolutely nothing endgame. You also have the light and dark keys, which change the world from day to night, or vice versa. The plot keys do this sort of thing. Late game, you're betrayed, and these items are ripped away from you. In Saga, this moment isn't just a narrative thing that happens. The 7th Saga is a tough game, and you're depending on these MacGuffins effects to stay afloat, even in regular, random battles. But here in Breath of Fire, they're nowhere near as important. As discussed earlier, battles don't matter, and we're way past the need for it ever need to be day or night or anything for specific quest lines. Once these keys are taken away, you are well enough off to not miss them in the slightest. In fact, you'll probably be relieved that they're taking up less of your limited inventory space. Breath of Fire has a habit of ramping up, only to undermine it with needless nonsense. Here's something that bugs me. Immediately prior to the final dungeon, you're double-crossed, your plot MacGuffins get stolen, as I just went over. Our ultimate bad guy has absconded to the super secret final dungeon area. Our protagonist is in a coma for a few days, he wakes up, the chips are all on the table, the bad guy must be stopped now. It's urgent. Our party is hyped, there's a cutscene leading you onto the world map, into the bird, here we go, let's beat this fucking game. Only when you get to the final dungeon, you can't enter yet because you need to dig to get in, and Moga or Digger can't do it for some reason. Which leads us on this globe-spanning Easter egg hunt requiring NPC conversations 9 times. 9 times! And like the rest of the game, Breath of Fire's text is mangled to the point where it's not always obvious who you're supposed to talk to next. How fun is that? The game builds up this moment, one of the rare, actually effective cutscenes, only to have you get to the area where you're supposed to go, and then nope. Now you've got to globetrot looking for this stupid progression item that didn't need to be in the game. And no, there is not a way to sequence break and get it ahead of time. What is it about this game, then? If you're keeping score, I haven't had many nice things to say. Why did this game capture my imagination as a kid, whereas the Final Fantasy games didn't? Breath of Fire is fantastic looking. These isometric battles, the character and enemy design, it's all worthy of its Capcom lineage. I've spent so much time with the game, I replay it every few years. Even though every time I replay it, I find something new to nitpick, there just is some charm to it. The real magic, I think, is because Breath of Fire's greatest strength is how it carrot on a sticks you through the entire experience. You play something like Final Fantasy IV, and it's bonkers crazy. Absurd stuff happens regularly. Party members get killed, unkilled, it's so volatile. What's going on from scene to scene, play session to play session, it's inconsistent. What you're doing at the end of the SNES Final Fantasy games almost has nothing to do with how your adventure starts. You have no idea what's going to happen next. There's no clear, obvious win condition end goal. Now, those games obviously do a much better job of telling a story, but Breath of Fire has that concise path, that clear goal. Breath of Fire, to contrast, starts with your village being burnt to the ground by this asshole. Every step of your journey from then on has an eye towards getting your revenge. Early on, you learn that the enemy headquarters is in this village called Scand. The place is built up our entire game. Multiple times you think you found a way in, only to have the rug pulled out from under you. When you're finally there, it's both spectacular and harrowing. It's this metal skyscraper, much more technologically advanced than anything else in our world. But at the same time, it's in obvious decay, it's hollow. They've built the most impressive town, but at what cost? Everyone hates it there, and people are being worked to death. It builds up this one singular thing, and then actually pays off that one singular thing. Breath of Fire is the kind of game where you can turn it on for 20 minutes and always feel like you're getting something done. It's not volatile. If you stop playing for months, you'll be able to jump back in without missing much because there's not a great deal to miss. Your goal will always remain the same. It's no masterpiece, though sometimes all you need is a game that reminds you of a time when the internet was not all-consuming, of new bedrooms, Microsoft Sidewinders, or Windows 98 computers. As soon as you start Breath of Fire 2, you know you're in for something. This hyper-detailed, for Super Nintendo I, used to give me nightmares, and I was old enough that I should not be admitting that. First words you see are a Nintendo taboo. Give yourself to God, pray to God, praise God. You must become God's strength. Nintendo of America wasn't messing around with religion in their games anymore. Capcom really knew how to hit the ground running with these RPGs. Even Breath of Fire 1, which sort of turns into a game about nothing, had an incredibly strong opening, with your village burning down, Sarah saving everyone by turning them into stone, then jobbing out to our main villain. Good stuff. Gives you a concrete goal, makes you hate the bad guys, enforces a rags to riches sort of arc. You start at the absolute lowest point, hyper poverty, you don't even have a home anymore. You couldn't do anything to protect your hometown or your sister. So now, go forth, adventure, and get your revenge. 2, not to be outdone, somehow finds a way to bring you even lower. It starts in black and white, you as a child. I always wondered why this intro was in monochrome, and reflecting back on it now, I think it accomplishes 2 things. First, it brings extra attention to this dragon tier over here. It's kind of like a mood ring. Whenever you speak to someone, your character has sort of a sixth sense, which tells you if someone is being truthful or if their intentions are pure. It comes back into the plot towards the end, but it's never really fully explained exactly how it's supposed to work, and I prefer it that way. The dragon tier exists to give you a feeling one way or another about certain characters. It doesn't need to be explained, it just works. Second, when you leave town and go up a screen, when the colors rush in, it emphasizes how important this patch of grass with a dragon skull behind town is. As a player, because of the color change, I certainly remember this spot more. Shit, it invented colors. Kind of a cheap trick, but hey, again, if it works, then it works. Next comes the hook. After returning to your town, your dad and sister are nowhere to be found, and nobody has any idea who you are, as if you stumbled into an alternate dimension where you never existed. You befriend a dog named Bo, or Bosch if you're playing the fan translation, get battered around by a scary-looking monster. Wait, was he the eye? The one telling you to praise God, remember? They've got the same color scheme, it looks like it could have been him. Intro exposition, then fast forward 10 years when Breath of Fire 2 begins in earnest. I love this intro. It leaves you intrigued, gives you a place that you're looking forward to returning to, establishes the bond between you and your best pal Bo, sets up 2 missing people for you to find while you're adventuring, your father and sister. And what the hell was that scary demon thing, and why didn't he kill you? He easily could have. You want to play through Breath of Fire 2 after that. It sounds so simple when you say it out loud, but so many other RPGs neglect such an easy concept. An intro's job is to make the player actually want to play the rest of your game. How many times have I reviewed a game where the entire hook is an opening cutscene that sets up pretty much just your main goal, and then you're set loose with no other real motivation to keep playing other than it being a video game, and what the hell else are you gonna do? Both Super Nintendo Breath of Fire games share the same basic structure. They're old-styled Odyssey RPGs, I'll call them. While there is a main overall goal, most of your time is spent traveling from town to town, helping townsfolk with their confined problems. A string of isolated adventures which together form the vertebra of our game. What sets 2 apart from not only the original Breath of Fire, but from your average JRPG, well, firstly, its scenarios are top-notch, on the same level as any Dragon Quest game. We'll get into my favorites in a bit, but its connecting tissue is so much stronger than it was in the first game. Christianity was first introduced to Japan in the 1500s by Catholic Portuguese adventurers. They built churches, converted a few local warlords, and gained a small foothold in the religious menagerie of Japan. Under the rule of Oda Nobunaga, you remember that character from Anindo Way of the Ninja? The idea that these new Christians were becoming a threat grew. A famine in 1637 led to rebellion, and Christians were largely blamed. Foreign missionaries were killed en masse, and native Japanese were forced to renounce their faith. For the next 200 years, due to Japan's isolationist foreign policy, that was it. A fad, something that came and left over a generation or two. Then came the forced opening of Japan by the United States government in 1853. Using our vastly superior navy, us Americans made Japan open itself up to foreign trade. With it, naturally came the return of Jesus Christ. These events are ingrained within the Japanese collective unconscious. Breath of Fire 2 contains strong, thinly veiled, anti-Christian, anti-foreign messaging. What's with this new God thing? Who are these people? Building churches, telling me to give myself to God, to praise Saint Eva. In Breath of Fire 1, every town had its own dragon temple, where people would go to pray to statues of the dragon god. Statues which have now been lovelessly tossed aside in favor of these giant Catholic churches. Old ways of life being threatened by this new foreign ideal. What I admire about BOF2 is the nuanced approach. While St. Eva's churches are painted as a literal drain on the people's collective life force, you are, or at least you were, the son of a preacher. Towns which have embraced St. Eva fully are more prosperous than ones which have not. They do great charity work, save kids from the bottom of wells, contribute greatly to one's sense of identity. Remember, when you were a lost child, it was the church who took you in without any question. They may have called you a thief, but they gave you a bed, blankets, and a candle. The people of St. Eva are not evil. They're being manipulated. This through line gives Breath of Fire 2 complete thematic cohesion. St. Eva makes individual communities better, while sapping the trees of color, while rotting the planet from within. It's a striking message that, agree or disagree with the sentiment, Breath of Fire 2 is clearly saying that as well-intentioned, as much outwardly charitable work organized religion does, it still contributes to the downfall of society. So anyway, here's my favorite quest line. You're walking through a forest when a giant French frog tells you that his name is Jean and a witch put a spell on him. Classic fairy tale stuff. Defeat the witch to turn the frog back to normal. So you go see the witch. She tells you that he'll revert back if a beautiful girl kisses him. So either Kat or Nina kisses him, turning him back to normal. Only normal for Jean means a smaller frog. Good joke. Then tells you that he is the king of Simafort. Ikaru Hape de Pajan. You know, I was kind of hoping saying that out loud would reveal a pun that I didn't understand, but I still don't get it. In battle, Jean is useless, at least to start. A big, goofy frog man that comes off more annoying than charming. You bring Jean home, and it's a classic case of the imposter political figure. He's not actually a king. Not sure if that's a translation error or intentional. He's a prince, but the king is senile, so the prince is effectively running things anyway. In a typical RPG, this is how it's supposed to go. The kingdom was well and good, prospering under the status quo, when a high-ranking political official, possibly the king, started acting incredibly out of character, resulting in the kingdom either getting tied up in some awful war that everybody hates, or just generally declining. Oftentimes the game will even use the exact same sprite for the imposter and the original. I'm assuming mostly everyone listening has played through Chrono Trigger. Take that for example, because they do it twice. It's your job to expose the imposter, thus fixing all of the kingdom's problems. In Breath of Fire 2, here's Jean, and here's his imposter. Wow. They look nothing alike. Are the people of Simafort really so stupid that they couldn't tell them apart? Well, no. After speaking to NPCs, it's clear what actually happened was Jean was a horrible ruler that didn't take his role seriously. Simafort was going to shit under his leadership. Then one day he went missing, and another completely different frog started claiming that he was Jean. They didn't like Jean, so even though everyone knew it wasn't true, they went along with it anyway. Despite pushing this new Saint Eva thing onto them, this new frog was doing a much better job running the kingdom. Simafort had never been more prosperous. It's such a weird dynamic. We show up, the imposter orders Jean to be thrown in jail and executed. I mean, he's a little annoying, and he sucks at fighting, but we don't want the guy killed. NPCs seem to be split on the matter. Do we just continue turning the other cheek, allowing the imposter to continue running the show? Or do we allow Jean to come back and potentially ruin everything? It gets wacky after that. There's a cook-off, you end up eating cockroaches and barfing on this royal red rug. Then you kill the imposter because you find out about his habit of crucifying dissenting frogs on the roof of the castle. Oh yeah, and because he's a demon sucking the life out of our planet. Then after killing the imposter, after all that, Jean says he'd rather travel with you, then places his sister in charge. It plays with your expectations, it's funny, has a satisfying setup and payoff, and this degree of thought was put into all of Breath of Fire 2's individual quest lines. These isolated vignettes and its connecting tissue, you know, the religion stuff, make this game into something special. Or at least I would love to say that, because there is a massive elephant I have yet to address. Breath of Fire 2's translation is legendarily awful, and it isn't limited to just item names this time, though that's still here too. What the hell did I just get? The holy shit? If I'm being fair, taken by itself, this isn't even the worst localization of a Super Nintendo RPG I've seen. But I will say that this is the best game I have seen ruined by a bad translation. BOF 2 actually has incredible story ideas. They're just being told in English by a Japanese man with the rudimentary understanding of the language and an English to Japanese dictionary. Super Ninja Boy or Lagoon both may have inferior translations if I'm talking just about the text, but those games are irredeemable in almost every way. They're awful, so you're not missing out on much. Breath of Fire 2 is like going to see Shakespeare being performed by your local second grade cabaret. Everyone speaks like that Kevin from The Office meme. Why waste time say lot word when few word do trick? We're at a traveling zoo. Let's see what these lovely ladies have to say. I'd rather see Oopa Roopa than a cruel show. ... Oopa Roopa is an adorable animal who lives in the ocean. Okay, that wasn't too bad. How about you? Our queen should be put in the show here. She's so fat, it's hard to believe she's human. It gives me the creeps to think about a human being eaten by an animal. It makes me want to go to the bathroom. It's very unusual for a carnival to come to this country. By the way, can you speak my language? I can't understand what you are saying. The town names are horrible. Hometown, because that's where you live. Farmtown, because they farm there. Township, because it's a town that can fly. They fucked up yes or no prompts in multiple places, such as when you're fusing shamans, or the end when asked if you want to gain the ultimate dragon power. Botched localization or no, Breath of Fire 2 can be laugh-it-loud funny sometimes. Like when you beat this boss and he spits out, "You guys better not laugh at me when I'm dead." Or when you're undercover at the biggest Central St. Eva church. "I'm just like you, a decent human being." Luckily for the world, our world, not the game world, you don't need to play the original. Here's a fan translation I happen to own a physical reproduction cartridge of. I'll vouch for its legitimacy. I've played through this translation before, and it's good stuff. Adds a run button, too. Unfortunately, it kind of goes against the spirit of this show to base my review off an updated fan hack. If you want a representation of the ideal Breath of Fire 2, then play the fan hack. But I'm more about looking at things as they were, as they still are in fact, because I played through this on my Switch, using Nintendo Switch Online. They're still re-releasing the original cut. Like it or not, at least in the Western world, this hatchet job is Breath of Fire 2, inseparable from its identity as a video game. As for the gameplay, it's a standard turn-based JRPG without any real wrinkles. If you found this video, then made it to however many minutes I am into said video, then I don't need to explain. It is pretty good character variety, kind of game where you always want to take everyone with you, even Jean, if only because he can hop around as a giant frog on the world map, which eliminates most random encounters. Sucks you can't take everyone, not just because there are only 4 party slots, but because benched characters do not gain EXP. If you don't use a character, they stay weak. Bo, your boy, your best friend, gets completely shafted because he starts with you. Then when you're both around level 10, you're forced to leave him behind for an entire third of the game. And when he comes back, they didn't scale him up to your level. He's still going to be around level 10 when you're probably pushing your mid-20s. And Breath of Fire games are stingy with level ups. I finished the game at 46, but that's only because I did some extra grinding for a special boss fight. You could beat the game mid to high 30s easy. If you want to use bow, you really need to go out of your way to power level him. And I never feel like doing it when I replay this game. You can also fuck yourself over if you're not using Sten, because he gets a solo mission a little over halfway through the game, and if he's still near his starting level when you get here, you're fucked. Hope you didn't save, because you're by yourself, you can't leave, and if you're not strong enough to beat this mandatory boss, game over, man. Game over. Luckily, this ain't my first rodeo, so I had them ready. When I was a kid, or 11, or however old I was my first time, I stopped playing right before the final dungeon because they take away your fast travel bird, and you're forced to play Where in the World is Carmen Sandiego with Patty the Shadow Thief, and you need to go to all these towns scattered across the planet immediately after losing your ability to fly, and I sure as shit wasn't walking the old-fashioned way. I didn't know about the flying town until years later, and apparently I never realized that both John and Spar both learned warp spells either, because I just quit. Breath of Fire 2's final dungeon is infamous for its brutality. This game already has an unfriendly encounter rate, and it's cranked up to 11 here. I'm talking every couple of steps, powerful, time-consuming enemies. You learn about our main character's past, remember all those questions this game's intro posed. Well, now we're finally getting some answers. Before you fight God himself, you're face to face with that piece of shit demon who almost killed you as a child. We meet again at last. The circle is now complete. When I last met you, I was but the learner. Now I am the master. The penultimate final boss, this demon who's basically responsible for all of that horrible shit that happened to you as a child, in a stroke of fucking genius game design, asks if you'd be willing to take him on 1v1. If you say no, you fight him normally. You still get a substantial fight, worthy of being the second to last of the game, but if you say yes, you actually fight him one-on-one. This is your personal demon. It's yours to face and yours alone. I love this. He's not scaled back either. This is the real fight, only you have no party members to help you out. And what do you get for winning? Bragging rights? Nothing else, really. The demon praises your bravery, then tells you about a chest you could have gotten anyway, then blows up. I fucking love this. It's one of my favorite boss battles in all of video gamedom. There's no practical reason to fight him alone, but it just feels so fucking good to defeat this endgame boss, the one with a personal connection to you, the protagonist. To finish him off alone is such a great feeling. Man, Breath of Fire 2 is a good-ass game. I don't think it's as snack foody as the original Breath of Fire. You can't cheese it as easy. You can't effectively disable random encounters like in that one. They changed how your dragon abilities work. Now they're just one-time spells as opposed to being battle-long transformations, meaning that, unlike in the first game, you can't just auto-battle through everything. It requires more effort to get through. Breath of Fire 2 puts up more of a resistance, and I can see more players dropping it if they try it out, but it's worth it. You don't need to play the first one either before this. Sure, you'll understand a bunch of references, but Breath of Fire 2's story and game itself stand completely on their own. Hello, everybody. Let me just kick this off by saying how wonderful it feels to be able to play Dragon Quest again for this channel, even if that game is Dragon Quest VI. Not exactly one of the higher regarded entries in the series. If you look up any ranking or any list of the Dragon Quest games, 6 is inevitably going to be at or near the bottom. And I really do think that that is more of a testament to how strong the Dragon Quest series is as a whole, as opposed to a referendum on how supposedly bad this game is, because it really isn't. I think at the end of the day, all Dragon Quest VI really suffers from is that it just doesn't have a singular thing that really makes it stand out. The first 4 entries in Dragon Quest series were all revolutionary in some way towards like advancing the JRPG genre. And then 5 comes along and it tells one of the best stories ever told in a video game. And then 6 just kind of doesn't really have any of that. It also doesn't help that it's a little brother game. A lot of the things that 6 would try to do, 7 would 5 years later, 6 years later, however long it took for 7 to get made. I know that was an infamously long development cycle. Anyway, that game did a lot of concepts and this one better. So present day, 6 just kind of gets overshadowed, but it's still a really good game. In Homer's Odyssey, Odysseus and his men are at sea when a storm blew their ship off course to the island of the Lotus Eaters. They all eat this plant that, when ingested, it creates this sense of euphoria and bliss. Odysseus and his men ate the plant and forgot about their past, lost sight of their future, and lost all ambition of returning home. All who ate the lotus want nothing more than to stay on this island, forever remaining in a state of apathetic indulgence. Recognizing that they've succumbed to the allure of never-ending pleasure, Odysseus stops eating these plants, forcibly drags his men back onto the ship, and despite a near revolt, they continued on their way back to Ithaca. In Dragon Quest VI, Mudo, the Dark Lord, before fighting him, he doesn't gloat. He doesn't go, "I'm going to take over the world." Well, wait, I mean, his fake counterpart does, but I'll get into that. The real Mudo says, "Let me show you how harsh reality can be." Oh, and this is a quarter of the way through the game, by the way. And this isn't like a fake demon lord. This is the guy. This is the main antagonist of Dragon Quest VI, and you kill him permanently 15 hours into a 46-hour game, which is exactly what I complained about in Phantasy Star 4, but here I think they did a much better job of filling in what happens next. Eventually anyway, because it is weird immediately after. The king tells you Mudo may have been defeated, but other evils still plague the world, which, fair enough, I guess there's always evil in the world, but at some point you're just kind of hunting ghosts. This leads into the directionless part of the game, where you don't really know what you're doing or where you're supposed to be going, until you realize that Dragon Quest VI isn't a game about defeating the Dark Lord, it's a game about not eating the lotus plants. Dragon Quest VI's gimmick is that it's made up of 2 worlds. You can think of it sort of like A Link to the Past, only they're a lot more similar. There's the real world, which should be self-explanatory, and the dream world. There's no concrete rules as to how these places interact. Sometimes doing something in the dream world results in something happening in the real world. Sometimes the dream world consists of a dead man's memories. Other times it's a one-to-one replica of a real-world location. They're loosely connected, much like a real dream is to a reality. What is concrete, though, is that every NPC in the real world has a counterpart in the dream world. Take this old man, for instance. In the dream world, he's pulling a Boogie 2988 and has this hot, I guess hot for Dragon Quest VI standards, young woman as a companion, but in reality, he just says that he's lonely. NPCs and characters in the dream world are idealized representations of themselves. Of course, since this is a Super Nintendo game, it doesn't normally go much further than that old man I just used as an example, and we've seen dual reality stuff like this before, but the twist in Dragon Quest VI is that you, the player character, the one you move around, is the fake. You are the phony, idealized version of yourself, and your mission after defeating the Demon Lord is to go find yourself so you can stop eating the lotus plants. It's a thinly veiled metaphor for self-discovery, facing your responsibilities, and whatnot. But I'm a sucker for a good parable, and the overarching concept behind this game I enjoyed quite a bit. There's way more to it than I remembered. You spend the first few hours in the dream world, but you don't know it's the dream world. Your tiny village up in the hills hosts a yearly ceremony to celebrate the mountain gods, and to another year of peace. For every ceremony, they buy this crown off this craftsman who lives in the nearest city. They entrust you with the village's goods, so you can go to said city. It's this weird place with like a dozen different shopkeepers, each attempting to rip you off. Gives off a carnival-like vibe. You can actually shop around and sell your goods for different prices too, but when you go to buy the crown, its craftsman isn't home. He headed west to find the materials to make this thing with, so you go west to follow him, only to find this giant hole in the world and a man hanging for his life. You help him up, but fall in instead, only to reappear someplace which isn't on your map. You're half transparent, and you can't interact with any of the townspeople. Only after ingesting the dream-seeing drops do you become real. Or do you? You become a physical dream. These giant holes in the dream world is how we cross over to the other side. I love the setup, but at the end of the day, a Dragon Quest game is mostly a series of self-contained vignettes, and I wish I had as nice of things to say about those, but I found most of them forgettable. Mostly standard stuff anyway, such as legends state that in a cave nearby there's this ultimate weapon, but sadly the only guy who knows where the cave is has been dead for 50 years, so then you go to the dream world where he's conveniently still alive and to learn about the cave, to get the thing, yada yada yada, whatever, blah blah blah. Back to the main plot. In Mudo's castle, we're in this elegant room with a royal red rug, and blam, you're face to face with a statue of one of your party members. And this was before any of that Dream World 2 selves stuff was explained to the player either. So you're thinking, what? What's going on here? Fucking encounters. You couldn't have turned them off for this one room? Especially since it interrupts a cutscene. The encounter rate is a little high. Not too bad, but enough that it annoyed me more than a few times. And this game's difficulty in general was higher than I expected. Dragon Quest VI sort of kicked my ass, especially in the beginning before you gain any additional party members. The village elder in your hometown gives you the village goods to trade for a crown, but fuck that, man. I'm getting my ass kicked. I need equipment. So I sold the goods and bought some. You start off so weak. Random encounters right outside the first town killed me probably half a dozen times before I even reached this city. Like, look here, it's 6-on-1. Some games change the number of enemies you can potentially encounter based on the number of party members you have. Like, if you're at the beginning of the game and it's still a solo adventure, then you wouldn't be able to run into more than 2 at a time, but there's no such safety net here. And throughout the whole game, grinding was almost a constant presence. In order to beat Mudo, I ground for about 2 hours. I ground at the beginning just so I could survive, and I ground again after unlocking the job system. I ground after getting to the Dark World, and I ground again to beat the final boss. Oh yeah, there's a Dark World too, just like, you know, Dragon Quests 3, 4, and 5, aka where the end of the game happens. This sort of became a Dragon Quest tradition for a while, didn't it? Anyway, this game was a real kick in the balls, when I didn't expect it to be. This is a Dragon Quest game, after all. One about dreams at that. I should be sleepwalking right through it, right? I think in terms of what I'd consider to be mainstream Super Nintendo RPGs, the Final Fantasy series, Chrono Trigger, Earthbound, Secret of Mana, Dragon Quest, this has to be the most difficult one out of all of them. Not in terms of every RPG on the system, but out of the ones that come from a big name series, you know. If I were to say their names to an average gamer, they would at least know what I'm talking about. Your walking speed is noticeably higher than it was in 5, which is why the encounter rate seems a little higher than it should. I'll bet you get into the same amount of encounters per step as in 5, but since you're moving faster, it just seems like they happen way more often. Now, I'm not going to complain about increased walking speed. It comes in handy, especially in towns. Hell, even if you do get into more encounters in the overworld and in dungeons, it's still better than walking slowly, I suppose. But at times it felt like I was getting into fights every few seconds, and that's something that you notice, even if you don't notice that it's only because you're moving faster. I mentioned a job system earlier. They brought it back after it not being in 4 or 5, but you have to unlock it first. After defeating Mudo, remember that hole in the world you fell into saving that guy? Well, that hole isn't there anymore, and in its place is a shrine with another guy who changes your vocation. It's sort of a job system light. You don't unlock them until 15 hours into the game, and they don't change your appearance, they don't affect what equipment you're able to use, and you're able to switch between them with no repercussions whatsoever. All they really do is alter your character's stats and what abilities they end up learning. They brought back goof-offs though, which is something I love about the fan translation I played. This game didn't come out in America, obviously, so when translating, they could either use modern Dragon Quest conventions and names, they could have just used the ones from the DS translation, or they could have tried to emulate what an official localization might have looked like had it happened in 1995. Now, I'm willing to bet that this translation actually is older than the DS version, so that probably wasn't an option, but regardless of how we got here, I appreciate that they went the route of trying to emulate what a localization might have been in 1995, i.e. using the same names as the English NES versions and not whatever a modern Dragon Quest might call things. For example, whenever that Dragon Quest 3 remake comes out, that's still happening, right? Square Enix hasn't said a word in years, so who knows? But assuming that eventually comes out, this class, the goof-offs, they're going to be called gadabouts? Now what the hell is a gadabout? Give me goof-offs, damn it. In practice, this job system ends up functioning more like Final Fantasy VI's Magicite, in that it's mostly used to give your characters whichever specific spells and abilities you want them to have, than they are true classes like you would see in Final Fantasy V. Other than that, the battles themselves, well, they're Dragon Quest battles. If it ain't broke, it's the exact same system they used in 11, which came out 6 years ago now, geez. Basic as basic can be, but of course I wouldn't expect anything else. Equip your weapons. Wait, this is literally the last new town you gain access to before the Dark World. Why is there a tutorial NPC here? Ah, charade you are. Remember how there's 2 counterparts to every NPC? Well, that entire first city where you sell your crown doesn't exist in the real world. Instead, its inhabitants populate this shithole town trope. Think Zozo in Final Fantasy VI or Pickham in Dragon Quest VIII. A shanty town with crooks, hooks, weird unplanned construction that looks like it was set up in a first come, first serve manner. Suddenly those pushy shopkeepers in that dream town make a whole lot more sense. That lady who yells at you for entering her house takes on a whole new meaning in this different environment, especially after you learn about her backstory. Remember that guy who we helped out of that giant hole? In reality, he fucking died, and that was her father, and he happens to be a blacksmith that you need to fix your legendary sword. It's got some layers, man, and this is a fantastic setup, then pay off much later on. It's incredibly funny to find out that this tutorial NPC is just some drunk guy talking nonsense in a bar. Eventually you make your way back to the village the game began in, only the real world version this time. And shh, there he is. He doesn't notice us yet. Can I move? Can I try and catch up to him? Game? Oh god dang it! Stupid encounters. Man, he's gone. When you finally meet yourself, he's everything that you are not. Mainly a coward that gets bullied by this loser who's trying to date your sister. Your character's journey happened opposite to this. In your world, you went from this nameless slob in some random mountain village all the way to Reddick Castle, where you bravely enlisted into its army to help fight Mudo, which led to a series of adventures where you actually end up defeating him in both worlds. Your real self, on the other hand, a prince of Reddick, where you mistakenly were called a prince earlier, but were found out because you didn't know the names of anybody there. I don't understand why the names of the characters are different in the real world as the dream world, but they were, so whatever. When the king and queen fall ill, and it looks like he might need to assume the throne, instead of doing that, he ran away. With the responsibility staring him in the face, he backed down. When you first meet up, and want to fuse with him, which is why you've been looking for him this whole time, so you can fuse to become one super being, he's scared of joining with you, because he doesn't know what'll happen. This is approximately 80% of the way through the game. By this point, you're a battle-hardened warrior, but the real you is just running away from everything, getting picked on by this guy who was an afterthought in your world. Then the village gets attacked, your doppelganger cowers inside, while you defeat all the monsters. This lady's hilarious, by the way. The townsfolk are in a panic, and she's stuck behind the bar. It's awesome. There is no escape. After this commotion, you're finally able to fuse the 2 halves of yourself together, which only results in you learning the Zap spell, which isn't even good. Single target electric attack, when you can learn a multi-target version of the same spell with the Sage job class. Yeah, that's very lame. Alright, so we've defeated the Dark Lord. We've found ourselves. What now? Well, throughout your adventures, there was once a great kingdom who learned of this sealed away, super powerful being, and the king of this great land decided it would be a chipper idea to summon it so he could control said power. The kingdom succeeded in summoning it, but were unable to control it, so of course it ends up going berserk and destroying everything. Wait a second, this is the Zeal storyline from Chrono Trigger. They just borrowed it for a bit, I guess. That's who ends up being our end boss, some evil spirit this kingdom unleashed upon the world halfway through the game, which is fine, but it's a little disjointed. Like, it feels like it came from nowhere. It's not even built up aside from this one small segment of the game, even. You don't spend a lot of time in this castle, anyway. And speaking of Zeal from Chrono Trigger, Dragon Quest VI also tries to do the whole mystical town thing. You know, a whole village whose gimmick is that everyone is a magic user of some kind. In Final Fantasy III or Chrono Trigger, Trigger, and this is the last time I'm going to compare it to those, I swear, but Dragon Quest VI did come after, so fair is fair. In those games, they went to great lengths to establish how using magic is this rare and remarkable ability. Even in something like Final Fantasy II, their magic village is poignant for other character-related reasons. But here, the mysticism doesn't quite work because everyone knows how to use magic in the world of Dragon Quest. So why should I care? It's not special. This is like how every town or city thinks it's unique because they have a lake or some other body of water. When no, most places have that. You're not special. What most games don't have, however, is a Pokemon Generation 3-esque contest mini-game, complete with a runway, judges, and a spotlight. See, in addition to attack and defense, every piece of equipment also affects your style rating. And they really shove this in your face, too. It made me think that your style stat would affect luck or some other behind-the-scenes battle element, but no, the style stat is literally just for this dumb bullcrap that nobody would ever do if it wasn't for the fact that you actually need to win 3 of these contests to progress with the game. Imagine if in Pokemon, whenever they introduced the contests or whatever insert dumb thing they added this time, they forced you to win it 3 times before you could move on with the game. It's just as stupid as it sounds, and it happens like 2/3 of the way through, too, right when shit's getting serious. How did everyone get here anyway? I literally had to encase my ship inside of a bubble with the mermaid's harp, so I could go underwater, then come up inside of these mountains, just so I could come to this lone building in the middle of nowhere to take part in these contests. Does everybody live here? Like in this one room? It's the only building in this whole town. Anyway, yeah, you go underwater in this game too. I guess that contests weren't the only thing Pokemon Generation 3 ripped off. Believe it or not, this was the first Dragon Quest game with a bag for you to put your excess items in, essentially giving you an unlimited inventory, which is great for ease of play reasons, but as a result, they went a little key item happy. Literally, you get 3 different master keys. There's also the aforementioned mermaid harp, the magic carpet, 2 separate passes allowing you into different towns. The world map is an item, the Mirror of Ra, the Orb of Truth, the Reins of Pegasus, the Royal Letter, the Rusted Pipe, the Sand Container, and each small medal, renamed to mini medals in modern Dragon Quest, is its own item. Yeah, they went a little item crazy here. Is all this coming across as too negative? Ultimately, most of my complaints with this game are nitpicks. My only real one is that I wish the entirety of its concept was as strong as the dual reality one. I think it's an incredibly cool setup, with some moments that are really well executed, but it doesn't quite go that extra step into telling an interesting tale with those elements. I enjoyed Dragon Quest VI a lot. It was 32 in my top 100 Super Nintendo games list, and if I had to re-rank, it would probably be a little bit higher. Not top 10, but teens, early 20s range. I will say that the entire Dark World, or last 15-ish% of the game, was very well done, even if the villain itself kind of came out of nowhere and isn't really all that memorable in the grand scheme of things. I wouldn't recommend this game to anyone who's never touched Dragon Quest before, but if you've avoided it because you heard that it sucked, I'm here to tell you that it does not in fact suck, and you should give it a chance. That is, if you feel like it. Anyway, that's all I got. Shout out to the patrons. Shout out to William Robert Lee. Front mission of the non-gun hazard variety will be the next episode. In the meantime, I'll have some other stuff I'm gonna upload. I have some ideas for some quicker videos I can do, so hopefully it won't take me another month to upload. Never trust anyone who needs a haircut. Goodbye. I am Jason Graves. Never trust anyone who needs a haircut. And Final Fantasy Mystic Quest is the game that doesn't try. It's like an own goal, or when NBA teams lose on purpose. It's bad, but it's bad intentionally, so why should I care? It's not necessarily incompetent, it isn't even lazy. This is a game with no ambition. Mystic Quest isn't bad because they failed, it's bad by design. The surrounding philosophy was flawed. You're probably aware, but in the off chance you're not, Square was disappointed by the sales of Final Fantasy IV outside of Japan. So instead of releasing 5, they custom made a game just for the American market. a dumbed-down rendition of the turn-based game, or an entry-level RPG as the marketing materials would put it. It's a kid's game, has as much in common with Elmo's Numberland or the Rugrats game as it does Final Fantasy VII. As Shin Megami Tensei and Dragon Quest V validated the idea that video games were growing up as an art form, Final Fantasy Mystic Quest is the counterpoint, affirming that they were still toys. The medium still had a long way to go. When doing these videos, I like to play these games in a variety of ways. So far in this series, I've used a real cartridge inside a Super Nintendo, a real cartridge inside a Retron 5, SNES 9X, Hygan, a hacked Switch running RetroArch, and for this game, a modified Super Nintendo Classic. Every method has involved a real SNES controller, on PC with the help of this adapter that I bought on RetroUSB.com in around 2008. And using the wireless SNES controller for the Switch that you can order on Nintendo's website. I used a border in the CRT filter. It resulted in this oscillating line at the top of the screen. I don't know why, but there it is. Hope it doesn't drive you too crazy. The idea was to get new people into RPGs. It spanned the market, the blue ocean strategy, if you will. Today, if you wanted to do this, get somebody new into RPGs, Mystic Quest wouldn't cross my mind for a second. I'd hand them Pokemon, but since that didn't exist yet, for a time in the mid-90s, if done well, this game could have filled that niche. Square was forthcoming that this was a game intended for babies. That's fair. Since your expectations should change, I'm going to attempt to criticize from the perspective of somebody who's new to video games. Instead of asking myself if this game is worthwhile, let's ask, if you handed this to a 5-year-old, or your grandma, what might their experience be like? For one, it doesn't have a plot, it doesn't have characters, so I'm not going to complain about that. This was clearly intended as a purely mechanical exercise. They did a lot of things to streamline the genre norms. Obviously, the active time battle system was scrapped. There are no save points. And instead of the traditional ways of saving on the overworld, you can save anywhere, anytime outside of battle. There is no MP. Instead, they've reverted back to the set number of charges system, not unlike the one in the first Final Fantasy. No random encounters. Every enemy is visible on the map, avoidable if you wish. Every chest with consumables respawn, allowing you to farm them to infinity. Your party only has a maximum of 2, and they're CPU controlled by default. All upgrades to your weapons and armor equipped to the best loadout automatically. Lastly, the free-roaming overworld was replaced by a Super Mario-style level select. If you're making an introductory experience, what works and what doesn't? I'd say this style overworld does. There's nowhere to get lost, and it makes backtracking easier than it would have been otherwise. I'm also an outspoken, adamant fan of auto battle, and had my partner on that setting most of the time. It, theoretically anyway, should make battles faster. And also the AI cheats by not selecting their move at the start of the turn. They use the extra info gained as the round progresses. Say you start at full health, the enemy attacks. Well, you never would have known to heal yourself at the beginning of the round. Your computer-controlled companion does. And you can use this to your advantage. While you do gain this convenience, it's a double-edged sword. The AI isn't aggressive enough when fighting weak encounters. In a situation where the optimal play would have been to forego healing to attack and finish off the enemy, the auto-battle companion will always default to the cure spell instead of the attack. The most substantial mistake Square made is that they didn't make an easy game, they made a forgiving one, an important difference. You would think, since this is essentially positioned as an educational game of sorts, that it would require the player to learn something to progress. If you die, you continue from the start of a battle without penalty. It makes the ability to save anywhere redundant, and wouldn't change the experience if they had opted into the more traditional method of set save points. If you were to remove the continue function and the save anywhere system, Final Fantasy Mystic Quest would be characterized by an average to above average difficulty. The folly in making something forgiving as opposed to easy is that it removes any and all stakes from the proceedings. Look at Pokemon. The games are always incredibly effortless to get through,
Assuming your brain had continued to develop past the first grade, that is.
But at least you can still lose the battles. They at least keep up the appearance of some kind of a struggle. In a stroke of irony, because the lack of random battles, the way they play out ends up being too random if your goal is to teach players how these games work. Take this fire boss. Not only is it plausible, it's likely that he'll move at the end of the round one turn, and first in the next. If he decides to use his AoE fuck you fire move twice in a row, which he did to me on more than one occasion, it's death every single time. There's nothing you can do. It takes you from full health to 0 without letting you take a turn. And just to add another random element, this is one of those games where you miss a lot. Roughly a quarter of the time starting out. The continue system combined with the arbitrarily determined battles doesn't promote using different tactics to achieve a different outcome. It encourages you to do the same thing repeatedly until the RNG shakes out in your favor. You're not taught to go around the brick wall, you're taught to keep kicking until it falls over. I lost the tutorial battle. Not because I did anything wrong, there's only one option. It's not like Pokemon where you can use Growl or Leer or something. All you can do is attack, and I lost because my character decided to miss one too many times. Again, if the goal was to teach you how to battle in a turn-based RPG, this is lousy. Simplifying the mechanics is fine, but the random outcomes completely undercut the point. Something else that might trip up a new player. After beating a boss, the key item that is required to progress is inside of a chest you need to go over there and open, as opposed to the cutscene just giving it to you. Sure, it's obvious to me, and I'm sure you, the viewer, would never forget to open a chest. But imagine you're 5 years old, overcome by the emotion of killing a big bad skeleton monster, and you don't notice that there's a chest in the corner of the screen. Imagine leaving the dungeon and being unable to progress. I suppose you could argue that it teaches you that chests are important, that you should always look out for them, and admittedly you might be right. Something I noticed about this scene is that the game waits for you to jump over this gap before your partner leaves you. That's sneakily clever, because if he had left right after the boss fight, they would have had to animate him jumping onto the turtle shells. I see your tricks, game. What doesn't make sense though? Why doesn't he stay with you until you leave? I mean, you're both going in the same direction, you're both leaving the dungeon. He couldn't walk with you for another couple minutes? From a gameplay perspective, I get that it's supposed to highlight how you've become stronger. You don't have anybody dragging you around anymore. Being by yourself, especially to a kid, is somewhat of an emotional fantasy. It represents the freedom that they can't have.
What's the matter, Tristan? You don't like me? You couldn't hang out with me for another minute? Does Kaylee like me? Does Phoebe like me? Does anybody like me? I mean, they are all stronger than me. Maybe one of them should be the hero instead of me.
Although this idea is, like a lot of other things, undercut in a way. Because when you kill an enemy, they stay dead as long as you're still in the area, meaning that the path back to the entrance was already cleared before your partner leaves you. So you don't actually get a chance to show off your improved strength unless you go out of your way to do so. I've established that it doesn't quite work as an introductory, but what about me? What about us? What can Final Fantasy Mystic Quest offer someone who isn't a 5-year-old grandma? It's the kind of game where most of the time winning just requires you to press A, which is in a way, in this case, an acceptable trait, because the game is so bland that it's tough to give it your full attention. The way to get through this game is with a controller in one hand and a book in the other. This might make a good phone game, because it can be a short burst of bullcrap as you wait for the county plumbing inspector, or whatever you do to have free moments throughout the day. They were nice enough to label which treasure chests have important items, so you know which ones to skip. You're not going to want to fight every enemy, because most of them are a waste of time. Take this room. I walked in, saw a crowd of enemies guarding a chest with some consumables, and walked the hell out. Speaking of nice features, why the heck aren't you able to jump in more of these? Not only is it a simple, more fun way to move around, but it solves completely the NPC shuffle. In the past are the days where someone would trap you or block a narrow path. This could have been genre changing, but unfortunately, most of the ideas in this game, good or bad, ended here. Instead of having monster encounters on the world select, they included these battlegrounds where you can grind for experience. There's 10 battles per battlefield and 20 battlefields in the game. If you defeat all 10 in an area, you get a little bonus. Sometimes it's gold or EXP, but other times it'll be an item or spell. Even with the rewards, they don't matter. I cleared some of them out for fun, I guess, but you can do as many or as few as you want. They're the closest thing this game has to side quests, and they rapidly devolve into pressing A for a few minutes until it's over. If you're anything like me, you're probably not even looking at the screen during these. People might look at these areas as innocuous because you're not required to do them, but I see them as a missed opportunity. They should have been a short little side area, a proper one where you walk around like in a town or dungeon, with a few monsters and a chest at the end containing whatever the reward is. Not that the real areas are anything special, because they're not. They're unremarkable and lacking in creativity. It's got the grassland, iceland, fireland, dirtland thing going on. There's this thing called the Rainbow Road, which Sid makes.
Haha, just kidding. He's not actually named Sid, but he definitely should have been.
You can't actually go to the Rainbow Road. It's just something that you walk over on the world map. I guess a road made of rainbows was too good of an idea to put the effort into making it explorable. I'll admit there was one part where I looked up a walkthrough. This barrel being guarded by a monster, and only this barrel in an area full of them can be pushed out of the way. After consulting the guide, about 90% of the way through the game might I add, I decided to look up maps for the final area, not because I needed them, just because I wanted to be done. There was no desire to devote any of my treasured brain cells to mentally mapping this game out. After defeating the final boss and outlining the script I just read to you, I saw something interesting online. The life spell, which can normally be used to revive your ally or restore your health to full, making the regular cure spell kind of redundant actually, is apparently bugged to kill most random enemies in one shot. This intrigued me so much that I went back into my save and decided to test it out. It worked on the enemies in the final area, so now I'm curious. How many enemies can you cheese this way? I went back to every area, hunting down every enemy type to get a statistic. It worked on 82%. Since I already killed the bosses, I don't know if it works on any of them, and from what I read, it shouldn't, but I can't confirm this for myself.
Final Fantasy Mystic Quest is a game whose audience I don't know exists, if that makes any sense. I'm pretty sure it didn't review very well at the time, and Square seemed to learn their lesson because they gave us Final Fantasy III when it was time for that to come out. No questions asked. So I guess all's well that ends well.
Hey, you heard about that Mario guy?
Him, you mean?
You know, one jumping around the forest?
Yeah, I know him.
Yeah, okay, check it out.
I always thought Super Mario RPG was ugly as sin, but it does have its own unique Super Nintendo era, crunchy, heavily compressed 3D charm. Not sure I can put it into words, but Donkey Kong Country's pre-rendered assets hold up so much better to me for some reason. That being said, you're never going to mistake Mario RPG for any other game. It's one of one. The princess gets kidnapped by Bowser, riding the Koopa Copter. You know, standard Mario fare. Then the game starts and, oh, I'm already at the castle. Hey, this Mario game's a little weird. Normally you can only move from side to side, but it's letting me go in all 8 directions? This must be what video games are going to be like on the Ultra 64. Alright, let's jump on this little goon man, and holy shit! Sky is falling, up is down, left is right, short is long, what the fuck is going on? Cried 8-year-olds worldwide when they first witnessed Super Mario RPG. Yeah, they all said fuck. Every single one of them. RPG, unless you were a super nerd, those were just letters. You got the new Mario game, and unlike his other spin-off adventures such as Mario Kart, where you can look at the cover and understand that it's a game where you drive go-karts, too many. perhaps most who played this game when it first came out, Mario RPG might as well have been in another language. Despite the Mario name, this was developed by Squaresoft as a way to wean beginners and Americans at large into the RPG genre. A bad sign because, as you may recall, SNES RPG number 9, Final Fantasy Mystic Quest had the exact same mission statement, and it's kind of a legendary failure. Super Mario RPG was Square's second chance. Maybe a little too late because it came out only a couple months before Mario 64, and I'm not sure you could convince me that there was much overlap between this game's audience and who would end up buying Final Fantasy VII a year later. It probably goes without saying, but here it is anyway. Super Mario RPG is leagues better than Final Fantasy Mystic Quest at everything both of these games attempted to do. You can clearly see design decisions made for Mystic Quest which carried over into Mario, in each case refined and implemented in more clever ways. Both titles contain a level select styled world map, so players wouldn't have to wrangle with navigating an open-ended realm. It's also a Mario homage. If you've played Mario 3 or World, then you already know how SMB RPG's level select works. It's also structured very much like any other Mario game, with your goal to collect all 7 stars, each one representing a would-be world from any traditional Mario. Both games contain no random battles, instead opting for the always visible approach, but in Mario, enemies move around, and avoiding them is its own little game within a game, whereas in Mystic Quest, they're completely static, and most of the time you're forced to fight them anyway to continue. Both attempted to be comedy RPGs, for lack of a better term, and I would say that Mario RPG mostly succeeds. My favorite part of this whole game is Booster. Hashtag bring back Booster. His thing is that he's a giant man-child neckbeard that has presumably never spoken to a woman in his life. He has this army of sniffets to bounce ideas off of and do whatever he wants. Then Princess Peach falls onto his tower, and he doesn't really know how to handle it. He locks her up, thinks to himself, how do you entertain a girl anyway? One of the sniffets suggests marrying her, and Booster doesn't really know what that is, but when he hears that you eat cake at a wedding, he's all on board. There's a classic gag where the sniffets are searching for a plush doll of Mario to act out sort of a wedding rehearsal with dolls. Meanwhile, the real Mario is hiding in the curtains so he won't be discovered, attempting to rescue Peach. You need to move back and forth while the sniffets keep opening up the curtains, then Booster comes over, opens the curtain you're behind, and doesn't even care that you're there. In fact, he thanks you for grabbing the doll up off that shelf. He runs away with Peach, taking her to a wedding chapel. Then Mario and the boys steal her back, but Booster doesn't even care because he got to eat cake. Oh, congratulations, sir. The wedding is now officially over. It's a wrap. And he just walks away. Successful wedding, I guess. It's lighthearted, cute, and fluffy humor. As I saw it, Mystic Quest's largest failing is that they didn't make a game that teaches you how to play a standard JRPG because they didn't make an easy game. They made a forgiving one. An important difference. Sometimes boiling down to pure RNG whether or not the game decides to use its fuck you attacks over and over again. There's no transparency as to who's going to move next. Its turn order is erratic and unpredictable, which is exactly what you don't want if you want your player to plan ahead. How could you if you never know who's going to move next? Whenever you lost, you were given the option to immediately retry every fight. There's no stakes, you never learn how to fight anything, you just end up rolling the dice again until you win. Mario RPG gets all of this correct. It's not what I would call difficult, but you still need to learn how to play it in order to progress. Dying results in being sent back to your last save point, like in Final Fantasy. Or hell, like going to the last checkpoint in any other Mario game. It puts up more resistance than I expected. Boss battles are all varied, each one has their own little gimmicks, their own wrinkles each one brings to battles. Mario's turn order is also nice and predictable. If the first round goes Mario, enemy, Bowser, then Peach, every other round is going to go exactly like that, so you can actually plan ahead properly. There's a surprising amount of status effects, But one item covers all your bases. You generally don't need to carry different items to cure different statuses. It's one size fits all, meaning that it's not overly complicated, but it's still introducing the idea of status effects and the importance of having to cure them. Plus, revives are some of the cheapest items in the game, here called pick-me-ups, a fantastic name by the way. So there's no excuse not to be stocked up on them. And they always bring you back to full health too, just to make things a little bit easier on you. It doesn't leave too much up for chance. Mario RPG is a game that demands you learn to be prepared. Mystic Quest beats you over the head with a stick and then told you nothing really matters. Just keep taking these hits until you eventually win. Mario RPG is a game that tells you in exactly 5 minutes somebody is going to appear behind that corner and he's going to hit you over the head with a stick, so you better get prepared now. Its battle menu is genius, especially for stupid little kids and non-readers, which sounds silly. If you can't read, what the heck are you doing with an RPG? But I can imagine little kids playing this and it helping them learn. Every button has an assigned action: A to attack, B to defend, which is actually useful in this game by the way, X for items, Y for special moves. Text-based menus are more intimidating than this button system. You see, normal turn-based battles like this are incredibly boring. In fact, this one's just putting me to sleep just looking at it. But in Super Mario RPG, holy shit, watch this! You hit A, and it does more damage! I'm actually pretty indifferent towards timed hits, if you can believe it. If they help you enjoy the game more, then by all means enjoy the game more because of them, but I don't know. I mean, that's all anybody talks about in this game. I felt like I kind of had to bring it up. Oh, look at how awesome this is. Bowser throws Mario twice. That's just a good attack. Super Mario RPG is also a master of the Phantom tutorial. You learn about targeting separate enemies from the initial Bowser fight. There are no experience points awarded when you win any of these first battles. It doles out its RPG mechanics one by one, allowing you to digest each of them as they come. After going through your first and second areas, finishing the first real boss, the game goes out of its way to bring extra attention to the fact that this hammer bro dropped its hammer when you defeated it, and you should go into your menu and equip it. A toad is also here, ready to spell out these mechanics more directly if you want him to. Then you put the hammer on, and the first object you equip has a clear and immediate difference. Mario begins the game by punching enemies, but now with the hammer, you're visually performing a different action. Tells the player that equipment matters in a way that isn't just numbers going up. Another thing Mario RPG does to make potential noobs feel more at home is as simple as how Mario moves. More importantly, how he jumps. I promise you that this is the last time I'm going to bring up Mystic Quest, but in that game you could also jump, but it was always at a fixed angle, and while you do jump on platforms, I would hesitate to call anything you do in that game platforming. They did not phone in Mario's movement. The same love, care, and attention went into Mario's variable jump arc as it would have in any other real Mario game. Wow, this is Mario in 3D. This is me moving in all directions. This jump feels good. This is what Mario is going to be like on the Ultra 64. Kind of. Except not really, but hey, you might have thought that at the time. Don't get me wrong. Platforming is hell in this game.
Thank you so much for playing my game.
But it has nothing to do with how Mario moves, it's just a perspective issue. I think it sucks, but these platforming segments also go a long way in packaging this game for new players. Moving along a rigid grid a la Final Fantasy was not going to cut it for any Mario game, regardless of genre. There are also a metric F-ton of mini-games, none of which I personally think are fun, but I do think they're a more interesting way of getting some of these moments across. Like, would a cutscene where Mario runs on like a rolling log, would that have had any impact on any players? They all keep track of your high scores too, and they give you rewards for hitting a certain mark. So if you really want to go back, the completionist stuff is all here. There isn't much plot, but but what little we do have is told well. Bowser's Castle is taken over by someone named Smithy. There's 7 magical star pieces both you and Smithy want, so it's a quest to get all 7 MacGuffins, and that's about it. I love that Mario is this huge celebrity and everyone freaks out when meeting him for the first time. I love that there's a bad Yoshi with sunglasses named Boshi. In Bowser's Castle, if he's in your party, enemies refuse to attack him, except for Shy Guys, because they're originally Wart's minions, not Bowser's. That's some next level continuity. Geno fans can shove it though. Geno for Smash? No. Mallow for Smash. This is Mallow's video game. He's adorable. When the classic imposter plot happens, he's like, "Oh gee, Mario, isn't it funny that this guy's name is Mallow too?" In the end, exactly what you think will happen, happens. You defeat Smithy, reunite all the star pieces, reassemble the Star Road from Mario World. I don't believe Mario RPG to be any kind of masterpiece. It often gets lumped in with the legends, like Chrono Trigger or Dragon Quest V, but it falls well short of that for me. It's a cute little game, and everything it tries to do, it does well. But I would say newer Mario RPGs would go on to do this bigger and better.
Now I just want to go on record by saying I fucking love Jason Graves.
Yeah, that's me. I'm a little angry at the moment. You might be wondering how I got here. Well, normally I end the video with this, but there's no time like the present. 71 hours! Almost 72. But let's back up and let ol' J1KG tell you a tale. You know Fire Emblem, right? Long-running Nintendo strategy RPG series, infamously didn't leave Japan until the Game Boy Advance, and that's where my knowledge of the series essentially started. Before the title we simply know as Fire Emblem, there were in actuality 6 names before it, with 3 of them releasing on the Super Famicom. What's weird are the release years, 94, 96, and 99? And it technically didn't retail until 2000, before it was merely a downloadable game for your Nintendo Power Flash cart. No relation to the magazine. This game wasn't on shelves until the year 2000 for the Super Famicom. Intelligent Systems must have hated the Nintendo 64. I thought I knew what Fire Emblem was all about. I've beaten most of the games that came out here. The GBA ones, all the ones for the 3DS, had a blast with 3 houses, but I was not prepared. This is not your cute eating cupcakes with your girlfriend, having a LARP in school, no, let's kiss and hold hands Fire Emblem. No, this game is ghoulishly hardcore. Old Fire Emblem wears you down emotionally. They're calculating monsters. If you give them an inch, one of your party members is dead. Whether or not you get through Fire Emblem Mystery of the Emblem is contingent on how patient you can be, for 2 main reasons. Firstly, it's so slow. You need to individually move each one of your units one by one. You need to manually move items from character to character. You need to wait for the enemy to move their units one by one. And on top of this, by default, there are battle animations. I can't imagine anyone beating this without turning them off. Larger chapters easily surpass the hour mark with them turned off, and there's 42 chapters in here. In the past, I have digested some sluggish, janky, slow games. Dungeon Master, Uncharted Waters. Hell, Uncharted Waters is one of my favorite games of all time now, and it's the only title I played more of after finishing my video. So I can handle prolonged, clunky, draining experiences. But what kills my morale more than anything else in all of video gaming is losing progress. Playing old Fire Emblem is to repeatedly lose progress. It's basically what these games are all about. If you didn't know, when a character is defeated in battle, unlike in Shining Force or the newer Fire Emblems, your character is dead for good, which is fine. My old basketball coach used to have a saying, next man up. What makes losing a unit so heartbreaking, and most of the time unacceptable, is how how the experience system works, which means that you can't grind at any sort of random encounters, with the exception of the Coliseum, which is risky because your character can get screwed by the random enemy RNG and die in an instant. Some of these encounters are more powerful than the enemies in the final chapter. Using the Coliseum is also risky because the best time to try and use it is when all the enemies are already defeated and you essentially have the battle locked up. You wouldn't want to wait to do it before, because then you run the risk of something going wrong during the chapter and having to reboot, rendering your time spent grinding lost. Yet if you do it at the end, you run the risk of your character dying, having to redo the entire chapter. What I'm getting at is that there's almost a set pool of EXP to go around, so you need to pick and choose which units to invest in extraordinarily carefully. It's bizarre. Enemy units become one of your most valuable commodities. On top of that, assigning EXP is sort of like a soft lottery. Sometimes your character turns into a great knight, other times they suck ass no matter what you do. The only way to know if they're going to be good or not is to invest in them. You'll end up with far more units than you could feasibly use, and there is a great deal of choice you'll have when building a team. But all of this together means that when a character dies, you cannot have a next man up mentality, despite having plenty of unused units, because not only does your character die, so do all of the resources you poured into them. When an important character dies, you can't naturally get that experience back, so you're going to be doing a lot of this. Resetting in the middle of a battle. Oh yeah, and Marth can't die or it's an instant game over. Playing old Fire Emblem games is to rehearse the same fight over and over until you can do it without any casualties. Most of the time, there's no way you're pulling off a flawless victory on your first attempt. There is no way to know which way a fight is going to go unless you've already tried it once, twice, who knows how many times. Take this simple map for example. At first it appears you need to tiptoe this thin strip of land around all the buildings to ambush the boss in this room. Sure, there is a bridge, but it's out, meaning there's probably a switch somewhere we need to hit so our other units can invade. I put this plan into action and whoops! Actually, you can't do that because Pegasus Knights show up as reinforcements, ambushing you halfway there. Units showing up as reinforcements are common and expected, but what genuinely sets my piss ablaze is they move the same turn they appear. Enemies can show up unannounced and kill you all in one turn. Okay, so we can't do that. After a reset or two, hopefully you have figured out that a thief can lower the bridge, and you can simply do the chapter like normal. Here's another example. As I cross this narrow passage to the west, these dragon riders look like they're ready to pounce. So I get into a defensive formation and carefully cross. Only they don't attack. I think it's a little weird, but it must just be a story thing. If they're not bothering me, then I'm not going to bother them. After all, there are other examples in the game of enemy units not being hostile unless provoked. So I ignore them until I cross this bridge and they suddenly attack. I didn't know that this was going to happen, so somebody dies and it's another restart. I do the chapter again and this time I'm ready, and they aren't attacking. It turns out they're aggroed by visiting the armory, so don't go to the store, or at least build a protective wall before you do. These are only two small examples of unpredictability. There are much larger fights with things like this going on much grander and time-consuming scales. Remember how slow everything moves? How would you like to replay the same battles over and over again with some of the slowest combat on the Super Nintendo? Getting to the stage boss after struggling for over an hour only to have someone die a cheap death is not fun. The worst offender is the last chapter of the game, which admittedly isn't all that hard, but it is an endurance. It's essentially 3 chapters back to back to back, all crammed into one, meaning that if you lose any of these 3 fights, you go back. Here I am about to land the finishing blow on the final boss. See this 30 down here? That means that the enemy has a 30% chance of hitting me. A little bit less than 1 in 3. And in this situation, if the other 70% comes through and it misses, then I counterattack, and with my 100 accuracy, it means that I would win the game, and I can put all of this behind me. No more restarts, no more rehearsing. One more hit and I can start making this video. So yeah, that's how I got here.
God damn it.
Let's have a look at our how long to beat screen again. What's this? The poser gene out here striking again. Let's back up and tell y'all the story of my own stupidity. Fire Emblem Mystery of the Emblem is divided into two separate halves, or books as they're dubbed. Book 1 is a Super Mario All-Stars style remake of the first Fire Emblem, which only less than a year ago finally came out in America on the Switch, but not on the NES Online. It has since been delisted. I love you, Nintendo. I bought it day one, played a few chapters, thought, gee, this is neat, but it's also impenetrably slow, and I do not want to pour my time into this. Well, life found a roundabout way to get me to play Fire Emblem 1. The final boss of Book 1 is this dragon guy. His defenses are stupid high, and for all intents and purposes, you need the special plot sword to do any damage. If you don't have the sword, he's basically invulnerable. Okay, no big deal, right? How do you get the sword? Well, through a multi-step, sort of convoluted side quest that admittedly the game did convey as important. I'm willing to accept 60% of the blame on this one, if the game is willing to admit that it's an easy quest to fuck up. The sword is in the possession of this guy named Garnet, who is an enemy in another chapter. He's invincible to everything except one spell, and unusually for this game, you are not required to defeat him to win the chapter. Most of the time, in fact every single time except two, I counted, including this one, the enemy boss is standing on your objective, meaning you need to defeat him to move on. Garnet is a roaming enemy, one which is only hurt by one spell, that you can merely walk around. To get the only spell that hurts him, you need to save this specific village from bandits. The game has a plethora of villages. Some of them give you money, others items, once in a while a new recruit. The way it works, to claim your reward, you need to guide Marth, and only Marth can interact with them, onto the tile before these enemy thief units come and destroy them. This one instance, which happens to also be the hardest village to protect in the whole game, has the crucial spell you need to beat the guy who has the sword. You need to kill the dragon to beat the game. Not only that, but you need 2 orbs to get this spell, and that's where I messed up. There's an earlier chapter with a bunch of treasure chests. Chests work almost the same way as villages. You need to get there before the thieves do to get the items inside. Going into the chapter, I knew that I needed 2 orbs. The game tells me specifically which ones, but my stupid monkey ADHD brain only internalized 2 orbs, but didn't retain the specifics of which 2 orbs they were. It turns out this chapter contains 3 orbs. Not only the 2 that you need, but a third dummy orb, which does nothing. Being the video game poser that I am, I picked up the dummy orb and thought my work here was done, only to realize chapters later that I can't get the spell. At this point, I absconded the game facts, hoping to see if my save was locked or not, to which they seemed to think the final boss would be difficult, but still entirely possible. Ha, well, it wasn't. Not to me anyway. I had the dragon surrounded, but none of my units could do any damage. There was nothing I could do. And it's not like you can replay chapters to fix your mistakes, so my run was over. After that ordeal, I took a deep breath and did what I had to do. Restarted the entire game from the beginning, lofting over 24 hours of playtime into the dumpster. Normally it wouldn't be so devastating because I rotate saves, but in Fire Emblem Mystery of the Emblem, it doesn't ask you which save file to use. All it does is ask you if you want to save, yes or no. Yes overwrites whatever file you selected on the main menu. Because of this, I had one save that was permanently fucked, and there was nothing I could do about it. If you haven't lost respect for me already, this next bit might do it. I have a confession. I am a fan of Fire Emblem. I've bought every game in the series of the last 10 years the day they came out, played through all of them, yet could not tell you a single thing about the story in any of them. I never got the appeal. When I play a Fire Emblem game, I skip every cutscene, hardly read any of the character interactions, and scarcely, generally don't pay attention to the plot. I play these games like an improved version of the board game Risk. If you couldn't tell, yes, I do prefer the Advanced Wars series. For this video, I made a special exception. For the sake of my channel, I did pay attention. Before every chapter, there's a narration setting up your battle, then there's a short character dialogue before and after every scrape. I read all of it, then I rewatched my footage and reread all of it again. And you know what? I've got to admit, this shit puts me to sleep. I was not won over 1 iota. In book 1, there's a war. Then you win the war. That's truly about it in the broadest strokes. Sure, there's an ancestor, which used to be a legendary hero, and a dragon in there somewhere, but it's not like it's anything that hadn't been done to death 1,000 times. Book 2 is the added element of old friends being in conflict with each other, but at the end of the day, it directly amounts to some evil guys wanting to revive another dragon. Then they do. Then you kill it. There's also this brainwashing thing with a group of your female former party members thrown in at the 70th hour. In the final battle, they act like white mages helping the final boss. You can save them by talking to them with the appropriate party members, but fuck that. I didn't invest into any of the characters which can talk sense into them, so I slaughtered them. Not like it affects the ending or anything. I'm not dragging 4 worthless bodies through the last 2 battles just to have a chance at saving these girls. At this point, I'd been playing this for 70 hours and was ready for it to be over. You're also collecting orbs to put into your Fire Emblem. That's right, the series' namesake, which we get the backstory on here. So why is the series called Fire Emblem? In this game, we learn it's a shield used to seal away evil dragons. But that's only its story purpose, which, as established, I could care less about. It's an item in your inventory as well, and you want to know what it does? Lets you open chests. Yeah, the thing this entire series is named after lets you open chests without a key. Don't get me wrong, that is useful, but it's also a little underwhelming, wouldn't you say? It's sort of a shame I grew to be so sick of this. Mystery of the Emblem is one of those giant, juicy challenge stakes where if you eat the whole thing, you get it for free. It's a great game. Yet all I've done is complain. It's that it's designed to live in your Super Famicom for a year, maybe longer, not to be binge played in about a month. I will say, Book 2 is much more forgiving than Book 1, and you can select it from the main menu at any time. You don't need to beat Book 1 to play Book 2. In fact, if you're going to play this, I'd encourage you to skip 1. Book 2 is faster paced, it didn't seem to involve as much trial and error. It's commendable. They were able to fit 2 full-length games into 1 cartridge, but it's too much. Just thinking about playing Fire Emblem again is making me sick. It's a good thing I have something like 39 SNES RPGs to get to before the next one, because I think I'd go mad having to put myself through something like this again so soon.
Fire Emblem! Engage!
Fire Emblem Engage was released almost as soon as I started Genealogy of the Holy War. I anticipated Engage to envelop most of my time, to capture my attention, while Holy War would be anchoring me down. I've played most localized Fire Emblems, and it is of my opinion that modern being Awakening and newer, emblems are inherently better. Anyone who cried otherwise, I would always write off as resentful that their favorite series went mainstream, or that they were just being contrarian to seem cool. Now presented with 2 emblems on my plate simultaneously, surely old Emblem could not possibly compete for my affection. Shockingly, though, it was Holy War sucking me in, and as of this recording, I've only touched Engage for 3 hours. Fire Emblem Genealogy of the Holy War is by far the best old emblem I have ever played. It is the ultimate Fire Emblem. I'm not sure I'd call it the best, but it's certainly the biggest, the grandest, and most importantly, the one that came closest to actually making me care about the plot. Normally, I just skip all the cutscenes because I hate them, and Fire Emblem as a series is made up of this political drama that you could not pay me to even begin to give a doodle about. I will spoil said plot of Genealogy of the Holy War, but before I do, I will leave you with this. If you have ever wanted to give any pre-Awakening Fire Emblem game a shot, make it this one. Okay, we ready? Despite my praise, the game starts with way too much backstory, way too quickly, half of which I can't even read. Yes, I am aware that I played the inferior older translation, probably just stopped about a dozen comments by mentioning that. Of course, in hindsight, all of this makes much more sense to me now, but your first time, it just drones on and on. You've got this entire calendar history of the Grand Kingdom, then an animated map about different towns and warlords, which goes into different characters directly speaking with one another. There's far too many names, there's far too many places to keep track of all at once. 13 minutes and 24 seconds after you power on the game is how long it takes to finally move your first units. And even then, we're not done talking. Which, if you're used to modern video games, isn't all that much, but it's a peeve of mine. Over 13 minutes of an exposition dump before your game even starts is a horrible way for specifically me to get invested. Give me something like Chrono Trigger where the game just starts anytime. I understand the desire to explain everything, but this intro cutscene embodies everything I typically hate about the stories in Fire Emblem. There's just way too much. There's far too many names, far too many locales, too many countries, way too many nouns to possibly take in all at once, especially when most of these names, even in hindsight, I will confidently say end up being bit players at best and really didn't need their whole life story spelled out to them in this way. You know what I took away from most of the first half of this storyline for like the entire game, not the opening cutscene? Fire Emblem's society, the fabric that binds their world together, is full of war-hungry, no-thought meatheads. Which, if your goal is to make a video game about war, well, I guess you got me there. It wouldn't be too much fun peacefully jaunting, marching from one map to another with nobody to fight. It's sort of like medieval Europe structurally, and that everything is divided into these small feudal territories loosely organized into different countries. No matter how small, no matter how shitty a particular castle is, they all jump in at a pin's notice attempting to conquer something or another. Sigurd, oh yeah, you're Sigurd, by the way. Sigurd's army will defeat the Lord of Castle A. Then Castle B, who has a baked-in, long-standing rivalry with Castle A, will see this, and instead of thinking to themselves, thank God Sigurd took care of those assholes, and abstaining from battle, it's always, oh, now's our chance with Castle A out of the way. Nobody will stop us from taking over. Like, you couldn't wait, I don't know, a week? So I'll go somewhere else before making your advance. These goobers like Gandalf, okay, are all out for blood. You're sort of stuck in the middle of this power vacuum. The current king of Grand Vale, or is it Grand Bell? All the dialogue says Vale, but the animated map clearly says Grand Bell. Anyway, the current king is murdered, you and your family are framed as the culprits, and the resulting power vacuum sees all these different factions vying for the throne. Along the way, Sigurd gets married and has a kid with this forest fairy girl. You go from region to region, being the stand-up guy you are, fighting in the name of the current order, ironically destabilizing most of the continent in the process. Your wife, the forest fairy Deirdre, gets kidnapped by some evil wizard, but Sigurd doesn't see it happen, so he thinks she just went missing or something. So you make your way back to the capital, then the big betrayal, or the BB as I like to call it, where Arvis, who is the brother of one of your units, and earlier he gave you a sick-ass sword, helps you fight off supposedly the guy who framed you, welcomes you back with open arms, then turns heel by revealing that your wife is royalty and is actually his wife now. Then he murders you along with your entire squad. The story then picks up 17 years later with the children of your original units. And at this point, it's Lion King. That's what it boils into. Sigurd's son is the rightful new king of Grand Bell, not the kids Arvis, the perpetrator of the BB, had with the same woman. The whole second half of this game is Selph's Sigurd's kid, journey back into the homeland, righting the wrongs of the evil new king. I always thought that Awakening was the first entry to have romance and childbearing mechanics, but nope. That was all introduced here in Genealogy of the Holy War. How you use your units in the first half of the game directly affect which kids you get to use in the second half, and I'm aware that planning out, mixing and matching, crafting different specific builds is a huge part of this game for hardcore Fire Emblem superfans, but these mechanics are almost entirely in the background, hardly explained, and I did not go out of my way to interact with them whatsoever. I just kind of let the cards fall where they may. So if you would, please excuse my suboptimal, inferior children. It's not their fault, it's mine. After the BB, Arvis is the only one left standing to take power. He unites the entire game world under one empire, installing himself as an absolute monarch. He vows to fight for a land of equality, and according to Lewin, one of your units from the first half of the game who miraculously survived the BB, he actually does an okay job as emperor at first. Whenever we see enemies speaking amongst themselves, Arvis is always the moderate, fighting back against the extremist tendencies of his allies. They want to sacrifice children to revive some dark dragon god, and there's heavily implied human sexual trafficking happening. After Sigurd's wife is kidnapped, Arvis explains in a cutscene that when he found her, she was an amnesiac, which, if true, probably means that he wasn't the mastermind behind her kidnapping, and instead it was a plant by the cult leader. So he may not have even known. Juxtaposed to the awful backstabbing Arvis did to take over, he meant well. And the game does a great job of making him not the guy you want to hate, despite him being the guy who kills you. It's his stupid kid, Julius, that ruins everything. In order to get where he's got, Arvis aligns himself with this satanic cult, but he's strong enough to ward off their influence. His kid, born into this new status quo where his father's the emperor, sells out hard to these cultists. Then he undermines Arvis, becomes more powerful than his father because of this evil book the cult gives him. And the events that set all of this into motion is Sigurd's doing. And Sigurd was warned. When you first meet your wife, it is explained that she is, quote, forbidden from associating with men, and that, quote, a great catastrophe would befall if she ever did. The real evil of the entire planet is unleashed because of something that you did, and you were warned. I absolutely love shit like that. Aside from me actually caring enough to pay attention to the story, what sets Genealogy of the Holy War apart from other Fire Emblems and other tactical RPGs in general is its massive map size. Never before or since has a turn-based strategy RPG attempted to have maps as large as this one. In Fire Emblem 3 Mystery of the Emblem, the standard map size was 32 by 32 movement grid squares. Here in Genealogy of the Holy War, it's 64 by 64, which isn't twice as much, that's 4 times as much in square space. And if you'd like a more modern comparison, then the largest maps get in 3 houses is 30 by 30. Oh yeah, and all the maps also fit together to form this one cohesive, nice game planet. I will say that these larger maps are a bit of a double-edged sword. It adds so much weighting. Old Fire Emblem games are already kind of a slog because you need to wait for your enemy to make their turn. Larger maps equals more enemies, and more enemies means more waiting. Waiting is already an inherent problem to these games, and it's magnified with this style. There's also much more post-skirmish maneuvering around than in any other Emblem. You take out one fleet of enemies, then your next encounter might be way over there, so you'll spend a dozen turns just moving your units all the way across the map. A trope which I do approve of, and where these giant areas shine, are when new, either neutral or playable characters appear on another section of the map, generally with enemies closing in on them, and your task is to move through your foes fast enough to get there on time to save them. We see this in Chapter 1 with playable units due in Eden, a thief and a white mage running from this squadron of bandits. Again in Chapter 2 with Lewin and Sylvia, a black mage and a dancer. In Chapter 3 with 3 different units on the northern continent, a sword fighter and black and white mages. Then when we get to chapter 4, you're tasked with saving these kids. Same idea, except your reward is not a new character, it is experience points. At the start of chapter 4, 3 of your units leave to enlist reinforcements. They come back in chapter 5, and they're all the way across the map. Nothing we haven't seen before. We have now encountered this exact scenario in every map so far in this game. Only now, in Chapter 5, they pull the rug out from under us because it is impossible to get there on time. Not in a, I'm bad at video games kind of way. In a, they purposefully placed these units too far away that it is impossible to get there in time, for the sake of having a storyline death. It turns this technique that they've used on its head, and it makes these characters' deaths much more impactful. It gives you false hope, like you can maybe get over there and save them in time. Except, no. It's a wonderful example of a bait and switch of a game story living through its game mechanic, and is needless to say much better than a 13-minute long cutscene that vomits out so much information all at once that it may as well have said nothing at all. The other massive, even massiver, possibly the massivest shockwave caused by having these big ass maps. There are only 11 chapters, 12 of you include the introductory. These can each take upwards of 5 hours if you're cautious like me, so expecting players to do them in one sitting was unreasonable. As a result, you may now save at any time. Fucking yes. Thank you very much. Fire Emblem 3. When I reviewed that, was a bit of a disaster because I ended up having to restart almost every single chapter multiple times, because if you didn't know, in old Emblem, when a character dies, they're dead forever. Not to mention completely fucking myself over against the final boss of Book 1, when I got myself into a situation where I could not even damage him. As a result, a likely 40, maybe 50-hour game took me over 70 to finish. Genealogy of the Holy War was not far behind in pure completion time, but that's because this game is actually stuffed with enough content to justify that length. Instead of redoing entire chapters, undoing roughly 40 minutes to an hour of progress each time, Holy War prompts you to save at the start of every turn, and I was making additional bookmark saves throughout each chapter. When a unit dies because I stupidly put them one square inside of a fuck you enemy's range, I can just reload my save from the last turn and try again. This alone saves me so much anguish. There are other mechanics either added or subtracted, I guess, to try and balance this new feature out. For starters, there are no healing items. You're either using your mage's staves or HP recovery squares, which most of the time you won't have access to, or winning a fight in the arena also restores your HP. The start of each area also has this deployment screen where you can take each individual unit to town, restore their weapons, which are now permanent, by the way. Nothing breaks forever anymore. Instead of sharing a single pool of money, each character now has their own gold supply, which sort of results in a rich getting richer sort of situation because there's no way to directly transfer gold, or items for that matter. The easiest way to make more money is to win fights at the arena, so it kind of just results in characters that don't need as much money because they're winning so much at the arena, just getting way too much, while characters that can't fight at the arena, such as your mages, are always struggling with money because, well, they can't easily win anymore. The only exception are thieves. Thieves can steal money off enemies on the battlefield and then give it to anyone, but thieves are horribly crippled as a class. They're almost useless in combat, and both of them died shortly after joining my team, so I never really ended up using them. Transferring items, even though there's no direct way to do it, is still technically possible. If you sell said item to the store, then you may buy it back with the desired character. But again, this is easier said than done because everyone has their own cash. Like if I pick up a staff with one of my fighters, you'd think I would just be able to give it to the mage, but it doesn't work that way. I don't know, it's really silly. Another change to battles is the need to constantly defend a home castle. Most of the time, it won't be under threat, but sometimes the game will send sneak attacks, where you either need to use a warp staff to get back, or reload a prior save so you can preemptively leave some of your units behind. As for the battles themselves, like when you're actually fighting, it's Fire Emblem. Turn-based strategy, good stuff. But I will say with these larger maps, it's hard for non-mounted units to keep up. Their movement range simply doesn't cut it in a large range of scenarios unless you're an overpowered super god like Jamek or Shannon. 2 Hall of Fame Fire Emblem units for sure. Speaking of mounted units, they're a problem to fight against as well. Here's a common Fire Emblem situation. All of my tougher units are arranged in a line, forming a wall to protect my squishier characters. Being in a line, leaving no spaces means that in theory, unless you're on the end, only one enemy can engage you at a time. It's supposed to spread out the damage quasi-equally among everyone in the front line, ensuring that no one character takes too much damage and that everyone will survive. This does not work against horse-mounted units, because now, in this game, starting in this game, and continuing on in future games, they're able to move after attacking. Many a time, I would line all my characters up, the enemy would pinpoint one weak link, and the entire fleet would attack this single unit, killing them. Again, in this entry, it's not as big a deal because you can just reload and try a different formation, but going forward, like in Tharsia 776, I can tell this is going to get annoying fast. Speaking of Tharsia, that was probably my favorite area from this entire game. They're portrayed as this downtrodden, poor kingdom because it's this mountainous, non-farmable land, and in a medieval-style world economy, having farmable land is sort of the end-all be-all. But they're also the dragon tamers, and everyone wants them as an ally. When you're finally able to swoon one to your side, she becomes one of your most overpowered units. Then in the final battle, if you keep said unit alive, they join in on your side. They don't end up being that useful because they're allied units and they're stuck using the dumb computer AI, which basically just means that they get themselves killed by just fucking walking into enemies' ranges. Whatever, I digress. It's a neat little bone they throw you. Even though they're not that helpful, it's cool from a story perspective. The final boss is Arvis's son, Julius, but it's more of a gimmick than a traditional boss. Just gotta use the magic MacGuffin book on him. He dies, and then I can't even read the ending. Yeah, I know I fucked up. Next time I'll make sure I have the good translation. I'm not sure why Fire Emblem has never gone back. At least to my knowledge, they've never gone back. Why they've never tried using giant maps like this ever again. It's begging for the quality of life improvements modern Fire Emblems would give this. Nowadays, instead of watching enemy units move for minutes at a time, you just hit start and now it's your turn. A lot of people talk about remaking Genealogy: The Holy War, which I don't necessarily want, but I would love to see them return to this huge map style. So whenever the topic of Harvest Moon would come up in relation to my every SNES RPG series, it would always spark this feverish debate over whether or not it's actually an RPG. Seriously, I've lost friends over this, and I've never even really had a stance either way, because I had never played any of the games. My sole criteria was that it says it's an RPG on Wikipedia, so on the list it goes. One of my core tenets for being an RPG is that the game needs to have a concrete beginning, middle, and end, and Harvest Moon kind of does. It's at a fixed point in time, that or you can just end the game whenever you want. If you hold down L, R, start, and select when you go to bed, it skips straight to the end, so you could, in theory, I guess, finish the game that way. There's even an old GDQ run where they finished the game in less than 3 minutes. Now, after being done with the game, I'm still not really sure if I would consider it an RPG. But I guess if I have to ask, then I'll err on the side of it being one. It doesn't really matter anyway, these are just semantics at the end of the day. Going into this, I had never been less excited to play a game in my entire life. Could you tell this game won the poll, and then I uploaded 11 different videos that weren't Harvest Moon. But reflecting back, I can definitely say that I didn't hate it. But at the same time, it is absolutely not my thing. Doesn't mean that it can't be your thing, but it's not mine. Now, Uncharted Waters, which is my thing, and in many ways can be compared to Harvest Moon in that both of these games, the repetition and almost chore-like nature of them craft this relaxing feeling that's easy to get absorbed into. They're both the kind of games you can play for a few hours and not even realize it. They're time holes. You can sit down, get into your routine of daily life, and lose track of how long you're playing. And in Harvest Moon, it kind of worked on me, but I got bored with it much faster than I did in the Uncharted Waters games. So why is that? Do I just like boats more than farms? That's not really true, because I grew up in the middle of nowhere, not exactly on a farm, but you know, around farms, and I'm terrified of boats. I would never get on a boat if I couldn't see the shoreline. The reason I prefer Uncharted Waters to Harvest Moon, I've distilled down into one simple reason. In the original Uncharted Waters and in New Horizons, you have concrete goals that you're always working towards. And in Harvest Moon, there's not really anything like that. Sure, there are smaller objectives, but there's no end goal. There's nothing that you're constantly always working towards. There's nothing to strive for over the entire length of the game. What ended up happening in Harvest Moon is that I accomplished everything I wanted to personally about halfway through its runtime, and then was left with nothing to do except repeat the same tasks over and over again until the game decided that it was over. You see, Harvest Moon is divided into 2.5 years of in-game time, each divided into 4 seasons. Each season has 31 days, kind of like a month in real life, if each month represented one season. So basically, you need to live out 310 days, using that time to maximize and live the most fulfilling life you can. Earlier, I mentioned that you can skip all the way to the end, but you can also skip days by just waking up and then immediately going back to bed. There's nothing stopping you from doing that, but I made a deal with myself that in order to get through this game legitimately and to feel good about it, my plan was to go through every day without skipping. I looked up a PDF of the manual, but I decided under no circumstances was I going to consult a guide. I'm well aware this means that I definitely missed things, and you, the viewer, will probably be angry about it if you're into Harvest Moon, but oh well, we're just going to have to learn to live with that. When the game started, I had this overwhelming sense of what the fuck am I supposed to even be doing? I had heard that you can mess things up relatively easily, so I was paranoid of making awful mistakes in the beginning. You're gifted a dog, but how the hell do I feed this thing or take care of him? It seems like the only thing I was able to do was pick him up, and I don't think I missed anything. I don't think you're expected to feed him because I never figured out how to do it, and he was still alive at the end of the game. But in the beginning, I was still paranoid that I was gonna kill this dog. You're supposed to be a farmer, so I thought, hey, I guess I should be planting things. You start out with this bag of grass seeds, so I go out into my field. I don't really know what button does what at this stage, and oh, I threw them into the air? Did I do it? Was that right? It didn't look right. Nothing happened. Of course, I found out that that was in fact not right. You're supposed to till the soil with your hoe before throwing the grass seed into the air, but there's not really a lot of feedback in this game. Most of your actions just kind of happen, and you don't know if it was successful or not. And that's a running theme through these early stages in the game, is I wasn't sure what did what, because the game doesn't give you enough feedback. Next, I ventured into town, and this girl's asking me if I like animals, and to tell you the truth, I really don't. Maybe that's why I don't really like Harvest Moon that much. In town, there's straight up a church. Like, it's called a church, they worship God. In the beginning of the Super Nintendo era, they were still consciously sidestepping any and all religious references, for reference the Master and ActRaiser. But I guess by 1997, Nintendo officially didn't care about religion in their games anymore. Almost everyone in town goes to church every Sunday, and since I didn't really have anything else to do besides planting things and them not growing at this stage, I decided to also go to church every Sunday. I already used my 1 bag of grass seeds, so I went to the store to buy some more, and what the fuck? 500 gold? 1 bag of grass seed costs more money than what you start with? How am I supposed to afford seeds then? If I can't afford to buy seeds, I can't plant anything. And if I can't plant anything, how am I supposed to make any money? Sometimes when I'm tilling my land, a coin will just appear, but there's no indication of whether or not it did anything. There's no sound effect. There's no indication that I got anything of any kind. Am I just supposed to till the land in my farm hoping I find random coins until I save up enough money to actually buy a seed so I can plant things? Did I just permanently fuck up by wasting that bag? Playing this game at the beginning was as if I was actually handed a farm in real life. Except in that scenario, I would sell it and do literally anything else. Maybe I'd buy a boat. Unfortunately, in Harvest Moon, you can't do that. I guess I could just turn the game off and play Uncharted Waters instead. That's kind of like selling my farm and buying a boat. But no, through thin and thick, I'm stuck with Harvest Moon. Eventually, I found that if you go onto this mountain, you can pick up random stuff off the ground and then sell that. So my daily routine would be, I get up, I go to the mountains, I start picking stuff up off the ground, then I go back to my farm and throw it into this box where at 5 p.m., this guy comes to pick everything up and give me my money. That's how you make money in this game. You throw stuff into this box right here. It doesn't matter where you got the stuff. if it's from your farm, or if you just found it on the mountain, the game treats it all the same, so you still get paid for it. So I went to the mountains a few times, brought some shit back, until I was able to save up enough money to buy my own seeds. So I till the land. I bought turnip seeds, by the way. I throw my turnip seeds into the air, and they plant with a visual indicator. Is that it? Well, I had a hunch that it wasn't. I think you also have to water your plants too. I have this watering can, so I get it. Doesn't seem like I can interact with the well. I'm hitting every button and nothing happens. Is it working? I'm incredibly fortunate you can actually see the seeds on the ground. It doesn't look like I'm doing it right, but I don't have any other ideas, so I just assumed that I was and kept living my life like normal. So days and even weeks went by, and it seemed like nothing was happening with my turnip seeds, so I was pretty sure that I was messing this up, but I wasn't exactly sure how. I can't figure out how to farm. I can't figure out how to water my plants. Nothing seems to be growing. Maybe I just need to be more patient, but what the hell am I supposed to be doing? And since I couldn't figure out how to farm, I kept getting money by just going back to the mountains and picking stuff off the ground again. Luckily, you don't have to pay for food or taxes or anything. You can just subsist off no money, unlike in real life. So it's not like I was in danger of dying or anything. I was still scared that my dog hated me, but whatever, I can't figure out how to feed him, so there's nothing else I can really do. But how sad is this situation? I'm selling berries and flowers and fish that aren't even from my farm. I just find them on the mountain. They regenerate so I can keep going back and getting as many as I want. Once it gets to 6 p.m. and it becomes dark outside, the night never ends, so I can, in theory, just keep doing this forever. I can just keep going back to the mountain, picking up the regenerating berries, going back to the bin, putting it in, repeat until I have infinite money, right? Since I can't figure out how to farm, my new plan became to just do this until I can afford a cow. And then I'll use that cow to milk it and make money doing that way. I'm just gonna be a livestock farmer. Eventually you get too tired to work, but even if that happens, there's a hot spring on the mountain you can just jump into, and then you get your stamina back. So it really is just a test of patience. How often are you willing to walk all the way up to this hot spring to get your stamina back? But I hate this. I'm not a farmer, I'm a thief. I'm a gatherer. You know, back when humans were nomadic, men hunted while the women and children stayed around to like gather plants and berries and stuff. That's me. I'm the kid. Actually, you know what? How old am I supposed to be? How old is anyone supposed to be? Spoilers for later, I do end up getting married and having a kid, but I look like I'm 10 years old. So after spending, no joke, over an hour staying up, grinding out these berries on the mountain and throwing them into the box, the next day I come to a horrifying realization is that the guy who picks up your stuff from the box comes at 5 p.m. and anything you put in the box after 5 p.m. when you go to sleep disappears. It's gone. So you don't actually get paid for anything you harvest after 5 p.m. In other words, I just spent over an hour grinding, wasting my gosh darn time. But that's good, at least they thought of this incredibly easy exploit that I found immediately. You can't use the never-ending night for infinite money, but you can use it for infinite labor, aka whatever needs to be done on the farm. That kind of stuff you can do forever. I knew going in that marriage would be a part of the game, so pretty early on I decided that I was gonna date the church girl. Screw you, you saw my SMT1 review, I don't have to defend that. I already decided I want to be a livestock farmer, but then I learned that you actually need to have grass on your farm in order for the guy to even sell you cows. So even if I'm gonna be a livestock farmer, I need to at least figure out how to grow grass. Finally, the moment of discovery came, and I fucking knew I was watering the plants wrong. In fact, I'm incredibly stupid for not figuring this out immediately. There are these little bodies of water, kind of like little ponds, I guess, and you just use the watering can on the ponds, then it fills up, and then you can water the plants. Oh, duh. After this, my turnips finally started to grow, and in no time, my farm was actually making money. I know, crazy, right? Now I don't have to go to the stupid mountains and steal all their shit. Unfortunately for me, by the time I figured all this out, spring was basically over and I had wasted the entire month. I was still incredibly paranoid that I wouldn't play the game right or that I would run out of time, so I was actually very worried and I thought about restarting, but decided to stay the course anyway. It was a learning experience. You need to learn in life. We still have 9 more seasons to get through, and I was confident that if I played those to the best of my ability, I would get a pretty good ending. Maybe not the best one, but I do pretty well. Summer brought with it tomatoes and potato seeds, which take longer to grow, but can be harvested more than once. They also sell for more money, which means more money for me, which I spent upgrading my house. which didn't seem to change very much, so I upgraded it again, which made it change a lot. They added a second bed, a baby crib. I mean, how presumptuous can you be? It's kind of hilarious that they just added the graphics for when you eventually get married and have a kid before you actually get married or have a kid. You're just ready. You just have all the equipment. After upgrading my house, I finally bought that cow, named her Mooey, or at least tried to. There's a 4-character limit. Whatever, I'm still going to call her Mooey. So once I got the cow, my daily routine was to wake up, feed, brush, and talk to Mooey, harvest my vegetables, then go to town to talk to Maria. Sometimes I buy her flowers. On Sundays, we go to church, and I always talk to Maria, but she always asks me the exact same question. Are you here to see the preacher? Every single time without fail, I say yes, but she continues to ask me every week anyway. Then at night, I go back home and water all my plants. Remember, night never ends, so it's the perfect time to do labor like that. Then one day I wake up and Maria's dad confronts me outside my house saying that she went missing and that I should be looking for her. Harvest Moon is a microscopic game. You have your farm, you have the town, you have the mountain, and this one little alleyway which connects these 3 areas. But that's it. That's the entire game. And none of these areas are really very big either. In fact, I think they're all the exact same size. They're about a 3x3 grid of what you can see at any given time. So I started combing everywhere. I went into every house. I went over every square inch of the town. I looked in my farm, I went to the mountains and started looking there. I couldn't find her though. I was just kind of hoping that at the end of the day she would end up at my house and then we would get married and that would be that. But she didn't appear at my house or anywhere on the farm, so I spent the next few days looking for Maria. Couldn't find her until I finally did inside of the guy who upgrades your house's hut. I don't know why she went there, and after the most awkward scene in the history of video games, she goes back home. I went to talk to her dad about this, and really? You don't have any dialogue referencing this at all? Nothing? This is when I became especially aware that people's dialogue in Harvest Moon is A, incredibly lame, and B, never seems to change very much. I think just having different dialogue would have went a long way towards making Harvest Moon overall a better game. You see it in other titles which revolve around one small town, like in Ys 3, or in a more modern example, I guess Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. Though shit, that game's almost 20 years old itself. You talk to the same NPCs and they reflect back on the events which are going on. Harvest Moon doesn't really have anything like that. Everybody just kind of says the same shit the whole game, at least in each season. As in, the second fall, everybody says the same stuff as the first fall, the second summer is the same as the first summer, same as the third summer. Everybody just says the same stuff. This little kid saying that he misses Maria after you marry her is about the only thing I even really noticed. And Lord forbid you stay in town too late. Everybody turns into a pod person. They all say the exact same thing. It's late now. Go home. Every single person says almost the exact same thing, and it's frightening. This is like the beginning of a creepypasta. One day I go to town and there's this guy selling what he calls a blue feather of happiness. It's obviously a scam, but what else is there to spend money on? I'm making so much and I don't even know what to do with it. Once you upgrade your house, there's not really much to spend other money on. I wanted to fix this wall at my farm, but I never figured out who to talk to go about doing that, so unfortunately it stayed broken the entire game. So I'm living my life until one day, oh shit, Mooey grew up! I didn't even realize that old Mooey was supposed to be a baby cow. I thought she was already full grown, but apparently not because now Mooey's a full grown cow. I was wondering why I couldn't milk her. I know in real life cows need to be pregnant, right, to be milked, but I didn't think that would be the case in this game, and it's not. They just need to be an adult. I can now milk her all I want every day, only once a day though. Then I found some gnomes living on my farm. Weird. And they offered to upgrade my equipment? Very strange. So I live my life for a few more days, you know, watering the plants, harvesting, and by God, I love Mooey. Mooey is like my whole life now. I go in there, I brush her, I talk to her every day, multiple times a day, give her tons and tons of food. Then one day, I go in there, and Mooey's sick. And I start fucking panicking. But if you go to the livestock dealer, fortunately he sells cow medicine, which you just inject her with and she's as good as new. But it's 1,000 gold, which is quite a bit. I was reading in the manual that cows can get sick if you bring them outside in the rain, but I certainly never did that. So what happened? Why did Mooey get sick? I figured out that the answer is because I've been feeding her wrong. You see this right here? What I did right here? What I've been doing is I would take the feed out of this little silo, then I would walk over and hand it to Mooey, and just kind of assumed that this meant that she ate the food, but it doesn't. What you're actually supposed to do is take the food, put it into her section of the trough, then at the end of the day, the game will check to see if there's food in the appropriate slot, and if there is, it counts you as feeding her. There's no actual eating animation or anything to watch for, and handing her the food doesn't do it. So after that, Mooey never got sick again. One day this guy informs me that the egg festival will be going on tomorrow, which I skipped because I don't have any chickens and don't have any interest in ever getting any chickens. Spoiler alert, I never get chickens. They're loud and, I don't know, they're just too rambunctious. I don't want to have to deal with chickens. So I'm making money hand over fist with these tomatoes and potatoes and milking Mooey every day. I could easily afford a second cow, but I love this one way too much. I'm a one cow man. Sure, I could buy more cows and make more money, but at this stage, I start looking around and thinking, what do I do with the money anyway? I've already run out of stuff to spend it on. There's no like cosmetics store in town. So I keep stockpiling all this money and I have no idea what I'm supposed to do with it. One day I go to town and I go to the fortune teller's house and I read something really interesting. It says that in order to get married, you need to give Maria, or whichever girl you're going to propose to, you need to give them the blue feather of happiness. Remember that weird trinket that I bought? This thing actually has a purpose. So I give it to Maria, and she tells me to wait until Saturday, and she'll let me know if she wants to marry me then. Okay, I mean, not a good sign right away. I think if I got that response if I ever proposed to somebody, I may just hang myself. Whatever, I'll wait till Saturday, see what she says. So I went to church on Saturday to see her, and oh, you just get married right there. Okay. Alright, cool. Did I forget to mention that it's fall? It's fall now. Unfortunately, in fall, you can't harvest any vegetables anymore, so I'm not really making a lot of money, but I made so much over the summer that it didn't really matter. Maria lives with me now, which is pretty damn cool. So really all I do is wake up, go see Mooey, feed Mooey, milk Mooey, go see Maria, feed Maria, milk Maria, and that's about it. That's all I do. The first Sunday after marrying Maria, I went to church to see her as usual, and horrifyingly, she stopped going. After she marries you, she stops going to church. And it's a really sad sight to see. Then winter happened, and it's a lot like fall, just everything's white now. There's not much going on. All I can really do is continue to milk and feed and talk to Mooey. Maria got pregnant over the winter, which was really the only highlight. It was pretty much the only thing that happened. Since I can't grow anything, I'm going back to the mountains just to harvest stuff that I find there to make money for really no particular reason. I don't know why I still care about making any money at all. It's at this stage where you really start to see my gripes with Harvest Moon come to fruition, because I've just reached an equilibrium. I've done everything I want to do. Maria ends up having that kid, and I'm thinking, okay, I have a wife, I have a kid, I have a cow, I've upgraded my house the most the game allows me to do. What now? I have a farm that at least in spring and summer print money, and even in the winter and fall when I can't do that, I still have other ways of making money. Once in a while, there's like a one-off thing I can buy that I can easily afford. It barely puts a dent into my wallet at all. For example, this one time, this guy came by with what he called a money tree, and I'm like, hell yeah, of course I want a money tree. I'll spend my money on literally anything at this stage because I have so much of it. He plants the tree and it grows, and it's a bell tree, which I guess in Animal Crossing is money, but here bells aren't money, so it's still very cool to have, and I really wish Harvest Moon had more decorative stuff like this. There's no store in town where you can buy trinkets for your farm, and there's really just a huge lack of things to spend money on. Like, if making money is supposed to be your main motivator for doing all this stuff in the game, they really ought to have given you way more stuff to do with said money. But they don't. What they should have done was just had one astronomically expensive thing in town that you're saving up the whole game to buy. That would have kept me motivated so much longer. But instead, all you can really do is just buy these one-off things as they come up, expand your house a couple times, and everything aside from that is just spent on upgrading your farm. But like, I have no incentive to upgrade my farm to make more money if I can't do anything with the money. Right now, I am perfectly content with my one cow in my happy family, and I feel like I've done everything. I'm only 5 months into the game, and that's it. I've done everything the game has had to offer. I had a lot of fun figuring stuff out in the beginning, but this second half of the game, these last 5 seasons, were torturous. Because it was the same shit every day. Sure, I made my farm more efficient in the second and third spring and summers. I started using the row system because it was really hard to harvest things when it was all in one big cluster. I upgraded my equipment to make things easier too, which helped me make more money. Unfortunately, there's nothing to spend it on. Once in a while, some random stuff happened, like a hurricane would blow through and wreak havoc on my farm, but I just kind of left it the way it was because I was already growing too much stuff to harvest in one day anyway. If anything, all it did was lower my workload. It's not like I need the money, as I've already complained about a million times. Maria got pregnant again, but the kid wasn't born before the end of the game happened. At the end of the day, I really think that Harvest Moon just suffers from a lack of things to do. There's only 2 different animals you can buy, cows or chickens. I didn't want anything to do with chickens, and I only bought 1 cow. I would have bought more animals if that were an option, like a llama or a sheep or anything else you might find on a farm. You do eventually get a horse, but you don't buy them. It just shows up on your farm. I named him Pogo. I don't know why. You try thinking of a good name with only 4 characters. I ended up planting grass all around my house just to make it look a little neater, but there was nothing else I could do. I'm assuming there was a way to fix this wall, but I couldn't figure it out, and that was it. I did everything I wanted to do, and it was just a chore to get to the end after that. Now, whenever people talk about Harvest Moon, they almost never talk about the Super Nintendo one. The conversation always drifts to the ones on the Game Boy Advance, or the N64 one, or maybe like a modern one on Switch or something, and I assume the sequels address my main issue. I guarantee there is way more to do in those games, so they're probably way better. Most likely just a more realized execution of this concept, and I do like Harvest Moon's concept. I was actually getting into the game during the discovery phases when I was working towards a concrete goal. When I was working towards expanding my house, towards buying a cow, and towards getting married, I was having fun. Then the game ran out of things to work towards, and I was done with it. I don't own Lufia 2, and I'm salty that I don't because I almost did, and I had a full intention to buy a cartridge of Lufia 2. But what ended up happening was, about a year ago, I moved halfway across the country from Florida to Texas. I have since moved back, but that's neither here nor there. And the closest retro video game store to me in Florida had this Lufia 2 cartridge on sale for like a year and a half. The entire time that I lived near this store, they had this Lufia 2 cartridge on sale for an ungodly price. It was like $180 or something. It was some ridiculous bonkahogs number that was overpriced even for that game, and that game's expensive as fuck, so that says a lot. And when on my way out of town, when I was moving, U-Haul in tow, I had all my shit in the back. I figured my last interaction at this game store was going to be me going in and buying this Lufia 2 that has been there for over a year. But I've been eyeballing it for so long, and I guess this is my last chance to get it, so yeah, I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna buy his copy of Lufia 2, and, well, I mean, if it's still there, I'm assuming it is. It's been there for months. So I had all my money. I had 2 crisp $100 bills ready to just walk up, plomp them down on the table, and say, I'm taking that Lufia 2. So I did that. I walked up and I'm like, today's the day. You're selling that Lufia 2. Only I look into the case. It's not there. The guy tells me, I don't know. It's gone. He said somebody bought it 2 days ago. 2 days ago. I missed it by 2 days. It was there for months. He said it was there for a year. What can I say? That's just the way it shakes out. Somebody came in and bought that Lufia 2 before I was able to. So to this day, I forgot to bring it, but I own Lufia 1,
Well, fuck it, I'll put it in right here. It's right here. I own Lufia 1, it's right here. But I don't own Lufia 2. And I'm mad about that.
Lufia 2 starts with this 8-minute and 40-second long cutscene to set the stage. It's hard to follow your first time through because you're not given any context as to what the hell is going on. What are Sinistrals? What's the dual blade? Who are these people? It's all inner character dialogue, and there's as much of it here as there is the rest of the game combined, it feels like. This was all pretty meaningless to me because I had never played the game before, and I had no idea who any of these people were, but watching it back now, these character exchanges, they're kinda cool. They're planting seeds, even if the player isn't likely to remember them. These are all of our eventual party members, some of whom we won't see again for another 30 hours. I like it more than Fire Emblem Genealogy of the Holy War's long-ass intro cutscene anyway. Having characters living out a little bit of their day-to-day lives before the game starts is a much more natural way to introduce these characters than plainly in third person telling me who they are or why such and such country is at war. Right away though, you can tell that we're dealing with some English. Both Lufia games were like that. The two contain what are supposed to be heartwarming romantic moments, but neither have the linguistic chops to pull them off, and it always comes off as more awkward than anything else. It's Breath of Fire 2 syndrome. Incredibly simple English. These games read like a novel you could have been asked to read aloud as a class in 2nd grade. In this case, and this is also true of the original Lufia, I don't believe we're missing out on that much, because the plot isn't worth writing to home about. There are 4 super beings called the Sinistrals, and they're pretty much unambiguously evil. 3 of them anyway. One of them is a double agent, it turns out, working for you. They destroy towns, kidnap women, generally terrorize the planet. In the end, you kill them. GG-EZ. If you played the original Lufia, you already knew that because the intro of that game is actually the ending to this one. The exact same scene, they replayed it out. So it's almost not a spoiler, but still is, so hit L on the keyboard if you want to skip ahead 10 seconds and you don't want to hear it. Our main characters die in the end. It also has one of the strangest weddings in video game history. So much so that I thought I messed up and got paired with the wrong party member. That it was like the Final Fantasy VII date scene, and I got paired with Barrett. But no, that's just how the game is. You don't end up with the childhood friend character, you end up with the girl who joins later and feels like she's only there for a couple dungeons before you get married. You even end up having a kid with her that you never see again after leaving your house. Dragon Quest V, this is not. He does grow into the protagonist from the original Lufia, so that's pretty cool. In a way, we see him again in that game. In my notes, now I didn't plan this. I swear to God I didn't plan this. I didn't remember that in the original video I said, to describe Lufia 1, that it was the kind of game that went in one ear and out the other. It's such a forgettable, in one ear, out the other experience. I wrote the exact same thing without even remembering what I said in the first video, without rewatching it, without anything. I wrote the exact same thing about Lufia 2. Again, it's not bad, it's just, why play this when you could play anything else? Now, my biggest complaint with Lufia 1 is that it felt too much like a generic cookie-cutter RPG. That it didn't really do much to set itself apart from the rest of the pack on the Super Nintendo. And Lufia 2, now after having finished it, I don't feel like distinguishes itself much more than the original. No, don't get me wrong. 2 is a much better game, and it blows Lufia out of the water in many other ways. It's easier for one, so I guess that's a plus. Lufia is surprisingly difficult. I wiped on more than a few occasions. Late game encounters have instant death spells, bosses hit like tanks, you can't buy revives, so until one of your characters learns the spell, you're SOL. But in terms of character and story, neither Lufia game did much of anything for me. Lufia 2's appeal is much more in its design. It feels weird to talk about level design on a JRPG, but it's important sometimes, and these two games are a perfect case study as to why. The original was made up of basic mazes filled with random battles, huge empty dungeons, empty world map with not much thought put into them. 2, if anything, goes too far in the opposite direction. If anything, it over-designs its dungeons, and they overthought how these things were laid out, that the world map is too minimized. Your walking speed is incredibly fast, and there are no random battles whatsoever when you're inside of a dungeon. You can see all the sprites ahead of time, kind of like an Earthbound. But unlike an Earthbound, you can actually avoid pretty much any fight you don't feel like doing. Random encounters are only on the world map, and the world map is barely a factor in this game. It's so small and pared down to only its most basic elements. They streamlined the fuck out of Lufia 2. You spend almost no time traveling from one destination to another. Oh, you say there's a super secret hidden temple in the mountains north of town? Where legends state that there's a super powerful sword with the unique power to smite the evil Sinistrals. Holy shit, it must be hidden far away from any civilization. Who knows, it might take days, or weeks, or even months. There, what was that, 15 steps? The game wants you to get where you're going fast. There is almost no filler whatsoever. Lufia 2 also sticks to one of the most rigid formulas I have ever seen. Normally there's at least some smoke and mirrors attempting to hide what you're supposed to do, but not here. The world map is neatly divided into different areas, different self-contained little zones, each one containing exactly one town, one dungeon, and one portal leading to the next area. You can't go through the portal until you clear the dungeon, and most of the time you can't go into the dungeon until you trigger something in town. At least it's always obvious where you're supposed to go, because normally it'll be the only new place you're allowed into. Lufia 2 copy and pastes this formula all the way up until you get the boat around 2/3 of the way through the game, where now you can choose to go to a couple optional areas, such as the casino, but as far as progression, it's the exact same as it has been up to this point. Except after you get the boat, sometimes you can go to a few towns, but it's still only one dungeon accessible at a time. It's the quintessential prime example of what I like to call an Odyssey RPG, where you help each town with their problems before moving on to the next one, before moving on to the next one, before moving on to the next one, till the game runs out of towns. This is all incredibly transparent. You always know what's going on, you always know where to go next, and if you go through one or two of these cycles, you can pretty much determine if you like the rest of the game or not, because nothing ever really gets shaken up. You're still doing the same basic motions in the final area as you are in the intro. It moves at a blisteringly fast pace though. I already mentioned that your run speed is insane, but it goes deeper than that. Lufia 2 is like a box of those little party-sized mini bags of chips. It's paced in such a way that you'll go through a complete cycle in around 30 to 45 minutes. It's great to play in short sittings like that because the game moves so fast. You'll always be accomplishing something. Lufia 2 makes you feel like you're accomplishing so much in such a short amount of time. I crawled through this game, basically only doing one town per day, and then spending the rest of my video game time playing the new Zelda, because after about a half hour, it seemed like it always came to a natural stopping point. All the loose ends in one town were tied up, and that just kind of killed my motivation to play. Like, I gotta start a whole other cycle, or I could go do something else, and since Zelda just came out, I chose to do something else most of the time. You can play it one-handed too, Lufia, not Zelda, because L doubles as our A button, and they perform the same actions. The way events unfold, as a whole, remind me a lot of Final Fantasy IV, or 2 if you prefer. It is the same comic book-esque, cliffhanger, continuous hook, car crash, melodramatic storytelling. Characters die, except not really, unless it's the ending, I guess. Most of the story moments happen at the end of a dungeon, to act as a climax to the whole cycle you've just gone through. You go through a dungeon, get a little story, most of which doesn't end up affecting where the story will eventually end up. It feels like you're spinning tires for most of the game until at the very end, you actually accomplish what you set out to do. At least the end game is set up much better in Lufia 2 than it was in Final Fantasy IV. It doesn't come out of nowhere, it just feels like you do a bunch of pointless bullshit before you get there. Oh, and I haven't even talked about the dungeons. And that's Lufia 2's strongest element by far. They're much closer to Zelda than what you'd expect from a typical JRPG. They actually remind me the most of Brainlord if you've ever played that. But where that game had, what, 5 or maybe 6 dungeons? Lufia has way too many to count. Actually, doesn't have that many. Doesn't have too many to count. Let me count them. 25. See, I can count to 25. But these aren't little 1 to 2 room speed bumps. They're all stuffed with puzzles and thoughtful design. Each one of these 25 dungeons feels almost as artfully crafted as a dungeon from A Link to the Past. You gain items which help you solve said puzzles, which are admittedly nowhere near as inventive as A Link to the Past's items, but they make so much out of what little you get. There's a grappling hook, a swinging ball and hammer, a bow and arrow, a flaming bow and arrow, and bombs. None of which are revolutionary, but the amount of mileage they get out of these items is mind-boggling. Here's a super early example, which doesn't involve any items, but it's the kind of puzzle you can expect from Lufia 2 throughout the whole game. This is taken from the first hour, so it's nothing too complex. There's a switch in this room that you can't activate by stepping on it, but you go up these stairs and notice the crumbly, unstable floor down here. Stepping on one of these tiles causes you to fall down to the floor below. You're supposed to line up the hole with the switch, so you land on it and it'll activate. You can enter the room with the holes from either the top or the right, meaning you can't accidentally solve the puzzle by carelessly running into one of these tiles, because they made sure the correct spot to stand in was out of the way enough that you had to purposefully seek them out. It's cool. This was the first puzzle I came across that I didn't solve right away, that I had to walk around the dungeon for a little bit before I actually figured it out. And the game has a lot of moments like that. They get better and more complex, and again, this was a super early and basic example, but the whole game is littered with little moments like this, which make you feel smart to figure them out. There aren't any that are so obtuse where you absolutely need to look them up either. It's a tricky thing to manage, making your puzzles complex enough to make a player feel smart, but not esoteric enough as to where they can't figure them out. Lufia 2 manages this better than almost any non-Zelda game I've ever played. I could make an 8-hour-long video breaking down every puzzle if I really wanted to, but I won't say much more than that they're well made. So here's the overall wrap on Lufia 2. Do you want to play a well-made, but generic and formulaic JRPG with pretty good, but maybe not up to the Zelda standard of quality for puzzles? A bunch of shit happens, but it mostly went in one ear and out the other. Even immediately after finishing the game, I couldn't tell you what the point of most of the adventuring you do was. Is this one of the best RPGs on the Super Nintendo, like some people suggest? Probably not. I'm going to put it in my good tier. If you're specifically into Super Nintendo RPGs, I'd say go ahead and give Lufia 2 a try. But if you're just a general retro gamer, or someone who has been told that Lufia 2 is one of the greatest RPGs of all time, and otherwise don't play many old video games, then I'd say for those camps it's skippable. As in, Lufia 2 doesn't rise to the level where you should go out of your way to play it or anything. But if you do decide to play it, then you'll probably have a decent enough time. Can't wait for the Ogre Battle review. Looking forward to the Ogre Battle vid. I've been working on an Ogre Battle-like game on and off for years now, and I voted in the Patreon for this next one, so I can't wait for your take. 9 out of 10. 9 out of 10. 4 stars. The best strategy RPG ever? I didn't like Ogre Battle.
The story of Ogre Battle is darker and more political than many of the other games on the system.
Ogre Battle has no story. Actually, wait, what was this game about? What is the story of Ogre Battle? Where is it? It's gotta be here somewhere. Well, it's certainly not here. So I ventured into the forest in search of the story of Ogre Battle. It was a perilous journey because I forgot to wear shoes, and my walking stick was not very good. I searched high and I searched low. I thought my quest was over when I came across this no trespassing sign, but I persevered and eventually I found the story of Ogre Battle. That's it? Yeah, I know. It's a huge cult hit, and I'm sorry, Fargo Retro. I'll totally try your game out if you release it, but Ogre Battle didn't really click with me. This is a tricky one to review, because even though I didn't enjoy it, and I don't think it's particularly graceful at implementing what it wanted to, a part of me still does respect what it was going for. Before I get into the shit, I'll acknowledge that I played this game obviously wrong, probably in more ways than even I realize now. It took me most of the game to grasp what was going on, and even after finishing it, I'm still not sure I understand half of its mechanics. Be warned, there's a lot of bad gameplay ahead. Lots of finishing stages only to get 0 goth rewards. You see this bar on the top right? I didn't know what it was until halfway through the game when I looked up a PDF of the manual. That's your reputation, by the way. Incredibly simplified, it's how well you're playing the game, and yeah, it's going to be at or near the bottom this entire video. Watching my footage will no doubt trigger Ogre Battle diehards. There's so much to unpack, so allow me to explain what this game is first before I go more into the why or how, because it's really effing bizarre. Going in, I thought this was just going to be Fire Emblem, or maybe Final Fantasy Tactics with ogres, because recently, Tactics Ogre got a modern remaster. I saw footage of that, I've seen people play that, and I thought Ogre Battle and Tactics Ogre were the same game, like the Live Alive remake. To clear up any confusion, the new one is not a remaster of this game, but of its sequel, which was only released in Japan. Ogre Battle is something entirely different from Tactics Ogre. Similar name, same series, completely different games. And the worst part is that Ogre Battle doesn't even have any ogres. The game I played, Battle, not Tactics, is a real-time strategy game, where the only thing you directly control are how your units are placed on the map. There's one tutorial level that sets up how to move your units, that your objective is to liberate cities and defeat a boss. But even here, you're kind of just left to fumble around. Do these smaller buildings mean anything, or just the large ones? What's with the thimble with a question mark on it? Welcome to my castle. I have been waiting for you. Please liberate all the towns and temples on this island. Okay. How do I do that? Do I just walk over them? After a moment, this terrifying screen pops up. Tributes? I need to pay my army? Also, do I need to liberate where I started? So you get through that, and in Mission 2, you're thrown right into the deep end. Instead of only having yourself to worry about like in the tutorial, now you have to manage 10 different squadrons, each one with multiple characters, with unique names and stats and an inventory slot. You're given all these options to rearrange everyone's formations, to add and drop units, to equip items? What, equip items for all 60-ish people in my army? It's hard enough to manage equipment for a standard party of 4 or 5, let alone all these people. Then you get into a battle and what the fuck is going on? Except instead of 8-year-olds saying that like in Mario, now I'm the one doing it. You don't control battles directly. You can dictate overall tactics, such as targeting their weakest enemies, or what I had it set on most of the time, to attack a squadron's leader. You can also give your side little boosts by using tarot cards. You gain cards by liberating towns, and they do various things. Some of them are stat boosts, some of them deal direct damage to the enemy, but aside from maybe nudging a fight in the direction you want it to go, there's not much else to do. I wish you could skip these battle scenes. You can turn off animations, but every battle still takes between 30 seconds to a minute each, even with those off. You should be able to let them play out if the player wants, but there should also be an option to just have them play out instantaneously on the overworld. Ogre Battle is already the slowest of burns as it is, and the auto battling feels more like it's here as a necessity more than anything. Chapters would routinely take me over 4 hours, at least until I had a realization almost at the end of the game. And I cannot imagine how much longer this game would have taken if I had to individually select each and every attack. Auto-attacking speeds up the process immensely, but this game could have used a lot more of speeding up the process immensely. It's a little like playing poker in that all you can really do is put yourself in the best situation to win, but you can't usually directly control the outcome. There's no permadeath or anything. In fact, you can even revive units mid-chapter, something I didn't realize until halfway through the game. This guy right here tells you that temples revive dead units in the tutorial, but I didn't listen, or at least I didn't internalize that, because the first 10 or so fights, I was having a real rough time. This one time I spent 4 hours and 27 minutes doing one chapter, only to lose, and you can't save mid-chapter, so I had to redo the entire thing from the beginning. If I had known about revives, I guarantee I wouldn't have lost, and it wouldn't have been a problem. It was one of the most heartbreaking losses I've suffered in a video game, and it came purely because I didn't know what the heck I was doing. Like, look at this. Look at my crew. Do they look like they know what they're doing? We look like a Mormon missionary group. Even though most things happen automatically, you can't really be hands off. You're constantly making small adjustments, trying to counter whatever the enemy is doing. You can only see the other side's units if they're near one of yours. So when you tell one of your people to do something, that's before you know where anyone is. As you gain information, you'll either want to engage or avoid the enemy. Fights can end in any one of 4 ways. A total loss, when every character on a side is killed, in which case that entire squad is wiped out and is out of the chapter forever, where only the leader or the leader and like some other units are defeated, but other people survived, in which case they're transformed into this skull with squid legs on the Mode 7 map. Squids are not allowed to liberate towns or shop at shops or do much of anything other than fight. But you also lose direct control of them. They'll always walk in a straight line back to your home base. In which case, if it's you, you can appoint a new leader and send them back out. Or if it's the enemy, everyone is instantly revived and that whole squadron is put back into play. In this case, it's like pulling a weed. You need to get everyone or else that unit will just come back. Battles also end after a certain amount of time has passed, in which case the game will just stop and declare a winner. Then the loser's unit is bumped back and off the path they were set on before, with the winner just keep going in the direction they were going. In these instances, I hate how the game decides who won. Look at this example. I end this battle with all my units alive and killed one of theirs. Clearly, the CPU is in a worse spot than they were when they started. Yet the game still says that the CPU won. And that's because they base it off of total damage dealt, and it doesn't factor in whatever you heal. What I would end up doing, my dominant strategy for most of the game, is what I like to call circling the wagons. I would let the enemy almost all the way to my base, set the battle tactic to target their leader, kill him, turning the enemy into squids. Then once they're squids, they have a predictable trajectory. They just go in a straight line back to their own base. I would then have units of my own circle around, or they would already be behind the enemy, but they would close in and finish them off before they could get back. It was kind of time consuming and annoying, and I did all of this until I realized I was grossly overthinking my tactics in this game. An aha moment I had when there were only 3 chapters left. You see, you're allowed to have 10 units out at a time, and for most of the game, I would have all 10 on the battlefield at once because I didn't really see any reason not to. The way Ogre Battle is supposed to deter this is that each unit costs money to deploy, but I never really had a problem with money. There was always plenty to go around. Plus, you can easily infinitely grind for as much money as you need by just waiting at the end of a chapter for payday to come. Nothing is timed, so once all the enemy units are defeated, you can just sit back and wait for an endless supply of money to keep coming in forever. Not that I did that or anything, but you could have if you were having money problems. The only drawback I could think of to having all these units out was splitting up the pool of EXP with too many characters, spreading out my levels too thin and leaving me underpowered. But I was getting by pretty good, especially after I discovered you could revive people. After learning about that, I was never worried about losing. My only real obstacle was time, and battles were taking forever. Even in dominating victories, in the second half of the game, it was taking me at least 3.5 hours to finish a chapter. Then it hit me. Not only do you not need 10 units out at the same time, having all 10 on the battlefield makes the game 10 times slower. More units means more time spent managing said units, and that's why everything was taking so damn long. At a certain point, you're reaching diminishing returns. Having 50 capable characters isn't that much better than having 15 capable characters. At any given point, you only really need 3 squads at a time. One to defend home base, one to liberate towns, and one to rush the enemy. And if you really want to skimp, you don't even need the liberate town team. You could just have one guarding the base and one attacking the enemy. I felt so stupid, so I put all of my best characters into one squad, had them walk in a straight line up to the enemy base, and started wrecking shit. Started just absolutely decimating the game. None of the last 3 chapters took me longer than 45 minutes to complete after I figured all this out. Even the finale, with its 3 final bosses, didn't put up much resistance. So to reiterate, the best strat ended up being put your 4 best people into one unit, then just have them solo everybody. You will win every fight, and if you don't, if one of your character dies, you can just revive them, because it's not like money is an issue, especially since you're saving so much by only having 1 or 2 out at a time. If you look up speedruns of Ogre Battle, they'll finish the whole game in an hour flat by doing just this. So Ogre Battle is supposed to be this hardcore tactical, micromanagement heavy styled game, but then it gets broken by just having your best characters walk in a straight line directly up to the stage boss. When the best way to play your game is to ignore most of the game, I have to call that a failure. Ogre Battle is gorgeous, great sprite work, and the battle screens especially look fantastic. As I joked about in the intro, there is no plot, and I'm not being cute as in like the plot is there, but it's so thin that I'm just choosing to ignore it, or it's so cliched that it doesn't matter. I mean, there's virtually no plot, as in there's no dialogue between chapters. All you really get are a few lines after you liberate towns, and they don't really tell you one coherent story. They just tell you about a bunch of bad shit that the evil empire did to them. It's like, okay, there's an evil empire, you're a resistance group that's fighting to overthrow said empire. Telling you about things that the empire has done to the people, well, that fleshes out a world, it doesn't tell a story. It's like Ogre Battle is filled with tons of things that would make good details to like an overall story, and then it just doesn't really have one. And even then, only like half of this is related to anything like that, with the other half just being like gameplay hints or how to find hidden towns or recruitable characters. The closest morsel to anything story related I recall is that chapter where everyone hates you, which was pretty funny. I don't know if this changes whether or not your reputation is high or low, but they hated me. Ogre Battle contains multiple endings. Remember that reputation bar? The higher you get it, the nicer the outcome. There may be other factors, but that bar is the main one. It goes without saying that I got the worst ending, and it's pretty goofy. The empire that Poser has created is worse than the Zagentian Empire, and now more lives must be lost to bring it down. You fool, Poser! You will meet the same fate as Endora. Well, that's just a shame. I like the idea of a morale-based system resulting in multiple endings, but the way it's implemented here is so esoteric and obtuse. The main way your reputation rises is by liberating towns, but you lose points when the enemy retakes them. Actually, I should say, you lose way more points when the enemy liberates them. My advice to myself if I were to do a second playthrough: don't liberate any towns until you've defeated all the enemy units. Wait at your home base, let the enemy come to you. It may take 5, 6, 7 hours a chapter, but don't mess with any of this liberation shit until every single enemy is defeated. Until you know that the map is secure. Any way you slice it, Ogre Battle insists on being played in the most unfun and stupid ways. Either they're boring grinds for reputation points, or they're no-thought dick-slapping contests. I did not use a guide, but this is a guide game for sure. I know I missed out on side quests and hidden maps and characters because either my reputation wasn't high enough or because I simply could not figure out what to do. Every stage has items and towns and loads of hidden shit, but I wasn't about to comb every pixel for them. Ogre Battle isn't overly long, but it still took me over 57 hours to beat, if that makes sense, and hopefully it does. There's not a lot of content, is what I'm trying to say. Or at least not as much as I thought there would be. There's 25 chapters, and if you go into the game with the super team strat already in mind, I'll reckon you could do each and every one of them in under an hour. I think you really have to enjoy replaying the same game over and over again to get into this. From what I hear, pretty much nobody does well their first time, then on your second or even third playthroughs you really start to appreciate it, but I'm not nearly obsessive enough for that. I like to get in, get out, have a good time. You need to be special to make me want to play through you again. It's just who I am. I guess I'll go as high as an okay for Ogre Battle. Neat idea, but I didn't really enjoy my time with it. I'm going to make this statement straight from the beginning because I predict that this is going to be one of those reviews where it'll be hard to parse whether or not I actually liked the game. Tactics Ogre, Let Us Cling Together, is one of the best Super Nintendo games. The Four Horsemen of holy shit SNES games goes Mario World, Super Metroid, Chrono Trigger, and this. In terms of just sheer how did they accomplish so much with so little, Tactics Ogre has to be one of the most impressive games that I have ever played. It's also one of the most difficult. Seventh Saga, you have been dethroned. I think your claim on the most difficult SNES RPG was already kind of dubious, but we have a new king in town regardless. One does not simply play Tactics Ogre. This is the kind of thing you enter a relationship with. You're like this with the game by the end of it. You make fucking sacrifices to play this thing. It takes a chunk out of you as well. This game is a black hole. It's a monster. You give it your time, you give it your attention, and it gives you nothing but your own self-indulgence. Just the ability to say that you've finished this game. You get nothing else in return. It's like you're at fucking war with the game. I just kicked it. You can't see that. It's like you're at war with that thing. So whenever I'm telling people that I'm doing Tactics Ogre, I then have to explain that Tactics Ogre and Ogre Battle are not the same thing. They're a part of the same series, but they're radically different. Battle is real-time, it's not grid-based. You're on a map, and with a cursor, you point to where you want your units to go. Think of any number of those PC-styled games where you click on where you want your units to go and they automatically fight it out. Same goes for Ogre Battle 64. Same styled game. Tactics Ogre is more of a traditional strategy RPG. Think Fire Emblem, Shining Force, or of course most closely Final Fantasy Tactics. In fact, the resemblance here is uncanny because they were directed by the same guy, Yasumi Matsuno. After this game, Squaresoft poached him to make an incredibly similar game with the Final Fantasy branding. So Tactics Ogre and Ogre Battle are different games, but they're direct sequels to one another. In fact, the final boss of Tactics is literally the protagonist from Battle. They take place in the same world, directly one after another. It's a little confusing so far, but it gets even more so when you consider the different versions of this game. Obviously, I played the Super Nintendo one, but there exists a PS1, a PSP, a Game Boy Advance, and modern versions of this game. The Game Boy Advance one is completely separate, that's its own thing, but the other ones are all varying degrees of remakes. I cannot speak to the PS1 or PSP editions, however, after finishing the SNES original, I replayed about a third of Reborn for the PS5, mostly because I happened to already own it, but also because I could not believe that they would keep the insane difficulty intact, and they did not. In fact, they fundamentally changed the mechanics so much that I almost can't even call this the same game. Most of said changes cut in the player's favor, and as a result, it's much easier. If you only played through the remake and think that I'm being hyperbolic about this game's difficulty, that's why. The math behind damage calculation is different, how experience points work is different, and if a unit is killed in the remake, it's like in Fortnite or something where they're just kind of temporarily knocked down until a teammate revives them. None of that shit is in the original. If a unit is defeated, it's dead. You either restart the fight or you go on without them. Shockingly, the remake reused the same sprites, but with a modern presentation where you can move the camera around. A nice feature, but they also put this nasty blur filter over everything, and honestly, I prefer the sharp pixels of the Super Nintendo. The new one is much faster as well, which alone makes Reborn much less of an ordeal, because that's what Tactics Ogre is. An ordeal. I really didn't want to play Tactics Ogre. I really didn't. Mostly because I hated Ogre Battle. I hated that game to the point where it might have been my least favorite Super Nintendo RPG. Now, I'm not saying it's the worst. Don't take that the wrong way. It's clearly not the worst, but it might have been my least favorite. That, and I didn't want to play this because I don't look forward to playing strategy RPGs for the show, because they are all slow-paced, they're all overly long, they end up being these huge commitments, and playing a strategy RPG for the show means that for the next few weeks, this is going to be my whole life. Looking at this, well, this isn't the battle screen, but looking at this stupid game is going to be my whole life for a few weeks. And Tactics Ogre ended up validating all of my fears. It was everything I thought it could be, like in the worst way, and then some. Is this game slow-paced? The slowest paced. Is this game overly long? Yes. This is the game that doesn't end. I thought on 4 separate occasions I was fighting the final boss, only for the game to keep on going and going and going and going and going. The game never ends. Alright, enough preamble. Let's talk about the darn game. As you can see, it's an isometric strategy RPG where you and your opponent take turns moving your units around. And my first impressions sucked, because nobody would shut the hell up. This is a common strategy RPG complaint I have. They tend to give you way too much information far too quickly. The opening cutscene goes over a bunch of different countries and characters, which your first time playing means nothing, and I don't end up internalizing any of it. My philosophy when it comes to this sort of thing is that the story should start simple and then maybe end complex if you have the stones. Look at Final Fantasy III. Starts with 3 robots walking in the snow. Chrono Trigger starts with you going on a date at the fair. Then as these games go on, you slowly learn details about the world around you, until eventually everything falls into place and you have this complex web of characters and events going on. But why is it that tactical RPGs in particular feel the need to tell you the history of the universe before you actually start playing the game? Tactics Ogre manages to do the exact opposite of my ideal story, in that it starts complex and becomes progressively simpler as the various warring factions are defeated, until eventually the final chapter consists of my party single-handedly, one by one, beheading each of the game's villains until the protagonist of the last game rises from his grave to kick my ass repeatedly. Not to say that the story doesn't work or have its moments, but I enjoyed it much more when it was about the personal drama than about the larger, broader war you're engaging in. It has all of the esoteric, out-of-your-way storytelling that Battle had, where in that game you had to be a CSI private investigator to even know what it was about. Tactics Ogre, thank God, is much more cut and dry when it comes to its meat and potatoes. There are as many details as you want to find. The game has a built-in way to replay cutscenes, for goodness sake, which is unheard of in a Super Nintendo game, and I can't think of a single other one which does that. You're supposed to comb over them, look for finer details, close read them, like in a college course. There's this thing called the Warren Report, which is like a constantly updating recap of the story so far. But what's interesting is that it's from the perspective of like an in-universe newspaper. If you're not currently popular at this point in the story, there's a stretch of game, for example, where you're on the run as an outlaw. All the news stories will be slanted against you. This whole thing, or just game recapping mechanisms in general, they weren't a thing back then, or at least I can't think of any other 1995 games which have anything like this. They also hid an inordinate amount of secrets in here. For example, the Warren Report might alert you to some thief in some out-of-the-way town, where if you go there, you'll find a recruitable party member. Basic example, but they're dropping hints for their own secrets all over this thing. It's so forward-thinking that if I had played the remake first, I would have been convinced that the Warren Report was added for that, but no, it was here all along. Tactics strikes a great balance. Secrets are discoverable if you look, but they're not required to understand the game. The plot itself is not hidden behind these walls, and you don't have to read the Warren Report to understand what's going on. Speaking of, what is this game actually about? Well, there's a civil war, the land is divided among ethnic lines, you've got the Backroom, the Gargantstans, and the Walasta. which is what you are, at least until a late game plot reveal. You're incredibly, creepily close to your sister. Seriously, it reads as if it was written as a romance before being changed, sort of like Luke and Leia in Star Wars. The fan translators even borrow some lines from Star Wars. Search your feelings, you know it to be true. The Duke of your faction has been captured, and the first segment of this game is you and your sister tagging along with a more experienced established army to go rescue him. The first few battles, you're only in control of yourself, and you're pretty worthless as a unit. It's basically just your CPU-controlled allies slaughtering the enemy while you contribute some chip damage here and there. It's a great way to contextualize a tutorial. Instead of giving you full reins over an entire team right away, you roleplay as one specific unit. Well, the game basically shows you how it plays with itself. This is how it's done. The CPU systematically dismantles the enemy, and you learn how it's done through them. Plus, it shows us how the protagonists earn their stripes. These first few fights are why he's trusted to lead his unit after the Duke is freed. Usually in these types of games, you're the commander under the flimsiest of pretenses. That's if they even bother you to give you a reason beyond it being a video game. The isometric Q*bert-styled controls take a couple fights to get used to, but luckily it's turn and not action-based. Plus, if it bothers you that much, there are other control options. Next, you do some errands for Duke Ronway until eventually you go on a mission where you're ordered to genocide this entire town. They don't tell you straight away that that's the plan. They send you out there, and only once you're there tell you to do it as sort of like a loyalty test. The Duke's idea is to kill the whole town so you can blame it on your enemies to gain more support for the war, because currently people are mostly apathetic about this whole ethnic war thing. And it's here that we come to our first branching path. You can choose to go along with this, but what are you, a monster? Nobody would do that. Including me, I refused. But the Duke sent another army behind us to carry out the task instead, so the genocide still happens even if it's not by our hand. They then blame the whole thing on you, and you spend a large chunk of the game on the run as an outlaw. Meanwhile, his crazy plan actually worked as intended, so support for the war effort increases rapidly after that. And these aren't just artificial branching paths. These are true branching paths. It changes up more than just a few cutscenes. Everything is different. The battles, what characters you interact with, who the good guys are, who the bad guys are, everything changes depending on which route you choose. When all this goes down is a great fight too. You battle your way downhill into this town. Then when you refuse to kill everyone, you're forced to fight your way back out the same map, uphill. Verticality matters in Tactics Ogre. There's a whole physics system as to what you're able to target. If you have a bow and arrow and the range only shows a certain distance, you can actually hit units far beyond that range if you have the height advantage. Walls and buildings also matter. You can use them for cover because long-range attacks will bounce off. There's friendly fire too. Like if one of your units is in the way of the enemy, you can't shoot them from a distance because you'll just end up hurting your ally instead. I think the most impressive are the guns. Yeah, I said guns. You know this game had gosh darn guns? And I'm not talking about your character's biceps. They're introduced almost at the very end of the game, and they make a huge deal out of it. They're actually a plot detail as well. A boat from another continent shipwrecked, and among the ruins they found guns. Your enemies have been behind the scenes quabbling over them ever since. Guns are overpowered as hell. They have unlimited range. You can target anyone, anywhere on the map. They do more damage than almost any other weapon. There's only a couple of them in the whole game. They're still blocked by walls, but even so, they're like an in-game cheat code. Tactics Ogre turns from a basic Tolkien-esque medieval fantasy to an XCOM cover shooter. Your battles become like the Seven Samurai, where they base their strategy around how many guns the opponent has access to. It is a fantastic curveball to throw at you so late in the game. Adds a wrinkle to both its gameplay and plot, and is something that I never could have realistically predicted. It has real-world analogs and suggests that, hey, we're just this shitty country having a civil war inside of a larger world. And that's another thing. This whole ethnic civil war. Everybody looks the same from an outsider's perspective, aka the player's perspective, this whole thing is really stupid. Everyone seems to be fighting for their own nationalist or ethnic interests, but you peel back the layer of being emotionally involved, and you realize that everyone's the fucking same, so who cares? Your war is stupid, and I reject it. This brings us to our second branching path. You're given a choice to join back up with the Duke, with the logic being that you're of the same ethnicity, so really you should be focusing your attention on the filthy backroom. To that I said, fuck you. You just spent the whole last chapter trying to kill me, and I want nothing to do with your stupid army. If you're a super fan of the game, I'll tell you that I ended up doing what is known as the Chaos route, and I got the good ending. I did end up using a guide because some scene later on played out in a way that I knew could not have been correct. Not to recap the whole story, but your sister turns emo, joins the other team, and then after a big confrontation with her army, instead of just joining back up with you, she fucking stabs herself in the chest and dies. Of course, this can be prevented. You just have to choose a very specific set of dialogue options beforehand. So I did about 3/4 of the game without a guide, and I missed everything up until that point. This is a game with secrets built on top of each other. They're as cryptic as sell a certain number of potions to the store so you can go to some other town to meet a random guy who joins your team. The type of shit you're not going to figure out on your own, most likely. I'm also glad I did, because it's the kind of game where 90% of players are going to get the bad ending if they play through it completely blind. Me included, I would have. The story is probably not earth-shattering, but it actually got me to care, which is the metric I use to judge these things. And I think a large part of this are that the cutscenes mostly take place using in-fight graphics as opposed to on the world map or in a disconnected face portrait realm in some ethereal void. No, the battlefield structure is applied to every location. If we physically see it, then it could have been a battlefield. There will be war room meetings at a table, characters will have subtle emotes. A cornucopia of minor details in these scenes really sell their ideas. In something like Fire Emblem, we'll get exposition dumps in between chapters, disconnected from the actual game, but it's all grounded in Tactics Ogre. I value that. You know, I don't think I ever really could have placed what bugged me about most of Fire Emblem's storytelling, but I think that this game made me realize that it's partially because of this disconnect. I couldn't tell you what was wrong until I saw another game do it right. Tactics Ogre is also one of those games where the universe doesn't revolve around you. I'm sure that there's a term for this, but in most games, every single action which happens directly to you, as in everything outside of your purview stops. Almost as if time freezes for the rest of the world when you're not involved. Not so here. Things happen to other characters while you are not present, and this game's branching paths allow you to see different angles, different events. They're windows into the things that you missed in one route. Shoot, on the box it says Ogre Battle Saga Episode 7. What, did George Lucas write this game? Was Ogre Battle supposed to be chapters 1 through 6? They clearly want you to feel like this is one part of an overall larger ongoing conflict, and the bad ending actually plays into this. That one ends with you becoming king and then immediately getting assassinated. So the bad outcome is like the war didn't even really end. I think the best example of this is the character Vice. He's a childhood friend of the protagonist. He's with you from the beginning of the game, but even after being put in charge of your own army, he never listens to you. He's a computer-controlled NPC ally, and just kinda does his own thing. His deal is he sides with Ronway when you're ordered to murder that town, so he has his own separate rise to prominence within their ranks. And you know where this is going. Of course, we're gonna have an epic showdown later, possibly as him as the final boss. And we do have an epic showdown, and it's fucking one-on-one. Oh my god. A strategy RPG with a one-on-one boss fight. That's genius. Might be the most memorable encounter in the entire game, especially with a fight this personal. In fact, the game pulled this trick twice in the route I took, and I marked the hell out both times. Vice is cocky. He's a snake. Intermixed with our own adventures, we see cutscenes of him conniving and politicizing his way up the military ladder. Then we have our one-on-one fight, But it's not to the death as we're interrupted. As it becomes clear that you are going to become the new leader of the Wallasta, he defects from you again. This time he tries endearing himself to the other ethnic groups, but it leads to him being executed while shouting out for your help. Powerful stuff. He dies not by our hand, but looking for our assistance. He also wanted to bang your sister, so fuck him. He got what he deserved. I love how fights match the severity of the situation. Opponents don't always fight to the death. It's story dependent. The one-on-one against Vice, for instance, or another example is a bounty hunter chasing you down. You kill a few of his units and then he runs away and the battle ends. This person didn't have a blood feud with you. They were doing it for money. Once it becomes clear that they're not going to win, they run away. And I like that. Why is everyone always so eager to die in every other game? Here's a nasty ambush with a bounty hunter that led to many a reset. You and your sister start in the center of town while your party starts all the way over here. It's a race to get back to your team before either one of you are slaughtered, and it was a real bitch to protect both of them. The previous record for longest Super Nintendo RPG on this show was Uncharted Waters New Horizons at around 73-ish hours. I don't remember the exact amount. And let me tell you, Tactics Ogre completely blew it away. Completely blew it away. Now, unfortunately, when I was working on this video, I had a hard drive crash. So normally the way I do this is I count up all my gameplay sessions, how long they took, and that's how I get the how long to beat figure. But I lost so much of my gameplay that it's impossible for me to do that this time, but like it had to have been around 100 hours. It was so gosh darn long. How long to beat claims that this game's only 44 hours. And maybe if you already know everything and on a replay, maybe if you're playing on ZSNES and you hold down fast forward the whole time, then maybe it's a 44-hour game, but holy shit, on a blind playthrough, there is no way. No way. Maybe the remake is 44 hours, but like the original, no fast forward, ain't no way, man. This game is difficult for a variety of reasons, but I think it mostly stems from it playing like a Shining Force styled game while retaining Fire Emblem's permadeath. What do I mean by that? In Fire Emblem, you're able to move every single one of your units all at once. Then the opponent moves all theirs in the same round. Then you take turns controlling everyone at once. But in Shining Force, your speed stat determines what order the characters move in and how often they're able to go. You only get to move one person at a time, and unless you're really good at counting cards, you never know who's going to get to move next. As a result, it's impossible to plan for specific moves. You just kind of have to roll with the punches and take what the game gives you. And in Shining Force, it's fine because that game is dog easy. But here, no. It's just as brutal as any Fire Emblem. The AI has a nose for blood, they know this game has permadeath, and as a result will gang rape your weakest link. Because hey, we're not playing to win the battle, we're playing to cripple you as much as possible. You left your cleric or under-leveled character you're just trying to get up to speed with the rest of the team, you left them one square within the enemy's range. If they turn around and use all of their movement squares to get to you, well fuck you, they're dead. In Fire Emblem you can plan for this because everybody moves at once. Here, you don't really have any idea when that character is able to move again, so you never really know where is safe. These are things the remake addressed by both mitigating permadeath and actually showing you the move order at the bottom of the screen, but here on Super Nintendo you're flying blind. After a while I got a sense, but I never knew exactly the turn order. When a character dies, you have a tough decision to make. Do you reset the fight, or do you keep going without them? You're able to recruit new characters in almost every town, so you might be tempted to just let units die every fight, but there's a major catch. New recruits always join at level 1. Yeah. They're beyond worthless. Level 1 characters can't even get cheap damage off because their accuracy stat is too low to hit anyone with ranged attacks, and if you try a direct strike, they'll always die to the counterattack. So how are we supposed to use them? Even at the start of the game when you're first given your own army, level 1 is too weak to not get instantly slaughtered. This leads me into one of the strangest mechanics, the practice mode. You can host these intramural training sessions between the members of your team. So you're only allowed to bring 10 units at a time into battle, but you can have up to 30 on your team. At any time, it doesn't matter how urgent the story events are. As long as you're on the world map and not like inside of a fight or a castle, you can just have your team fight itself. Permadeath is turned off, but you still gain experience points. Knowing this, you have to manufacture scenarios where these low-level characters are actually able to contribute. For instance, you can turn somebody to stone, because when somebody's turned to stone, everything always has a 100% accuracy, and when they're a statue, they can't counterattack either. So you turn somebody to stone, and then have your level 1 characters just wail on the person who's turned into stone, and that's the most consistent way to get them up to speed. It takes time, it takes effort, it takes planning. What's really strange about this training feature is that it acts as sort of a backdoor multiplayer option. You can set it up as a player versus computer, a player versus player, or even a computer versus computer battle? Yeah, you can have the game play itself, which I did often. This was by far the option I choose the most. Whenever I wasn't actively playing this game, I would set it up to play itself. You still keep the experience points, and you don't have to do a thing. This might sound like cheating, but trust me, it's not. The game expects you to grind. This isn't the kind of RPG that's balanced to where you'll always be on the same level as your opponent. If you don't do this, you'll always be fighting uphill. What I like to do is take the weapons from everyone so the battles would last longer. Grinding in this game is like doing laundry. You check in on it every half hour or so. It doesn't work as well as you might think anyway. Eventually everyone starts only gaining 1 EXP each, and even this hands-off grinding becomes not worth it. Experience works different in the remake, and that the whole party gains an equal amount all at once at the end of the battle, but not here in the original. It's on a character-by-character basis. You don't gain EXP unless you actually harm the enemy. You're only allowed to have 10 units at a time inside of battle, but this system encourages you to have a built-in JV team with 10 more, at least, competent units sitting on the bench for training purposes. Having backup units also comes in handy for the marathon battles, which allow you to swap out units in between fights. For example, a common tactic this game employs is some kind of storming the castle scenario, where you'll have a fight on the outside, barging into the castle, then you're given an option to change up the active members of your team without having the ability to save or anything else. This is not a checkpoint, it's just an opportunity to switch characters before proceeding with another fight inside of the castle you just stormed. For most of the game, these are used to emphasize important story battles, to give the moment a little more oomph. A nice little 2-part battle to end a chapter. Then late game, they start throwing 3-part battles your way, which are a little much. Remember, no saving or checkpoints in between, so if a character dies in part 3 of a battle, resetting would mean that you need to do all 3 again. There is a cheese to the whole permadeath mechanic. There is a revive spell in this game, but you can't buy it in stores, and I only found one, and only one of my units was able to use it, and it costs a shitload of MP, so it's really not friendly to use. You can, and what I did often was at the end of the battle, say the enemy only had 1 unit left, I would just waste time regenerating MP until I was able to revive everybody that died. This is something I had to do in some of the last chapters in this game, or else I never would have made it through. It ain't easy being cheesy sometimes. During these multi-part battles, it's a trick you're gonna need. I'm at the end of chapter 4. We're 1 battle away from ending the war. In cutscenes, your characters have even been saying shit like, "This will be the final battle," and it's a 3-parter. Every bit as epic as it should be. These knights are ready to make their last stand.
We might lose. I will not force you to fight. Whoever does not want to die may leave now. Go ahead, now. Very good. the backroom knights are honorable.
The war has long since turned in your favor. The enemy knows they're going to lose. You have inside cabinet members of the opposing king running away on him. Those loyal are making their last stand. It has every bit the markings of the end of the game, except no. Because those guys who ran away are after the pirates' gold and went to the top of some big dumb tower, where you then have to climb after them. It's called the Tower of Eden, but I just call it the fucking tower. It came out of absolute nowhere, but whatever. Guess how many fucking parts the tower battle comes in? Up until this point, 3-parters were stretching the limit of what's feasible of accomplishing without everyone dying. You don't get your health or magic refilled between battles or anything. 4 parts? Maybe 5? 6? No, that can't be right. The tower can't have 6 battles, right? No, that would just be absurd. 6 battles without saving or having access to a shop or a town or the ability to train or anything. There's no way it could be as high as 6. I wonder how many battles this tower could have. Did you guess? How about fucking 9? 9! What the fuck, game? You see why now it's important to have more than 10 good party members? 9 battles, back to 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 back. How many was that? Oh, I need one more. To back. Wow. The end of this game shows absolutely no mercy. Admittedly, it's not that bad, because most of these fights are pretty easy. But imagine fucking up in the 9th fight, losing like a crucial unit, the only mage who can revive people, and then you gotta restart the whole thing from the beginning again. And if you thought the game was over after that, no. Not by a long shot. You're given a save point, finally, after 9 battles, but there's still no shop or training access. You lose those privileges before entering the fucking tower. This is your last opportunity to save, and there's a 4-part battle left. The first 2 stages are pretty unremarkable. You just fight some normal enemies, and they're not that tough. But the 1-2 punch they saved for last are contenders for the most difficult end bosses in RPG history. Let's start with these assholes. It's all RNG. You fight them 2 on 10, but it's like that ambush earlier where you start right in front of them while your team is all the way across the map. These motherfuckers are like when you watch a Summoning Salt speedrun video and they're playing one of those games where a run can just end because you got unlucky, because the first couple of turns can go one of 2 ways. Both enemy units will always get to move first, but the developers placed you 1 square just out of reach of this guy here. What happens first is every single time this guy will hit you, and there's a random chance in this game that when taking damage directly like this, of getting knocked backwards. If that happens, you lose. Good day, sir. You get nothing, because the other guy just comes over and will deal enough damage to kill you without fail. But if you manage to hold your own ground and are allowed to actually continue the fight, I never lost or even had a unit die if the protagonist managed to survive these turns. Because it is, after all, 10 on 2, you just kind of gang up on them. It's stupid. Straight up RNG check. After that, the final boss against the Zombie King, the protagonist from the first game, rises from his Jason grave, summons these shadow monsters, and then tears you a new asshole because he's comedically overpowered compared to everything else in this game. He has an assload of HP, his defenses are so high that I only have a couple units which are actually able to hurt him for more than 1 damage. He revives his dead teammates, he has the nastiest AoE spell that has no range, targets every single one of your units, and deals enough damage that it's a 2-hit knockout on everyone. If he decides to use this attack 2 times in a row, you lose. That's it. You can try and heal, but you're also dealing with all this other shit, so I just kept getting overwhelmed. This is an empty the shelves, every item you've been saving because they're too good to use, whip them out. You need to have a very specific plan to make this magic happen. For me, it was exploiting the final boss's revive spell. Every turn the Zombie King spends reviving his dead teammates is a turn he's not fucking attacking me. So What ended up eventually working was a two-pronged attack. My units, actually capable of dealing damage, chased him around the battlefield, attacking him every chance they got, while the rest of the team was to aggro whatever the enemy's lowest HP monster was. Now, the Zombie King doesn't always revive dead units when he can, but keeping it in his Rolodex was imperative, because him attacking my team 100% of the time, as opposed to 2/3 of the time, makes a huge difference. I had units with no weapons or armor holding MP restoring items for the sole purpose of keeping my mages juiced up, because you need to have the best healing magic just to survive. I also tried to turn as many of the enemy's monsters to stone as possible. They're resistant to the status, but they're not immune. Sometimes you can get a petrify through, and that status effect rules the world in this game. I already mentioned how it immobilizes and makes it so you hit them 100% of the time, but why it's really good is because it's permanent in this game unless you or the enemy has a way to heal them, which in this particular battle, they do not. But eventually I made it through. Barely. 7 of my units died, but the 2 which matter did not. Me and my sister. The good ending sees your sister become the new queen, uniting the entire continent, and living happily ever after. Holy shit, Jesus Christ. I will never call Fire Emblem difficult again. It was a regular occurrence for me to sit down, play this game for 3 hours, and make absolutely no progress, because I'd spend the entire time resetting the same battle over and over and over again. The final gauntlet was grueling. I would get so frustratingly close on a number of occasions, but if you save right beforehand, you're trapped. There's no way to back out and grind more, so the final boss caught me with my pants down, probably a level or 2 under where they expected me to be. If you are the type of person who likes to obsess over one game, then Tactics Ogre is a prime candidate. It's deep, it's hard as fuck, it has multiple paths, there's 1,000,001 secrets, it's overall incredibly well made. It's a great game, it really is. There's a lot of annoying things, or just kind of pricks in it, but you know what they say, every rose has its thorns. It just so happens that Tactics Ogres will cut your arms off. Torneko's Great Adventure Mystery Dungeon was your great-grandmother's idea of a Las Vegas vacation. Chain-smoking cigs in one hand while her other is feeding silver-plated discs to neonic gambling apparatuses. Because that's what this game is, a glorified slot machine. Not that there's anything necessarily wrong with that. Plenty of people enjoy slot machines. Allow me to explain how this game is structured, and maybe that'll make a little bit more sense. The game is separated into 2 segments, dungeons and towns we'll call them. Only this game effectively only has one of each. After exploring the only accessible dungeon area, you'll always return to your shop, and the only place to go from here is back into the dungeon. I used to think that this kind of structure was somewhat unique, but so far in this series I've touched upon a few games that are built like this, such as Arcana. There's one randomly procedurally generated dungeon. Everything from enemy placement to what items spawn to overall layout, it's never the same twice. Every time you come back, everything is different. If you've ever played Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, or perhaps Etrian Odyssey Mystery Dungeon, you know the gist of this. Well, Torneko, that man is built different. He's an old dog, incapable of learning with any sort of permanence. Every time you die, you lose all of your items, and you reset back to level 1. In Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, there exist post-game challenge areas, which operate like this, but here, it's the whole game. One dungeon, every time you enter, level 1. You would think that this being a direct sequel to one of my favorite games ever, that it would be meaningful to me at least in some way, but it really isn't. After the events of Dragon Warrior / Dragon Quest IV, which are all outlined in this game's intro, the fan translation's text is a little messed up here, but overall once you start the game it's fine. They did a good job. Torneko hears of this cave which contains wonderful treasures, just a whole bunch of treasures. Being the adventurous, risk-taking business owner he is, he uproots his wife and son from the shop you spent Chapter 3 and DQ4 starting. He takes them and opens up shop right in front of this magical, randomly generated cave. It's your job to get treasures from said cave to sell at your shop, at least in storyline, because the underlying game mechanics don't really back this up. Your shop grows in size based on how much gold you find from said cave, not the value of whatever items you come across. When you die, you keep half your gold, presumably generating life force from the other half. Unless you happen to find a safe, then you keep everything. Anyway, upon death, you only keep gold, not items. Though there is a way around this. The only way to keep items is to escape safely, which can be done one of two ways. The first and most straightforward way is when you beat the game. Yeah, this is one of those where even after you win, it allows you to save and keep playing. You beat the game and you keep the items from that run. Our other, much more useful option is to happen across this item called an outside scroll. They're rare, and I only found 3 my entire playthrough. But if you use one, it warps you outside the dungeon with all your items intact. In the shop, your items are then converted into gold, unless you've upgraded your shop to a point where you have a vault. In this case, you can choose which items to save and which items to sell. And that's right, there's upgrading shop mechanics. If your level resets and you generally don't get to keep your items, then that's where the game's sense of progression comes from. It's your shop. Starts out as a little tiny room, and it spans to include a bar, multiple buildings, and just gradually grows into this tiny little town. There's a few cute storylines with recurring NPCs in your shop if you go out of your way to talk to them, but other than that, there's really not a plot. Upgrading your shop, the sole gameplay perk it provides is that you get to save your items and take them back into the dungeon with you. But as with everything, there's always a catch. For some inexplicable reason, your wife is controlling the supply of items. She only allows you to bring 1 of your banked items into the dungeon at a time. Though before my winning run, that number was upgraded to 2, so I assume if you keep playing the game, she keeps allowing you to bring more and more items into the dungeon until eventually you're able to prepare well enough to win. And that's what this game boils down to. Torneko's Mystery Dungeon is a game that you cannot prepare for, unless you fail long enough and the game starts to feel sorry for you. You can't memorize layouts, you can't plan ahead, because you don't know what's going to happen. I've had runs where I'm tripping over great weapons, just passing up steel axes and dragon swords because I already have something better. And I've had others where I'm 10 floors deep and haven't even found a measly wooden club. Sometimes you enter the dungeon, find great items, make it far. But others, the game doesn't even spawn food and you starve to death. That's right, you heard me, there's a food mechanic, meaning you effectively cannot stick around and grind earlier floors to get levels, because you'll run out of food and die. If you've played Mystery Dungeon, you know what I'm talking about. Only here, again, you by and large can't bring items, and when your supply of items is limited, you're gonna want to bring a sword, a shield. You're not gonna want to use your 1 item on a piece of food. I skimmed Mike Matei's live stream of this game, and he found this thing called the belly ring.
Well, I would always want to have that belly ring. And I can take only 1 more item. That's the problem.
Which eliminates the need for food. So if you find that, I guess you're golden. Though I was not as fortunate as him. Or maybe I was more fortunate because it took me about half the time it took him to beat the game. Torneko's Mystery Dungeon is a case of a game effectively being replaced in a way by its own sequels. It's almost like a Mystery Dungeon proof of concept. One of the most basic games I've ever played. If you're at a casino with blackjack, roulette, Texas Hold'em, horse betting, and you're the type of person who chooses to sit all day in front of a slot machine, then play Torneko's Mystery Dungeon. But if you're looking for real Mystery Dungeon goodness, then play Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Blue Rescue Team or Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Explorers of Darkness. They're both on the Nintendo DS, and they tell the best stories in the entire Pokemon multiverse. Yes, that does include every movie and every episode of the TV show, and every TCG card description. Wait a second, do Pokemon cards have descriptions like Yu-Gi-Oh cards? I don't know. As a tween, those games made the back of my head blow off. You are the Pokemon? What madness was this? It was a dark time for the franchise too. The DS had been out a little while, Diamond and Pearl didn't exist yet, and all we had was Dash and Torose. Ugh. PMD came out at the perfect time. Not every kid on the playground owned a DS, but we all loved Pokemon. Wouldn't it be a little weird if You went
to sleep one
to
day and
sleep
woke up
one
as a
day?
Pokemon?
That's right, I already did a video on the original Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. My diabolically cunning plan to transform this review into something else because it's too short ends in failure, I suppose. Anyway, Uncharted Waters New Horizons is a video game I purchased complete in box shortly after the publication of my first Uncharted Waters review. And when I was doing these videos in loose chronological order, New Horizons release date came and went, only there was no review. I opted to talk about Eye of the Beholder instead. Seeing as how I love the first game so much, you may be asking, why? Why would you skip over the sequel? It's because I was fucking terrified. I was afraid I would not like New Horizons. I was afraid I would not have anything to say about New Horizons, due to it being so similar to the original. I booted up the game, saw that it had 6 different selectable campaigns, and then I was terrified that New Horizons would take 180 hours to beat. Then I started playing and was somewhat overwhelmed by its new mechanics. Then I put the game away and put this episode on hold. Somehow, Eye of the Beholder, a first-person dungeon crawler on Super Nintendo using the Super Nintendo mouse, was a less intimidating game than New Horizons. I saw a sequel to one of my newly favorite games, noticed instantly that it was deeper and more mechanically complex than the original, yet at the same time improving upon every aspect of the user experience. And that was kind of a bone-crunching realization. It shook me to my core. Does that not make sense? It probably doesn't. So let's see if I can attempt to explain this. In sports, basketball in particular, there's this expression called the disease of more. The general idea is when a great team upgrades its individual talent, just because specific players are better doesn't necessarily mean that the resulting team will be more successful. The 2006-7 Phoenix Suns won 61 games, made it to the second round of the playoffs before losing to the eventual champion San Antonio Spurs. They then replaced their center, Kurt Thomas, who was okay, an average NBA caliber player, I'd say, but not somebody you've probably ever heard of. They replaced him with Shaquille O'Neal, one of the greatest and most dominating forces in NBA history, only 2 years removed from a championship in Miami. On paper, it's a no-brainer. Would you rather have Kurt Thomas or Shaquille O'Neal? Well, in his first full season with the Phoenix Suns, they won 46 games and didn't even make the playoffs. How did that happen? The rest of the team was exactly the same. It's because nothing's an exact science. You can have great players, but if they don't fit together well, then it doesn't matter. You can apply this same line of thinking to any media. With a microscope, you can zero in on any individual aspect of a book or movie, or in this case a video game, see how much everything has improved, and yet the result could end up being a lesser game. So even though I saw that Uncharted Waters New Horizons was better in most aspects, I wasn't sure I would like the game as much. Because the appeal to me on the original Uncharted Waters sat on a razor's edge. It was obtuse enough to give you the satisfaction of unraveling and figuring out how it worked, while still being simple enough for me to wrap my dumb head around. It made a great half-idle game where you still need to pay attention, but you don't necessarily need to focus 100% on it. You could accomplish a lot in Uncharted Waters while doing the dishes, or folding clothes, or watching YouTube on your laptop. I was worried that New Horizons would overcomplicate itself, that it would introduce new mechanics that, while more impressive or immersive, would make it more of a pain to play, more difficult to understand, leading to a more in-depth experience, but one that I did not personally enjoy as much. That's what I was afraid of going in, but now after having beaten all 6 campaigns, I was wrong. I should have trusted in Koei. The original Uncharted Waters is the only game in this entire series to date that I would occasionally go back and play more of after my video was released. Normally when a video is done, that's it. I'm never gonna look at that game ever again. My opinion is crystallized in the moment, and it's time to move on to the bigger and better. No time to dwell on the past because I need to turn the page on whatever's coming next. But Uncharted Waters had this strange, longer-lasting spell on me. Even months later, I would still think about it, hum its tunes to myself. Did you know that the same woman who composed both Uncharted Waters games would go on to do
Uncharted Waters would not allow itself to escape my mind, at least until now, because after spending time with New Horizons, I can't imagine ever going back to the original. New Horizons is a time hole. You enter at 3, leave at 10 without even realizing. Once you adjust, it contains the exact same addictive qualities its predecessor had. The original was a game where you spent most of your time watching a little boat sail from one end of the screen to another, over and over again. New Horizons, well, for one, it scrolls, so it's one continuous screen, but its largest additive is speed. New Horizons is original, streamlined in just the right spots, while adding just enough to make for a better game while not overcomplicating itself. There was this bit in my original video where I timed how long it took to sail from Lisbon to Mecca. 11 minutes, 26 seconds, and 59 frames, by the way. And here's that same trek in New Horizons. I'm using the slowest starting ship in the game, and I'm a little unlucky needing to wait out not one, but 2 storms. And despite that, I still improve on the original's time by over 4 minutes. If I didn't need to wait out any storms, and I prepared by getting a faster ship, it's not unreasonable for me to think that this could be done in under 4 minutes. It's faster, more complex, and the whole thing works because all 6 campaigns hyper-focus on one specific playstyle. You don't need to learn everything all at once. The original's core mechanic, buying and selling goods in order to make a profit, what Uncharted Waters is built around, only really comes into play in one of these 6 scenarios. The other 5 have their own alternative ways of generating income. I'm going to put the cart before the ox here and claim that the bottom 3 characters' routes are all filler, but these top 3 play off each other like fine dining. It's truly incredible, and I was not expecting this level of storytelling that is present in New Horizons. And as usual, it's not what is told, but how. Each campaign receives bits and pieces of an overarching plot. These top 3 scenarios' events are intertwined so that you don't start piecing things together until completion of your 2nd or even 3rd campaign. And walking away, that's what impressed me the most. So let's take a look at these characters. Joao is the son of our protagonist from the first game. He is 18 years old and wants to step out of his father's shadow by finding the lost city of Atlantis. Classic human mythology, the lost city of Atlantis. And honestly, my pessimism was in full swing because I thought that sounded lame, only to eventually play through his questline and be proven wrong yet again. Catalina, also 18, has her fiancé murdered by a Portuguese battle fleet. She vows revenge and she steals the show. Mine, and probably everyone else who has played New Horizons' favorite character. Ali, 19, is a Turkish merchant. He's like the Torneko Talon of Uncharted Waters. His scenario is about accumulating as much wealth and growing the Turkish Empire with foreign investments as much as possible. Ernst, 23, is the character I selected first, and he's a cartographer on a quest to map out the entire world. Otto, 25. Wait, this guy is 25? Otto is a British military general, and his country is at war with Spain. Pietro, 33, is an adventurer. He doesn't really have a main goal to start, but eventually attempts to find the golden city of El Dorado. As mentioned a second ago, I picked Ernst to start because mapping out the entire planet seemed like it would make a great introductory. And after all, Uncharted Waters could have just been a world mapping simulator and I would still be in love with it. As a kid, I used to hang maps on my walls, one of the world, one of the US, one of the great state of New York, homemade maps of Shining in the Darkness on Sega Genesis, whatever maps I could get my hands on, up on the wall. Still today, I browse Google Maps for fun, but in hindsight, ironically, Ernst ended up being my least favorite scenario. Despite the description, you don't beat his game by actually mapping out the entire planet. Early on, you meet this girl, 14 years old. They go out of their way to say that she is 14 years old. She was an orphan and has no idea where she's originally from. After traveling around, you not only find the city she's from, but her childhood house, and her family still lives there and recognizes her all these years later. What's dumb is how this game makes it so you can't even see Japanese ports, because it would make the game end too early. You can sail to Japan. The game allows you to physically travel to Japan. Nagasaki is supposed to be right here, Only it's not, because your fame and adventure isn't at 40,000 yet. Ernst is supposed to be the cartographer. Why can every other character see these ports, no barrier to entry required, but Ernst can't? These three numbers are the lifeblood of Uncharted Waters New Horizons. They represent your fame and adventure, battling, and merchantry. Most story events in New Horizons are triggered by these numbers. In Ernst's campaign, that simply means that as this number rises, you obtain new dialogue between yourself, that girl, and your first mate. Dialogue which, as the game goes on, becomes increasingly more romantic. She's 14, you're 23. I mean, I guess in the 1500s that wasn't a big deal, but it's a little awkward today. He's like, why didn't they just say Ernst was 18, like two of the other characters? That's a freshman to senior in high school. Still a little weird, but I don't know, I've been there. It's not like we were having sex or anything, but when I was 14, I went on a few little innocent dates with an 18-year-old. Though again, I suppose it's a different dynamic when the guy is younger. Anyway, questionable relationships aside, you gain fame and adventure in any one of four ways: by visiting foreign ports, the further away from Europe the better; by completing missions for guilds, which can involve finding items, delivering cargo, or any number of things. Honestly, I only did 2 of these throughout all 6 of my playthroughs combined, so you can safely ignore these and get by just fine. By mapping out the world and reporting it to Mercator. Yes, the same Mercator, whose name is on all modern world maps. But the fastest is to discover cultural artifacts of the world and to sell them. Finding these is almost like playing an educational game, and they follow Earthbound Dungeon Man principles. Items that are easy to get are often disappointing. You generally gain more fame, more money by finding things off the beaten path. It's a wonderful way to incentivize you to travel to remote areas of the planet. Normally, there would be no reason to seek out Easter Island because there's almost no population there. There's nothing to gain. But when you can go there, sell a Moe head for 200,000 gold and 3,000 adventure points, suddenly combing the Pacific for remote islands becomes a can't-miss proposition. And that is it for Ernst. You take the girl home, but she decides a life with you at sea would be better. His quest is the only one which does not tie into the broader narrative whatsoever. It's also the most simplistic. You never need to fight anyone, you needn't engage with any trading mechanics. It is just a straightforward, raise your fame until the game decides that Japan is no longer invisible. Completed in 11 hours and 21 minutes. Next I picked Otto, oldest 25-year-old in existence. Everyone hates him to start. You're tasked to bring down the entire Spanish fleet and are only given 300 gold, and as a rib, this guy names your ship Simpleton. Something I love about video games of this era are obvious alcohol censorship moments. There's a bar at almost every port in this game, and you can always buy a local drink there.
Come to Bordeaux, France, and try our world-famous, grape juice. How about Japan and its world-famous, green tea? Or Russia, where you can try our mint tea? How would you like our coffee? How would you like our coconut milk? Stuff like that.
Otto is British, and the drink you can buy at the bar in London is fish and chips. That's hilarious. Your main source of income here is attacking enemy fleets. You win whatever gold they had on board, can steal whatever cargo they were carrying around to sell yourself, but what makes the most amount of money is capturing ships and selling those off. It takes a bit of extra effort because you need to find and hire more captains, more crews, and war is expensive. Otto and Catalina are 2 battle-centric characters. You'll always be strapped for cash on these 2 playthroughs. Compare our expenses to Ernst. He can sail around the world with the ship you start out on, with a crew of 20 people, without hiring any other captains. Otto needs to create his own navy from scratch, maintaining expensive warships, paying for cannons, paying for ammo, paying for the crew to run these ships, over 1,000 men. When people die in battle, you need to travel from port to port, recruiting replacements. You can't just sail around picking fights all the time. If you don't do all this preparation, then you're gonna get stomped. Battles themselves are cathartic. In the original Uncharted Waters, you could cheese these fights by having everyone target your opponent's flagship, because if you take that out, you win automatically. Well, no longer, because now you only control one ship, the one you're on. If you know me, you know how much I love auto battle, and here I earnestly believe it to be the correct choice, because battles already take long enough. If you had to select each one of your ship's actions every single time, it would double their length. You can also challenge other commanders to a duel, where a loss results in a game over, back to the title screen, and a win ends the battle as a victory. Same as if you sunk the flagship. I know I was confused as hell the first time looking at this screen, but when you break it down, it's almost like a slightly more complicated game of rock, paper, scissors. You have thrusts, lunges, and strike cards. You'll always have at least one of each, and depending on what the enemy selects, your attack will either be successful or not. These numbers represent power in the case of a successful attack. Damage is also affected by which equipment you have on, but I appreciate the random nature of these duels. It's not a foolproof way to win any given battle, and as a result, I only really used it in desperation scenarios. It's a flip of the coin, a roll of the die. If you're backed up against the wall, sure, try a duel. But if you have the advantage, then why bother? Otto's campaign is really that simple. You beat up on Spanish fleets until your piracy number is high enough. Then the game decides it's time to fight the biggest and baddest Spanish fleet. Completion time was 11 hours, 34 minutes. He intersects with a couple other characters, but overall, Otto doesn't affect the plot a whole lot either. I'm impressed with myself that I managed to select the two least relevant characters first and second. Ernst and Otto are the weakest campaigns, no doubt. Then thirdly, I picked Ali, who is a more traditional merchant type. His main source of income is buying low, selling high. He also used to have a sister who went missing a long time ago. And no, that she doesn't end up being the same girl from Ernst's quest. Ali is completely broke, but he has a fantastic business idea, which is no more complex or thought out than buying and selling indiscriminate goods. He goes door to door in Istanbul, begging people to invest in him. He then promises to pay back their investment tenfold. He guarantees a 1,000% return on their investment, which is the craziest thing I have ever heard. All in all, you end up owing various people around town a total of 40,000 gold, which is not very much in this game. That's only 4 gold bars. Hell, you could win that playing poker. The original Uncharted Waters had Texas Hold'em style, which is replaced with blackjack here. Less fun, but it's more efficient at making money. See here, what you do is save before playing, bet the maximum of 500 gold, then go double or nothing a few times, and you'll end up with a nice chunk of change. I won't spoil what happens with the rest of Ali's storyline, because it's worth experiencing for yourself. I compared him to Torneko Taloon earlier, and I will say that his final objective was to amass 699 gold bars, which is a lot in this game. Even with all these alternative ways of making money New Horizons introduces, Ali proves that trading is still king. His took me the longest of the 6, at a still perfectly manageable 16 hours and 43 minutes. Ali was when I realized that these 6 campaigns might be attempting to tell a broader narrative greater than all of them. That there might be something going on in the background that I wasn't privy to yet. But again, since I picked the 2 least relevant characters to start, nothing was really clicking yet. Though something was crystal clear. Joao and Catalina were without a doubt the 2 most important central protagonists, so I decided to save them for last. Naturally, that leaves Pietro to knock out next. Pietro's dad recently died, and he assumed all of his debt. And thank goodness that's not how the world works anymore, because when my dad dies, I had a debt collector contact me, and after a quick Google search, I told him to suck my ass. And I'm not going to go in depth with him either, because Ernst and Pietro's campaigns are 90% the same. Just swap out finding an orphan girl's home to finding the lost golden city of El Dorado. It's still just a simple numbers game about increasing your fame using the exact same methods I did with Ernst. It only took me 6 hours, 35 minutes, because I already did all this before. I already knew exactly where I was looking and where to find all the good treasures to sell. His ending is where events start to get spicy. The original Uncharted Waters opens with a cutscene explaining how your dad was this prolific sailor who was caught in a horrible storm and shipwrecked. Presumably he died, but Pietro happens to find him and then reunites father with his son, the protagonist from the first game, and by extension his grandson, Joao from this game. Remember when I outlined the disease of more at the onset of this video? New Horizons has too many campaigns. They had enough ideas to fill 3, but the other half are noticeably disconnected. Pietro's ending is the only thing bringing him into the fold, and it could have just as easily have been accomplished by Joao at some point during his adventure. Here I run into a bit of a crisis. Do I punish New Horizons for attempting to do too much? I believe it wholeheartedly to be a better experience, both in totality and in each individual way over the original, but one just had a single campaign, and this one has basically 3 wastes of time. Okay, maybe that's a little harsh. Even our filler characters are still fun, but it's an opportunity cost thing. There's no reason to play Pietro or Ernst, because Joao's path is also centered around raising your fame and adventure. Only his is far superior. That's who I picked next, and at its core, it was another numbers game, trying to get your fame and adventure up to trigger story events, but Joao has way more of those events, and his plotline is compelling enough that I'm not going to spoil what happens. And alongside adventuring, the story events sprinkle in a little bit of everything. There's forced duels, combat, political lobbying. His took me 14 hours and 7 minutes, even though I already knew what I was doing after doing the last 2 adventuring quests. They packed his full of the most stuff in the game. And if you're interested in playing Uncharted Waters New Horizons, and you're only going to do 1 playthrough, I would recommend Joao, which only leaves Catalina. She's combat-oriented like Otto, and minute to minute, it's mostly the same. Main differences between her and Otto, well, firstly, look at her. But her storyline is both better and integrates with New Horizons' larger events in a more meaningful way. She's like the anti-Joao, and you spend most of your story missions attempting to track him down. She's awesome, but she's probably also the most difficult. One of her final missions sees the entire Spanish military hunt you down, which almost soft-locked my save because I had absolutely no chance of winning this fight fairly. I needed a fluke duel win just to get out of this fight. Uncharted Waters New Horizons is the definition of niche. It's not for everyone, but it sure is for me. It's going in excellent tier, and I'm downgrading the original to great. It snaps a 5-game streak of titles that I did not enjoy, dating all the way back to Final Fantasy III. I'm glad I finally got into it, and it's going to be sad saying goodbye and moving on to our next game. Hello, this one's gonna be a little bit different. Instead of just reviewing a game, I'm going to talk about the making of an every SNES RPG episode, and really just my process for reviewing games on YouTube in general. There are 102, make it 103 public videos on my channel, and another 60 or so that are unlisted or private. I've been doing YouTube on and off for 8 years now. I don't have a large following, so it's not like I believe that I've earned the right to give anyone advice or anything, or that anybody really cares about this at all, because in the grand scheme of things, I'm a nobody. It would be the blind leading the blind. But on the other hand, some of my favorite content on YouTube are these types of things. One of the best AVGN episodes is his making of episode. Kadikarus, somebody I don't usually watch, has a fascinating one. Square Eye Jack, if you've ever heard of him, does these behind the scenes types of videos all the time, and they always fascinate me. I love seeing how everyone else goes about doing this whole YouTube thing. Again, I'm sure most of you won't care, but if anyone here is like me, heck, maybe you'll get a kick of seeing how I do things. Maybe you create or have thought about making your own YouTube videos. Maybe this has techniques or tips that you can incorporate into your own work. Hell, if anyone has suggestions about how I could do things better, then let me know. I'd love to hear them. Here's the little tip if you're recording audio from a different source as your video. Do some claps to make it easy to sync them up. So when you're editing, you can just look for the spikes and make sure the spikes all line up with each other. Step 1 before you do anything is to pick a topic. It doesn't matter what you're talking about. Most of the time on this channel, that just means pick a video game to review. And in this case, we have it right here. RPG Maker Super Dante is the topic of this video. Kind of. We're not really going to be talking about the video very much. This is something that I've wanted to cover, or that I want to cover for obvious reasons, but there's not really a lot to say about it. It's an RPG Maker game. It's old. It's on the Super Nintendo, so obviously it's very archaic. And I'm using this as an excuse to get meta with this video, talking about how I make YouTube videos. This is a game about making games, so this is a video about making videos. After picking a topic, then I'll normally check out YouTube and see what other videos are out there before deciding if I actually want to go ahead with it. Unless, of course, it's a Super Nintendo RPG, because I'm stuck with those. I'm pre-committing to doing those. You can still obviously do games and topics that others have done before you, but it's about whatever I think I can add, or whatever you think you can add, or if I can find a unique angle on something. I have a huge list of games and topics that I would like to do someday. For example, Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories. I have wanted to talk about that game for years, but there existed videos such as this one that Fudge made, which blows whatever I could have done out of the water, so I held off on doing it until I got the idea to just do a whole bunch of Yu-Gi-Oh! Games all at once. Another recent example, that before I even started working on Yu-Gi-Oh!, instead of that one, my original plan was to do a video entitled In Defense of Zelda CDI, and then I would go and review all 3 Zelda CDI games through the lens of them not being anywhere close to the worst games of all time, and the first 2 actually being pretty decent for what they are. I've played through them before, so I already had that general opinion of them going in. But then across my YouTube feed, I see this video, which basically comes to that same conclusion, and it's really well made to boot. Who knows, I may still do the Zelda CDI games someday, but seeing someone else tackle the same topic I wanted to do was hugely demotivating, especially since it's a really great video. I don't want to compete with this. Sometimes there are just a million videos about a given game, so there's no real point in me saying anything about it. For example, a while ago I wanted to do Mega Man Legends, but then I looked it up, and that may be the single most reviewed game on this website. If you've produced retro game review videos on the internet, I swear there's like a 50-50 shot that you've done Mega Man Legends.
No matter how simple, every video involves the same steps. Playing the game, writing the script, shooting the video and recording the voiceover, and editing the video.
I come from basically the same school of thought. James is my biggest inspiration for starting YouTube, me along with tons of other people, so it's natural, I guess, that I would do things in sort of the same roundabout way. I would say the biggest thing is not to write your videos from memory. Like, you can't write the video and then play the game, because a lot of times you'll find that what you remember about a game it doesn't always line up with reality. So you're trying to manufacture reasons to like backfill the opinions that you already had. Obviously, I talk about games that I've played before a lot, but I always replay them just to make sure that what I thought about them beforehand is what I still think. And a lot of times my opinion changes, so yeah, like, do your due diligence. Don't just pick a game that you like and then just start writing. Actually sit down, go through the whole process of playing the game, and then you can move on with the process. I play my games in a variety of ways. For the SNES RPGs, I have an original Super Nintendo, but I'd say my go-to is this little guy, the Super Nintendo Classic. You can load it up with whatever Super Nintendo games you want, but the compatibility isn't always there. I would say 9 out of 10 times it's compatible, but sometimes it isn't. For example, I remember that Dungeon Master, Fire Emblem Mystery of the Emblem, and Robo Trek for some reason are not compatible. I like playing on original hardware, but it's so expensive. Such as Harvest Moon. That game is hundreds of dollars. I've thought about getting an EverDrive, but the good ones, which support things like the Super FX chip, are well over $200, and I just can't swing that at this stage of my life. Luckily for me, with that game, they actually just added Harvest Moon to the Switch Online. I love it when I get to review a Switch game because of its 30-second clip feature. Whenever something noteworthy happens, you can just hold down the clip button and it records the last 30 seconds of gameplay. Then when you're done with the game, you can just plug your Switch into your computer and transfer the clips over. It's much easier to use a folder full of 30-second clips than it is to use huge multi-hour chunks.
just because they're easier to name and organize. You can find the footage you're looking for so much easier this way. The great thing about video games, and retro games in specific, is that there are so many ways to play everything these days. It's a hobby that can be as cheap or as expensive as you want it to be. If you have a computer, it doesn't even need to be a good one, then you instantly have access to basically every game ever made before the year 2000, and many after that as well. I also have a Retron 5, but I haven't used that thing in years, and to the best of my memory, I think I only used that for one review. I'm a stickler for using the original controllers. I've had this SNES to USB adapter for the past, 14 or 15 years when emulating on PC. I have the entire line of Nintendo-produced replica wireless NES, SNES, N64, and Genesis controllers. These are great because they're Bluetooth and can connect to any PC as well as your Switch. So whenever I'm playing a Super Nintendo game, I'm always using a Super Nintendo controller in some form. For capturing the game, I've only ever used the Elgato line of cards, and they've been good to me overall. Once in a while my footage might get corrupted, but it's rare, and even when it happens, it's hard to know whether to blame the software or the hardware. Personally, I think the bundled software that comes with these is fucking terrible, and I never use it. Their newer one, 4K video capture, is much better than the old Elgato HD capture or whatever that program was called, but it's still not something that I use. There's no reason to use anything other than OBS, ever, as far as I'm concerned. It works with everything, it's more customizable. Just use OBS. Don't fuck with the Elgato software. I have this old model Elgato, which only supports 1080 30 frames per second, and the video preview which shows up on your computer is also delayed a few seconds, which can be annoying. The reason I hang on to this thing is because it's the only capture card I have which accepts anything other than HDMI. This one right here is the one I use the most. It's normally plugged into my laptop where the footage records onto this micro SD card, which I then transfer over to my desktop PC, which is what I use to edit everything. I've got two monitors, but this old TV up here is also hooked up and can be used as a third. It's a little awkward, but it does the job as a third monitor up there. I don't know how anyone edits video with only one monitor or on a laptop or something. I basically only use the one on the right as my source and preview windows, then all of the primary editing functions are on my main monitor. I also have this internal PCI Elgato, which supports 4K and is nice, but I don't even have a 4K TV or compatible monitor anymore. And this Elgato isn't even in my PC right now because I have this tiny motherboard that I had to order as an emergency because my old one died. And the only available PCI slot is being used by my Bluetooth and Wi-Fi adapter. So after I've picked a game and determined how I'm going to play it, next comes the easiest, but also the most time-consuming part most of the time, and that is sitting down and actually playing the game. Obviously, this will vary wildly from title to title. With something like RPG Maker here, RPG Maker Super Dante, it's not really a game as much as is just software that you kind of mess around in, so I don't expect to play it for very long. Also, I've got it running back there. I have the game, but obviously I'm going to emulate because that's in Japanese and I can't do much with it. There exists fan translations, so in that case you just download the fan translator, you patch it to the original Japanese ROM using Lunar IPS, which is this ancient program that's probably existed for like 30 years. And away you go with your Japanese games, but in those cases you need to emulate somehow. Most of the time I put them on the Super Nintendo Mini, but it's kind of a pain to add more games to that. So a long time ago I just kind of loaded it up with all the RPGs, and that's what's on there currently. For something like this that I didn't even know existed until maybe a month ago, I'm just gonna boot it up in RetroArch and play it that way. Every game I've done a standalone review of, I've at least finished. I believe with only one exception, at least with what's publicly up on my channel at the moment. In my Final Fantasy Adventure video from over 3 years ago, I didn't finish that for some reason, and I don't really know why. I got pretty far, but then just stopped playing it. Like, I threw up my arms and was like, alright, I'm far enough into the game, I can make a video now. With collection videos where I'm doing a whole bunch of games, like Namco Museum or Barbie or whatever, I don't hold myself to the same standard, but I still try my best to get through them. Like in the Barbie video, I beat all the games that you
you could beat. But if I'm just doing a quick overview of a bunch of games, then I don't force myself to get through all those. I have not, or at least not yet anyway, had to give up on any SNES RPG game. I would say that Spellcraft and Fire Emblem Mystery of the Emblem were the closest I've came to tapping out, but there's 45 verging on 46 videos in that playlist, and I've beaten 45 games. Now, I'm not Gerard the Completionist or anything. I get to the end of the main quest, and then maybe if I really love the game, I'll do all the completionist bullcrap. I think this mentality where I always need to finish the game is both one of the fundamental flaws with my approach, and is also paradoxically a part of the secret sauce which makes my videos work. Forcing myself to finish every standalone game I review horribly limits how often I'm able to upload. I average about 2 videos a month, which isn't great if you're looking to build an audience on YouTube. Not that I'm complaining, don't get me wrong. In the past, people have left comments saying something along the lines of, why doesn't this channel have more subscribers, or you should have 50,000 by now. I appreciate the kind words, but I don't really produce enough content quick enough to build up a sub count like that. At least not this quickly. Unless you're the top 1% of charismatic or an insanely innately talented video maker where you can just make a video and it'll go viral. You can't just make a couple videos and expect to build any kind of a following. It's a marathon, not a sprint. You just gotta keep turning them out. You constantly need to remind people that you exist, or people forget and they just fall off. It's a balancing act. A big part of the appeal of my channel isn't that I'm reminiscing about these games or speaking on a 20-year-old memory mixed with Wikipedia research. It's that I'm actually playing them through. There's far too many retro gaming YouTube channels out there which are just kind of shallow and they don't really speak on anything other than a game's first impressions, or they'll just talk about how they used to play these games back in 1995 and this is how they remember feeling about it way back then. But not me, man. Like, I don't know, I'm playing all of them for each video. I've had people ask how often my opinion of a game changes after this initial stage, questioning how much finishing a game shapes my review, or they'll inquire if it's really necessary to making my videos to get all the way through the game. And in terms of just the contents, as in what I end up saying about each game, I would say most of the time, no, it doesn't really affect it. I have generally what I'm going to say about a game worked out way before I'm done with it. In fact, I'd say it's rare that how a game ends significantly impacts how I feel about it. But I still like to do the due diligence of making it all the way through, just in case, because you don't always have everything figured out when you're like halfway through. Sometimes the game throws some curveballs at the end, and I'd like to see it if it does. You absolutely need to take notes while playing. It's mandatory. I have some older videos where I failed to do this. For example, Lagoon's a game I should have done a much better job on, but I kind of just played all the way through it and then freeballed it, and as a result, it's not very detailed because I was just going off of what I remembered off the top of my head. If you want to look at a similar game where I took extensive notes, Ultima Runes of Virtue is pretty similar to Lagoon. I have them in the same spot on my tier list, and I think they could have made for pretty similar videos. Like, if I were to go back and do Lagoon again, I think it would be a lot longer and a lot like jokier and a lot like riffier, more like that one. And that's just because I didn't take the time to take notes. Notes are really important, and my strategies for taking notes have changed quite a bit over the years. I've used physical pen and paper before. I've used Microsoft Word. I've used Excel. I've used Notepad. But these days, a lot of times I take notes on my phone. That's what I've gravitated towards the most. Oh man, I even went through a weird phase for like 2 or 3 videos where I took audio notes. When I was playing the game, I had a thought. I would swivel over my microphone. I would click on an Audacity file that I kept going through the whole playthrough, and I would just state aloud whatever my thought was. And then at the end of the game, I would have like 40 minutes of just me rambling incoherently that I would then have to listen back to and transcribe. Oh man, that was a really stupid way of taking notes. When you're playing a game, you never know
what's going to end up being important to the overall video. There have been times when I've taken extensive notes with lots of timestamps and meticulous details about a certain aspect of a game because it seemed super important while playing, only for that element to barely factor into my final video because I never really know exactly what angle I'm going to take until I'm in the planning phases. I try to keep recordings shorter. Like if I'm playing a game for 3 hours, I'll break up the recording into half-hour chunks or something. Because as mentioned earlier, it's easier for me to work and keep organized a bunch of smaller clips than one big one. It's much easier for me to scrub through a 30-minute long file than a 300-minute long file. A large factor for me, which is easy to overlook, is motivation. How do I keep myself motivated to do all this? Now, I know for some people that's an asinine question because they have a strong sense of internal motivation. But historically, that's never been me. I've always been the type of guy to do nothing for months at a time. When I was a teenager, I would go to school, go home, play video games, play basketball if it was basketball season, and that is it. I wouldn't talk to anybody. I wasn't building things. I wouldn't do anything productive with my time at all. I never even did homework. I would regularly fail classes where my final exam scores were over 90. In New York, we have these state tests called the Regents exams that everybody takes at the end of the year. My junior year, I had a perfect 100 in 2 of them, but still managed to fail both classes and had to go to summer school because I was so lazy, I would refuse to do even a shred of homework. It was like I would go home and enter a coma until it was time for me to go back to school. And it makes me sick to think that I used to live my life that way. Even today, my natural instinct is to be as lazy as possible. A day doing everything I naturally want to do is a day spent doing absolutely nothing. And I mean nothing. I don't mean like the royal nothing. I mean, I sit in a chair all day and drool and do absolutely nothing. My natural state of being is a lazy piece of shit, and I've wasted most of my life doing nothing. I need to actively think about and fight the urge to be lazy every day, or else I slip right back into sloth again. And the best way that I've found to keep myself motivated with anything is to force myself to touch on a project every single day. It doesn't have to be the same project. It doesn't even need to be for very long. I just tell myself that I'm going to work on something for a little bit, like I'll force myself to open Premiere or boot up whatever game I'm playing. Tell myself it'll just be for a minute, it'll just be for 5 or 10 minutes. And most of the time, just opening up the program or booting up the game leads to something more, because the largest barrier to overcome is committing yourself mentally to a task. Once you're doing it, it's easier to continue doing it than it is to stop. And if you ever want to get anything done, be it large or small, getting started is always the hardest part. So if you can force yourself to get started, then you can be more productive. Once I've beaten a game, that's when it's time to formally transition into the writing process. And I don't just open Word and start typing, or just like going off my notes and start typing. I know a lot of people get their best work done when they are freewheeling it like that, but not me. I really need to have a plan of what I'm going to write before I start writing. I don't remember when or how or why I came up with this, but for as long as I could remember, I've always used Microsoft Excel to plan my videos. Or actually, I prefer LibreOffice Calc, because it's easier to click and drag the cells around. Basically what I do is I'll transcribe my notes to Excel, then I'll color code everything. Story is blue, gameplay is red, ideas specifically for how I want to start a video are in yellow, and anything else I can't categorize I make green. While my note-taking may have changed quite a bit over the years, this hasn't for some reason. It's how I planned my first video about Dragon Power. It's how I planned the latest video about Yu-Gi-Oh! Games. It's how I planned every paper I wrote in college. And I would say that it's how I planned every paper I wrote in high school, but I never did any fucking work in high school, so that's probably not true. I'm pretty sure nobody ever taught me this, it's just something I came up with on my own. And I find it very useful to be able to arrange my ideas in whatever order I want by just clicking and dragging. It helps to have this visual representation that I can so easily manipulate.
So I'll arrange my overall ideas in a way that is coherent. Sometimes if I have a lot of things to say, I'll have over 100 bullet points. But other times if I really don't have much, then I may have as few as 10. If that happens, and I'm not doing an every SNES RPG episode, most of the time I'll just scrap the video and start on something else. But if it's a Super Nintendo RPG, then I have no choice but to push through this and think of some topics to discuss. These situations are frustrating and sometimes results in a poor video, but shockingly, forcing myself to push through this lack of things to say conundrum has resulted in some of my best work. My least favorite episode of every SNES RPG has to be my Final Fantasy V one, and its Excel document was only a couple of bullet points, so I spent the whole video complaining that I had nothing to say about the game, and that's really lame. On the other hand, my Robo Trek episode came out fairly well because I used the game as a springboard to talk about more general topics. I'll admit that my video is not a great review of Robo Trek, but I managed to salvage a worthwhile video out of it by shifting my talking points to a higher, more abstract level. In this case, with RPG Maker Super Dante, I knew going in that I wouldn't end up with many bullet points, and after playing the game I don't, but I'm not really worried about it because the actual game review is only going to be a small part of this video that you're currently watching, and I expect the how-to portion to fill much more runtime. After everything is planned out on the Excel document, it's finally time to open up Word, and when it gets to this point, I'm a fucking machine. My Yu-Gi-Oh video is almost 6,000 words, and I wrote the whole thing in one sitting. I write incredibly fast, I don't pay much attention to spelling or grammar because after all I'm the only one who's going to see this, and I always reserve the right to change my wording around when reading it aloud. There's no set formula, I just hit each bullet point one at a time, expounding upon whatever I said in the Excel document. Basically my spreadsheet serves as a bunch of tiny little writing prompts that I just go down the list answering until I have a completed script. When I run out of bullet points, then I do shoutouts, I say my catchphrase, and that's it, script done. Even if the process has been the same, my writing style has changed quite a bit from when I started every SNES RPG up until now. If you go back and watch my Final Fantasy II video, for example, I wrote that more like how I would write a college paper or something. Back in those days, I used to keep thesaurus.com open. I would use websites that would analyze my sentence structure and vocabulary, and I would go through multiple drafts of the same script, using fancier language and more academically correct sentences. I would really polish these up. But I've gotten far away from that. I only do one draft now. I don't use a thesaurus at all anymore, because at some point I realized that I'm writing to speak. Specifically, I'm writing for me to speak. And I don't talk like that. If a word isn't in my vocabulary, then why the hell am I using it in a script? I don't like making my points sound as if they mean more than they do. If I were to explain my writing style, it's that I strive to be concise. It's that I'm direct and to the spot. I try to avoid plot summary unless I'm making a specific point and you need to know plot elements to understand what I'm saying. This goes against the common YouTube video essay style that's so popular these days. All the time I see huge videos, multi-hour long epics that I click on, and it's just the person summarizing their playthrough of a game. Just listing off everything that happened in the same order that it did. I find that shit hackney. It's formulaic, it's a shortcut to making a long-ass video while putting minimal thought into it. I also don't like to harp on the same point for too long. I'm not shitting on this guy, don't think that I am, but somebody like King K can hammer on one point for 20 minutes, but he makes it entertaining, so it works. I can't do that. If anything, I need to fight my urge to move on from topics so fast, because I'm guilty in the past of not fully explaining what I mean sometimes. Like, I'll assume that the viewer will be in the same headspace as me, failing to realize that in order to get them there, sometimes I need to more fully explain a topic or even repeat my main points multiple times to get them there. Brevity is nice, but it gets people lost sometimes. But I'm continually attempting to diagnose these problems and working to get better at explaining myself.
Once a video is written, it's now time to record the voiceover. This is one of, if not the most important skill to have as a YouTuber. You will only go as far as your voice will take you. Unfortunately, that means you're stuck with the pipes you got, but you can always work to make yourself better. I have a bad case of mush mouth, so I need to make an extra effort to enunciate my words or else everything just blends together. I'm conscious of this, but I'm still guilty of not fully pronouncing every word that I say. Of course, you need to have the right technology. My setup is by no means fancy. I use an AT2020 XLR edition. This microphone also exists as a USB, but those are inherently worse because in order to transfer your audio data over that cable to your computer, they need to compress the fuck out of your voice. I used a Blue Yeti for years. I'm sure you've seen those around. They're one of the most popular microphones for YouTube. You can buy them at any Walmart for around $100. But go back and listen to my old videos. It's like night and day. Then in 2018, this is the game for you. I upgraded to an XLR setup with this interface and I've never looked back. I will never use a USB microphone ever again. If you're thinking about making the switch, I highly recommend it. When recording, get rid of all obvious noisemakers in the room. Depending on your living situation, there's only so much you can do. Back when I had my own apartment, not only would I turn off the AC, I would unplug my fridge, of all things, before recording anything. Because you never realize how loud those things are until you hear them in the background of your audio recordings. Unfortunately now, I don't have the same control over my audio situation. I live in this house with my aunt and uncle in Florida, so I can only feasibly turn off the AC if neither one of them are home, and it's rare that I have the house to myself, so most of the time it is to stay on. Don't have any ceiling fans running, don't have YouTube going on in the background, turn off your game consoles, get as quiet of a PC as you can. You know, typical stuff. The shittier your microphone, the more you need to cater your surrounding area to making it work. I'm by no means an audiophile, so it's not like my sound is perfect either, but it's better than what it was way back then. I use Audacity to record everything. It's the only recording software that I've ever used, and it's never once let me down. After I'm done speaking, I run the built-in noise reduction, then normalize the volume, then export my raw track as a WAV file. When doing voiceover, you need to bring some energy to it. Don't put on like a stupid YouTuber voice, but don't speak naturally either. If you try to do voiceover like how you talk to people in real life, it comes off as emotionless and low energy on tape. This is just something that you need to grow into by doing. It's rare that you'll have your voiceover style down right away. As for recording session length, most of the time I do everything in one sitting, but for longer videos, that's not always the case. I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Is about the maximum I can do in one take. By the end of that, my throat was getting sore and I was losing my voice. But this video right now is giving it a run for its money. I'll leave notes for myself in the voiceover track as well. Like if I think of an idea of how I want to visually edit something beforehand, I'll say it during the recording session. Or if I have a timestamp for a specific gameplay clip I know that I'll want to use here, then I'll say something like session 6, 32 minutes in. Then when I'm editing and I hear that, I'll know where to look for the footage. So my voiceover track will alternate between me reading the script and me coaching my future self on how to edit the video. Just like how I color code my notes, I also color code my script, but this time it's only 2 tones. Black is regular voiceover and red means live in front of the camera. I never write specific lines for myself on camera because I'm incapable of remembering them. Once I get in front of the camera, they're fucking gone every time. I used to try to memorize entire paragraphs, but I wasn't able to do it, so then I shortened it to sentences, then like phrases, and eventually what I landed on was just writing bullet points for myself on camera. They're usually taken straight out of my Excel document. In this case, instead of writing prompts, they're speaking prompts. For example, last time I was on camera in this video, the only thing it says in the script is talk about how you need to plan before you write, and then whatever comes out of my mouth is what makes it into the video. After recording all the black lines, I'll trudge all my equipment out to wherever I'm filming. I use the same microphone as the voiceovers, the same audio interface, my laptop, tripods, and for a camera, I just use my phone. Currently I have a Galaxy Z Fold 4. My last phone, which I still have as a backup camera, is a Galaxy 21 Plus. Before that, I had the 19. And before that, back when I started this channel, I had a Galaxy 2. So yeah, I'm a Samsung guy. I guess that's the only phone I ever get. Even though most of my videos are only in 720p, I film the live action parts in 4K. Not that you could tell, because they still normally look like crap. I do this because my phone is able to, and I figure why not? It's better to have a bigger frame and then choose what I want to use than have a smaller one and not have enough. I'll be the first to recognize and tell you that being on camera, like right now, is not a strength of mine, but I view it like a muscle that I need to exercise, because I think it's a useful tool, and the only way that I'm going to get better at doing things like this is if I keep doing them. So I'm kind of in a catch-22. Like, I don't think they actively make the videos worse, but I also don't think they add a whole lot. And I guess if something's not adding anything to a video, then it is making it worse. So who knows, maybe in the future I may cut back on the amount of time that I'm on camera. Like in this video could have been me entirely on camera, but I decided to do mostly a voiceover approach with B-roll. Just because I'm not super natural on camera, and I don't think I can carry a whole video that way. So now that we have all the ingredients, it's time to actually make the video. I've always used Adobe Premiere. In 2015, when I started this channel, it was a case where I Googled what the best editing software was, then went on Pirate Bay and downloaded a cracked copy of the 2015 release. And that was the same install I used all the way up until last year when I made the switch to non-pirated software. I use the legitimate release of Premiere now, but it's not software you can just buy once and use. It's a subscription service, so I need to pay the wolf every month just to use it. I'm completely self-taught, and before starting YouTube, had never used anything more advanced than Windows Movie Maker. I always edit with headphones. I have these Sennheisers 280 Pros. You absolutely have to get used to the sound of your own voice, because it's incredibly jarring the first, second, or even 50th time you hear it. I used to hate how my voice sounded, and I still don't necessarily enjoy it, but I'm at least used to it now. I can tolerate it enough to get through editing. Before I lay down any visuals, I like to cut up my audio first. That means removing pauses between sentences, removing flubs, sometimes stitching together two sentences to make one. This is the part which is the most like manual labor. There's no real thought required, you just have to sit down and do it. I've used Audacity's truncate silence feature in the past, but I was never happy with the result, so I manually cut my own audio again. Much like my writing, my editing has experienced a few changes over the years. After experimenting with fancier styles, I realized that I wasn't very good at them, so now I just keep things as simple as possible. I used to never know what to do with the borders because I mainly talk about retro games that are in 4:3. It leaves the sides of the screen with nothing going on. Do I put a solid color back there? Do I try to ape Tim Rogers' style of having geometric shapes floating around back there? Do I have the same gameplay footage I'm showing, only zoomed in and in a grayscale? Do I just keep it black? The solution that I've landed on, and I think I'm gonna stick with this forever, is to fit the aspect ratio of my video to whatever game I'm talking about. A Super Nintendo RPG will always be 4:3, but something like my Yu-Gi-Oh video was in 3:2 because that's the aspect ratio of the Game Boy Advance, and that's what I spend most of the video talking about. Where if I'm reviewing a modern game, it will be the standard 16:9. If the gameplay fills the entire screen, then you can't have a border problem if there's no borders. For the editing process itself, my only real advice is don't be lazy. Show the clip. If you're talking about something specific, take the time to track down the appropriate clips. This is the most time-consuming and annoying part of the editing process, but it's worth it. It's so easy to just toss up one clip and let it play for 30 seconds, which is okay if you're just talking about general topics, but anything specific, requires visual evidence. As I'm going, I'll leave gaps in the timeline where I either can't find or am missing footage. I always have a notepad document up with a list of missing shots. This can be gameplay or live action or B-roll. A lot of times it's easier for me to stage gameplay than it is to find an example from the footage I've already recorded. For a basic example, if I wanted to talk about the menus or something in a game, instead of combing through my footage for when I interact with the menu on whichever way I want to comment on it, I'll jot it down in my notepad. Then when I get to the end of the video, I'll go back and get all the footage that I'm missing to fill in the gaps. So I'll sit down with the game again and I'll get footage that represents what I'm talking about. The video you're watching right now is going to have a crap load of B-roll, probably more than I've ever put into a video ever. And all of that was filmed after I already edited together the rough cut, so I knew exactly what footage I needed. Usually I'll leave myself a little text box on screen in the video to remind myself what footage is supposed to go there. For a normal video, I'll only need to do like 4 or 5 of these shots. But again, for this one, most of the video is going to be these shots, so it should be interesting. At some point during all this, I need to make a thumbnail too. That usually happens when I'm sick of editing for the day, but I still want to get some work done. I had somebody else making my thumbnails for me for a bit. Alcahest up until Shin Megami Tensei If were made by my friend Jonas, but since then I've been making them myself again, and they've become way more dynamic. Sometimes I put my face in, sometimes I don't, sometimes I have a specific vision and inspiration, other times I don't. Recently I analyzed my click-through rates and learned something shocking. That it really doesn't matter what I do with my thumbnails because there's almost no rhyme or reason to how often people click. I like to think that my newer thumbnails blow these older gray background ones away, but my click-through rates don't reflect that in any way, so even videos with the laziest thumbnails possible are in line with the rest of them, so fuck it, it doesn't really matter. The only potential discernible success metric I can even begin to come up with is that placing an attractive female character prominently appears to help because the original Lufia and my Chrono Cross video have 2 of the highest CTRs on my channel. After making the thumbnail and inserting the pickup shots, that's about it. The video is done. It's become a tradition for me at this point to put the finished product onto a USB drive, then into my Xbox when I watch the whole thing from beginning to end. I would say 2 out of 3 times at this point I'll notice something that needs to be changed. So most videos end up getting rendered a few times to fix some minor issues. Is this when I celebrate because I'm done? No, because you always need to be continuously looking ahead to whatever's next. One video ends is when another begins. I know there's always a strong urge to take some time off, but you can never rest on your laurels or I'll fade into nothing. I almost always have another project lined up to start on right away, and in the rare cases I don't, I normally only give myself 1 day to commit to something. It's more important to be doing something than to decide on the perfect topic, at least for the way I do things. I always need to have my eyes on the future because if I don't, then I won't get anything done. Well, anyway, I've blathered on long enough about my process, so let's check out the Super Dante review. Hey you, kid. Yeah, you. Here, come here. Do you like video games? Yeah. Have you ever wanted to make your own video games? Yeah, hell yeah. Do you like the Super Nintendo? Do you like turn-based Japanese role-playing games? Have you ever wanted to make your own turn-based Japanese role-playing video game on your Super Nintendo? I like Minecraft. I like to play Bed Wars. Introducing RPG Maker Super Dante. Why Super Dante? I have no idea. If you're unfamiliar, RPG Maker is a line of software designed to make it easy for anyone with the time and drive to do it to be able to produce traditional turn-based RPGs. It was first released, believe it or not, all the way back in 1992, and it's primarily known as a PC application, but over the years they've put out various console editions. Most famously on the PlayStation, but most recently on the 3DS, and of course hence the topic of this video on Super Nintendo.
or Super Famicom, because it obviously never left Japan. RPG Maker is still a thing today. I'm most familiar with MV, the 2015 release, but they put out a newer one in 2020. I wouldn't call myself a master by any means, but I know generally how the program works. Since this only came out in Japan, even though I have the cartridge, the only way for me to really attempt to play it is through fan translations. And it constantly blows my mind the amount of Japan-only RPGs that have translations. Super Dante has one, but it's not fully complete. Most of the text is this garbled mix of multiple languages. Some of the most basic menus they got down, but once you get into the weeds, you're SOL. Quite a few of the menus are in English, but not enough for me to figure out how to do much of anything. I think it's a mix of not being particularly user-friendly and the translation simply being incomplete. It includes a sample game, but again, all the text are these garbage values. I got this cute princess to join my party, but I have absolutely no idea how to progress or anything. I found a woman who allows me to save. I made it out to the overworld, but it's this really small area, and there doesn't appear to be any way out. Is this the whole sample? Is this something I can beat? I guess I'll never know if there's an ending or anything. Super Dante's game creation tools are shockingly in-depth. You can customize enemies, equipment, NPCs, obviously all the dialogue, every stat. Unfortunately, you're stuck with pre-made assets, limitations of this being a Super Nintendo game after all. Whatever you create would also be unfortunately stuck on the cartridge. Even though they did produce a peripheral which allowed you to save your game to that and then transfer it to other people's systems, it's not like there was any way to commercially sell what you create. And there's also a hard limit as to how much you can actually put into your game before it just refuses to save. This is a cartridge game after all, and there's only a limited amount of space. RPG Maker Super Dante was obviously intended for children who could not afford a computer of their own. It's nowhere near a serious game development tool, which should be obvious. It's a neat little curiosity, and believe it or not, there was actually a follow-up on the Super Nintendo. Sort of. It's a Satellaview game. Believe it or not, this thing has actually never come up on my show before. It's pretty well known these days, but I'll briefly explain the Satellaview anyway. It was a modem only released in Japan, which allowed you to download Super Nintendo, or Super Famicom games rather, onto this special cartridge. There were a staggering 77 original games produced for the service, with the most famous titles perhaps being BS Zelda, a Super Mario All-Stars-esque remake of the original Zelda, Radical Dreamers, the visual novel follow-up to Chrono Trigger, and F-Zero Grand Prix 2, the sequel to the original Super Nintendo launch game. There was some other wild stuff too that I didn't even know about until now, such as an updated Mario Paint, and an Excitebike sequel starring Mario characters. The Satellaview was supported all the way up until 2000. Which is impressive. Anyway, onto RPG Maker Super Dante 2. The fan translation and user interface are actually a bit better in this one. Enough anyway that I can actually stumble around these menus and figure some stuff out. So after about half an hour of tinkering, let's see what I can come up with. Welcome to the world of Jason's very cool RPG. There is trouble in SNES land. This group of assholes are going from town to town selling poison Mountain Dew. Venture forth and kick their asses. Then your mom wakes you up. Jesus Christ, it's almost 3 p.m. So there's this Mountain Dew festival going on. Try my orange pumpkin spice dew. Now try my Dew of the Dead. Pretty much all you can do is talk to people and then they tell you their flavor of Mountain Dew. Then you talk to this old lady behind the counter and she gives you the Poison Dew. Ooh, sounds delicious. Actually, it just sounds like normal Mountain Dew. And then it poisons you. And that's as far as I got. Again, these are interesting tools, but they're not exactly fun or worth using these days. Very cool that Super Dante exists, but it's not going on the tier list because it's not a game. It's just a little something you fiddle around in. That's all I got. I hope you enjoyed me pulling back the curtain a bit. I always find other people's workflows fascinating, so hopefully at least somebody took something out of this or they found it interesting. Shout out to the patrons. As always, shout out to William Robert Lee. Never trust anyone who needs a haircut. Goodbye.